Well, hi everybody. Good to see you all. Here I am. Here I am. Yep, it's me all over. Me all over. Everybody's, I'm sure, is wondering, well, what in the world's going on? What in the world is going on? Um, Sty's got a couple new toys. I hope my audio's okay. Hope everything's coming through okay. Um, I've been moving, plugging in, unplugging, switching, swapping so much today that I don't know if everything's working up to par or not. That's why I'm doing this. I didn't want to call it a test stream. Let's see who the heck we got over there in the chat. We got, you're going to notice I'm looking over here at the chat. Um, we had Tales, the campground host, pop right in right away. That's Travis. I knew if I used the word tech anywhere in my description or title, he'd be over here sticking his nose in. He wants to know tech, 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 tech. Yeah. Hi, Travis. Kathy Gahans, you're a sweetheart. Thanks for showing up. And Cinda Lou came in right behind you. That's, yeah, awesome. Awesome. Love it. And King Bluto, hello, my friend. Hello, hello. And there's Jadzia Dax. Awesome. Love it. Hey, Nick and Jay Lonan, hedge cutting. Kimberly Ferris, Kayla Ferris. Oh, girls, it's great to see you. I'm glad it sounds good there, Travis. I'm glad it sounds good. I didn't screw everything up then, right? Right. Now, you're going to see me dipping down and looking at things and stuff because I got to play with some of this new gear, right? So, who else we got? Oh, Cheesehead Chris. I'm a sweetheart too. Yeah. Sweet tart. yeah, yeah. Cheesehead. He's a sweet tart. Um, there's Andrew Merritt. Great to see you. Um, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Tales the campground host saying, I like new tech. I'm always playing with new ideas. He says, yeah. I think one of my items ain't no big deal. Ain't no big deal. It's really not tech. It just helps me technically in my studio in a different way. The other piece of tech that I got, it's a big upgrade for me. Big upgrade for me. And for the future of the channel. It definitely is. It definitely is. And I'm going to be showing you this stuff here in a minute. But why did I even do this stream today? Right? What's going on, man? Like I said, it's to show off some tech, new stuff. But one thing I don't care for so much is um, because I'm using a new brand under my StreamYard called Random Video or Random Streams. Under Random, I don't have all my little flash up things that pop up on the screen and stuff over in that particular branding yet. So I'm switching brands to the Sty North brand, which is my general brand, because that's got a lot of pop-ups and stuff I can use to do some testing with. And I didn't expect the crowd today. There's Gemma's Journey Grace. Great to see you. The NDT show, yes. And Quincy Buckles. Hello. I dropped something. I dropped a cordless mouse. well, or not a cordless mouse, a corded mouse. It's got a cord on it. And I just got that on my, resting on my leg. And that mouse is for the chat over here. And just for scrolling up and down on the chat. I forgot it was on my lap. And I'm glad it's got a tail on it. I don't like, I like cordless mice. I've got one out my pickup truck I got to bring in. I totally forgot it out there today. But before we get into my tech stuff, I want to tell you how my day went today. That won't take that long. And like I said, this stream, I didn't expect a bunch of people to show up, and it's wonderful that you're here. I just thought I'm going to pop this up while I play with some of this stuff and see how it functions. And if somebody wants to be the guinea pig and watch while I mess stuff up, come on over and watch Sty, who's not very techy, play with some new equipment, right? So I started off the day rough day. Rough. My youngest boy, I saw him this afternoon, and he said, I told him, I said, I need you for a project, something I got to do. And I said, and we can do it tomorrow, Sunday, early afternoon. He goes, that'll work. He says, because tomorrow I'm sleeping in. He had a 6-day work week. And he said, tomorrow I'm sleeping in. I said, as long as you don't sleep in any later than I did today, because I do want to get this done. And he goes, well, when did you get up? I said, well, I got up at 11:45, 15 minutes before lunch. He just freaked out. He's just like, come on, Pop, you got to be kidding me. You slept until noon? Hey, Ricky Nichols, great to see you. B Wizzle Aquatics is in the house. But I told him, I said, I can't believe I got up at 11:45, except for the fact I know I use a CPAP machine. And when I feel that, yeah, I'm going to crash, man, I'm going to fall asleep, I turn that bugger on. And it times my sleep. It tells me how long I slept, right? Well, I hit the button on that thing at 9 o'clock this morning to go to sleep. I had a rough night, man. I couldn't sleep. Runny nose, congested, just so uncomfortable I couldn't sleep. It just wasn't going to happen. Hey, Dr. Smith, great to see you. Great to see you. But so I couldn't sleep. Anyway, finally, going on 9 o'clock, I think I can fall asleep. I'm mad doggone tired, so I turned my CPAP on. Sure enough, I fell asleep. But I woke up at 11:45. 2 3/4 hours is how much sleep I got last night. So it wasn't much. So when I got up at 12 o'clock, first thing I did, man, I got in a panic, man. I didn't sleep all day and night. I wasted all my whole morning, and I'm running. I got things to do. So I get my coffee made. I get all ready for the day, get dressed for the day, and grab my coffee and out the door. Well, what did I have to do today? I had to try to get my truck running. My truck broke down. Yeah, the old King Ranch broke down. Won't start. You turn the ignition all you want. It won't turn over nothing. It just click, 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 click. Nothing there. So yesterday, during the day, I went to O'Reilly's Auto Parts. I stopped at Napa first, and I got some prices. Then I went to O'Reilly's, and true to their word, O'Reilly's beat their price. But at O'Reilly's, I told them, I said, here's what I got going on. I had the manual for the truck that's got the whole diagram of the fuse box, anything related to the ignition, right, to start it. And I went right down the list. I said, I need this relay, I need this fuse, that fuse, blah, blah, blah. Anything related to the ignition, everything. I said, I need all of those and I want a price. So he looks them all up for me. He says, got them all for you. I said, good. What's the price? I'm thinking, oh, geez, it's going to be $50, you know. He goes, you're in luck. He says, I think you're in luck at least. He says, because the relays are usually pretty doggone expensive. And he says, the relay you have on your list here, he says, wasn't that bad. He says, $24, the whole works. I said, done deal. Ring it up, bag it up. I'll take it, $24. Well, the relay was $17. So the fuses were dirt cheap. So I got those parts, right? And I'm using running water in my boy's truck until mine's running. And I come back into town and I zip up right over to running waters where my truck is. I'm sitting on the side of the road, broke down. And I thought, well, I was very lucky that it was only $25. Excuse me. Damn runny nose. So, well, hello there, Strawberry Shortcake. Great to see you, sweetie. So I run over to my boy's house. Got my truck, popped the fuse panel, popped the cover, pulled every one of those relays and fuses and replaced them all. And I looked at them all. They're all good. They're all good. Can't tell with the relay, but I popped the new one in. So that I replaced anything that had to do with ignition out of that fuse box. And I got behind the wheel, stuck the key in, and go, here we go. Click, 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 click. There's only one thing left. Starter. The starter's bad. Now, Ford has always had starter solenoids mounted to the firewall of their vehicles, right? So if the solenoid goes out, it's right there on the firewall, take it off, replace it. Well, I looked, no, that 2005 F-150 doesn't have a solenoid on the firewall. It's integrated in the starter, like GM. It's part of the starter, you know. You don't replace just the solenoid, you replace starter. So what did I do? I run back to O'Reilly's and chatted with that fella. I said, the only thing left to do is replace the starter. It's the only thing left that can be wrong. Battery's already been checked and tested out. Top notch. Well, that battery's only about 10 months old anyway, so it better be at top notch yet. So it's not a battery issue. And I did crawl under the truck, tried to jump the starter to make it turn. She ain't turning. It's starter. So I told him, I said, I want you to look up a starter for that truck. There he is on the computer. He goes, yep, we can help you out. Do you want to know what starters we have in stock that'll work? Or do you want to know all of them and then order a different one if you have to. I said, what I want you to do is, I want the cheapest doggone starter you got. It'll be a remanufactured, I'm sure. And he says, well, in stock right off the shelf, I can grab you one right now. It's a remanufactured, but it's $169. And I go, well, $169. That ain't bad actually, but I just can't swing it right now. There's no freaking way. No freaking way. I thought I was hoping I'd be right around the $100 range, and maybe I can squeeze that in and still eat the rest of the month. Plus, there was something I wanted to do with the money I have, right? Well, he says, we got one here it's not on the shelf. You got to order it, but it's $108. That's the cheapest we got. And it's a remanufactured, just like the $169 one, just by a different company. I got on my phone and checked and looked at the reviews. It's got awesome reviews. People that have used that $108 starter were happy with it, very happy. Very only a couple of negative reviews, and one had to do with how bad it was packaged. That the box he got was all smashed, and he was afraid the starter was bad. The other one, obviously, somebody had dropped the box, broke one of the bolt ears off of it. Otherwise, all the reviews were good. So I said, the $108 one is the way I'm going to go. I said, but tell me, now I can go home, jump online, and pay for that and order it, and they'll send it right to the store here, right? He said, yep, just go to our store through O'Reilly's homepage, go right to our store, locate our store, and do the order right there through our store. And we'll send you a text. We'll send you a text, or if we'll probably follow the text up with just a phone call reminder. Your part is in, and it'll be here on Monday. He said, you've got till the end of the day tomorrow, which was today, to order that, right? And he says, and it'll be here on Monday. He says, but if you wait and order it on Sunday, it won't be here till Tuesday. Well, that's all right. I don't need it till Tuesday, so I'm not worried about that. So now I know the answer. I got to put a starter in the truck. My day, started out terrible. Wasn't getting much better. It already cost me $25, and then now it's going to cost me another $110. This is starting to add up, man. And I still don't have my truck. Well, I run back to where my truck's at Running Waters, and that bugger's sitting on the road, right? It's sitting out on the street. Here comes local cop, and I know the guy. I wave him down. Hey, stop, buddy. Hey. I got out, walked over to the squad car, and I go, hey, is the parking ban in town in effect that you can't park on the streets and that you have to park on odd and even streets based on odd and even days? He goes, yep. And I go, well, first of all, my truck right now is parked on the wrong side of the street for today. I said, are you going to put a ticket on that? And he goes, well, your truck's been sitting there for a week. I said, well, yeah, I know. And he goes, have we put a ticket on? I said, no, but are you going to? And he goes, not us. He said, the city PD, we see vehicles on the street. We don't even get involved unless we're called because of a vehicle parked on the street that's an obstruction, it's in the way or something. And he said, but I need to tell you, we have like a glorified parking maid that drives through town, and that's all she does is ticket vehicles parked on the wrong side of the street this time of year. He says from November 1st all the way until spring, you got to park on even sides of the street. and totally off the street if it snows 2 inches or more. He says you're lucky because we don't got no forecast for 2 inches of snow or more for at least the next 7 days. But if it snows, he says it'll get ticketed, and if it's not moved within 24 hours, it gets towed. I go, yay, 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 yay. And weather here, they might say for the next 7 days, no snow. And then tomorrow you wake up and there's 4 inches of snow this time of year. So can't take the risk. So I needed my youngest boy, and I texted him and said, hey, buddy, I need your help. So he comes, he says, I'm on my way home from work. I'll be there in a minute. He gets there. He says, what do you need me to do? I said, I got to change the starter up. He goes, oh, that's going to be tough. You're parked right up against the curb here. Doing that out here on the street's a bummer this time of year. It's crap. I said, yeah. I said, but Running Water's truck's got a nice cow catcher or deer guard, brush guard on the front of his truck. I said, and we got these old tires back here, and I'm going to hang 2 tires off the front of his brush guard, and I'm going to push it around the block and come in the back of the property and nose it right up to our shop back there, to the shed. He goes, that's a good idea. I said, it's a good idea, but if I don't have you behind the wheel of my truck steering and hitting the brakes, how in the hell am I going to get it around 3 90-degree turns and up to that shed? How am I going to do that without you behind the wheel running the dead truck? Oh, he says. Oh, he says, that's a bummer, man. I just got home. I'm going to shower, clean up, and I'm going out. And I'll pull you up in a second down there, buddy. And so he says to me, he says, I'm sleeping in tomorrow. He says, how about noon? You show up at noon, we'll move your truck. We'll get it in front of the shed. And I said, that's going to work. So my day was better then. So I got home here about, 2:30 today. I'm going to bring this fellow up. This guy is actually involved. There he is. I got to do something with one of my new toys. Boom, there we go. I'm going to get into my toy discussion here real quick, pretty soon here. Show people what I got going on. I see it's a little. I was going to say it's a little quiet out in the chat. I hope my chats are working. And I just saw Travis popped up. Hello, Running Water. So yeah, chats are working.
Yeah, well, it had me scared there. It sent me the link, and I was like, is it Sunday? It's like, it better not be Sunday. I was supposed to drive all day Sunday.
Yeah, you were going to be
Yeah.
driving tomorrow, and
I
so
was like,
early in
did I
the
skip a
day,
day?
and a Sunday, and did he change his schedule on
It's,
Sundays? He started 2 hours early. What? I'm confused. But
it's like, oh no, it's Saturday. Okay, I don't have to roll until tomorrow morning. So,
yeah, you're safe. You're safe. And just to add to already kind of cluster effort day I had while I'm at your place, Running Water. I'm sitting in your truck, looking at the fuse diagram for my truck, making sure I got every fuse and relay. And I turned and looked at the house and I go, holy shit. There's a big stack of packages outside your door. And your brother wasn't home yet. Guess what
oh
I did?
jeez.
Guess what I did immediately? They're in the house now. I got to run over there and move that stack in the house, found a nice spot to set it. Said, oh, there. Now I can tell him I did that for him. It'll make him feel really good. He actually did
Yeah.
appreciate it. He says,
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. But where the hell did you put it? I'll be tripping over that shit. And I said, no, don't worry about it. There was already a pile started, and I just moved a couple small boxes, put the big box on, and all the new small boxes on top. And I said, it's all right there. And when he went in and saw it, he said, yeah, it looks really good. So so we didn't ruffle his feathers at all today. That was good. That was good. And he gave me the second toy I have to play with today. We're standing in the house talking about him moving. He's moving this week. He's trying to get everything out of there he's hoping to get 100% out if he's lucky. If not, at least 80 to 90% of it out of the house. I said, good, because then I can go in and start rearranging and making space for where my things will go. I can work around him if he's got at least 80% of his stuff out of there. And he goes, yeah. He says, all week. I said, when are you going to start? And he says, well, I'm starting Monday with first big load because he's going to go visit your mother on Monday. So he's taking a big load with him. And he said, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and through the weekend is all this move, pack, move, pack, move. And sounds like he's got his new honey and if he needs to, a little extra muscle to help him get his stuff moved. So it's good. He's going to be moving. Hey, Native Grammy. Hi, sweetheart. Good to see you. The the so what new piece did I get? New toy did I get today? Well, so me and the youngest boy are chatting about me getting moved into running waters. And I was admiring his curved screen monitor that he had just bought and replaced his old monitor. Now I don't know. I haven't a clue what the actual size of his old monitor is. I believe it's 28 inch. It might be a 32 inch. But he goes, yeah, he says, I bought that new curved monitor and I love it. He says, it's great. I just love it. He said, but now I got a monitor. He said, that I got a haul and don't know what the heck I'll ever use it for. And I said, really? And he said, you wouldn't need one, would you? Well, my HP monitor somehow in transition from camp to here, the screen is screwed up. And I've tried all kinds of shit to fix it. You can't fix it. It's got this weird colored distortion all down about a quarter of the screen, almost half of it. It's junk. Now it's junk. Well, that upset me because that monitor, plus I was going to buy one more, plus I was going to use the laptop. Now I've opted I'm not going to be using the laptop. I want three monitors about this size, you know, 26, 30 inch, in that range. I want three of those set up. And he goes, well, take that one. He said, take that one. He said, it's a good monitor. He says, I think you'll like it. He said, and I don't have a use for it. And I told him, I said, well, you betcha. So I've got myself this nice new monitor. That's what I'm using for this stream. It's that nice new monitor. And it's only about 26 inches away from me. So actually, I'm having a little difficulty seeing it because I don't have bi or trifocals. And so actually, without my glasses, it's clear as a bell. It's beautiful. With the glasses, it's a little hazy. Um, but I actually like it for the studio versus having that 65 inch just 8 feet away. and seeing that big screen constantly. This one, I like it. The quality's sharper, and yeah, it's good. And so he gives me this nice big computer monitor, nothing out of my pocket. Boom. Oh God, that felt good after spending $25 on all the fuses and relays and those not being the. I kept all the old ones, by the way, and just in case one of those does
Mm-hmm.
burn out. And now I gotta pony up another $110 to get a starter. I all at the wrong time, wrong weather, wrong bank account. I could find somebody else's bank account. Yeah, that would have helped it. But and wanting and needing to move my truck to the back of your place up to the
Mm-hmm.
shop is because at the shop I've got a big tarp. I'll put that tarp over half of my truck,
Mm-hmm.
and you got the big kerosene heater out there.
Mm-hmm.
I heat things up, let it heat up for about an hour or so while I ding around in the shop. And if there's any way that you can put when you're typing input bold print will make it darker for you and sometimes just a little bit easier to see. Yeah, no, I yeah, I've tried, um, but with the once I have this laptop swapped out with the monitor, the chat will look like you know like the letters are inch and a half, 2 inches high. So it'll it'll be sweet. I will never miss a comment again. It's good to see you though, Lori. And there's plain old Chuck in the house too. You can use my bank account. Just sitting here empty, not doing anything. That's right. That's right. That's the problem. Is most of my friends in the world, I wouldn't ask to use their bank account. Yeah, yeah, because I'd just be getting them in trouble. Why does he keep trying? You can also use Control Alt to zoom the display and make the text big. Oh, yeah, guys, I know how to do that stuff. Come on. But there's only so much room on these little screens. If you got a 17-inch laptop screen and it's 3 feet away from you, I can't get it closer because of the way my studio's set up. And you got it 3 feet away from you. I'm set at 250 for the font size, and it's still difficult for me to read. And like I said, I need trifocals is what I need, mid-range, close-up, and distance. So come on, guys, I don't need it. Yeah, you're giving me, because I hate to have you try to give me wasted advice because you know I'm one where if I have an issue, I'm going to check everything out. I'm going to check it out. And I did. And there's nothing I can improve this stuff other than on this big monitor, I can get rid of running water and by making that so large that there's no way I can miss a comment. But then I can't manage my stream either because I can't see it because it's so tiny over here on the side. So no, we're good. We're doing fine, guys. We're doing fine. You know. Um, but anyway, so I got a new monitor, and I hope to get a couple more. And running water, he's takes a lot of risks. That guy. So I'm at his house. While I refilled my cup. Oh, did you get me a cup? Yeah. Cheers. Coffee, coffee. So I'm at Running Waters. I'm ready to head home. Told the youngest boy, hey, I'll see you tomorrow at noon sharp. Be ready. We'll move that truck. And I looked and I go, what are those? And he goes, that's that stupid brother of mine again, buying shit, and he don't even know what he buys half the time. And he said, I gosh, I was looking at those, but I kind of don't remember ordering them, but I guess I did, and we'll find a use for 'em. There's two brand new monitors sitting there
Mm-hmm.
in the box, still in their boxes, brand spanking new monitors sitting on his living room floor. And I go, "You don't know what he's going to use them for?" And he goes, "No, he said he'll figure it out somewhere, someday, somehow." And I said, "Well, you know what he paid for them?" And he goes, "Yeah, why?" And I said, "I just want to know." So running water, maybe you and I can work out a deal. I'll buy one of those from you on like two payments, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. That'll put me up. I'll have two monitors and I only have a third one. And then when got a cash cow, I'll grab that third one, you
Okay.
know?
Yeah. Well, I can check too and see if they still got that deal going. Because it was my VIP
He's
preferred customer deal
right,
along with the
right.
Black Friday deal.
And he
I think
said
that's
he said you got them for $150.
yeah,
So I
yeah,
looked them up and they're usually $229.
right.
Yeah, what the hell if you're saving almost $80? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I but I can't swing a full payment right now, so don't go buy another one. I mean,
Well, it's fine.
oh,
You
this
know.
is fine. Listen to this guy.
Well.
He's a
See, I would still want two because I've got the split
well, I
arm
know.
mount to mount the two of them. So
Yeah, I
you want
know. I
you,
know.
you, you want one of those arm
I
mounts too? Those
oh
those are
oh
fairly
oh
cheap.
oh yeah. I'm gonna have to get one of those because if I can mount my chat and stream monitors on the same mount, because then that's
Yeah,
nice because
it's like a T mount.
it's a
Yeah.
T mount and you can tilt the screens at about a 25-degree angle and butt up the edges of them so that it's like one big wraparound. It's the way
Mhm.
it looks, and that would work great right smack in front of my studio, and then have one sitting on the side. Oh, that
Yeah.
would be yeah, yeah, yeah. That'd be killer. But anyway, so then guess what, folks? This guy, this guy, you've been hearing him.
Mhm.
Oh well, I'll grab that. I'll grab that. Old print at one point, and I could see it a bit. It, but I couldn't see anything else on the screen. Oh yeah, yeah. Thanks for yeah, Lori. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate it. I love the suggestions. It's just that I don't want to disappoint people and have them work in their minds like, how can we help out Sty? How can we help? Yeah, I don't want you to work that hard to try to help me see shit. You're a sweetheart for thinking of me, though. Hey, I see Rebecca Felter's in the house. It's great to see her, and she shared it out. That's cool. Shared it out. And like I said, I didn't expect a lot of people to show up for this because I'm just on here dinking around, fooling around. I don't stream on Saturdays. It's my day off. But what am I doing on my day off? I'm clowning around with new gear. There's Beaner. Hey, Bean. Bean, 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 Bean. The sausage and eggs for Thanksgiving.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's like I told your brother. I said, yeah, he had. Okay, there, Travis, you're going to miss out on the next piece of gear. Boy, you're missing out, man. You're missing out because I think you'd like this. But yeah, my Thanksgiving dinner was pretty measly too. You know, yeah, it wasn't nothing special. But um, but so my gear, what, and it's got to do with this guy. It's got to do with this guy again. We're in a conversation a few days back, and I told him, I said, "Yep, I'm getting a stream deck because it's going to, yeah, you bet, Travis, replay. You're going to have to replay." But I told him, I said, I put in my shopping cart a 15 key stream deck, Elgato stream deck. And he goes, "Oh, well, I got one of those." And I thought, don't go there. Don't go there. You're always saying, well, I got one of those. Go ahead and use it because I ain't going to get to use it for a long time. So you use it till I need it, kind of thing. No, 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 no. I, I, it's so hard to stop him from doing shit he decides to do. So I told him, no, it's already in my shop and kind of, and he goes, and I can tell just by his tone and how quiet he was getting. He's checking something out. And all of a sudden he goes, well, take it out of your shopping cart. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. You don't want to buy that. And I go, no, really, I do. I do. I said, and I got a gut feeling on the 21st, I'm going to have enough cash, man. I'm hitting buy it now. I said, I got it for a pretty good price. And he goes, well, he says, I got a 32 key for just a few dollars more than you're paying for the 15 key. And he says, and it'll be delivered to you by Tuesday. It's on its way. That shit. He went and got me a 32 key Elgato Stream Deck. Now, there's big YouTubers out there that aren't afraid to spend money on equipment. Folks like us. Now, I was looking at 32 key up, and the best price I could get on it was like $269, and that, and the place it was coming from, I had questions about, and there was some, they had some shipping reviews I didn't like, but that's the best price I could find was $269. Well, what did you get that for? $179?
Yeah.
$179. I was going to pay $149 for the 15 key. For $30 more, this is a 32 key StreamYard XL. It's the top of the line StreamYard. It's the best one, or not StreamYard, Stream Deck that they make. That's the top of the line. So what is a Stream Deck? Oh, a Stream Deck. I see Bradley Whitworth is in the house, and I missed something. There's no way she's changed my mind. Lori J, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, somebody beat me to it. Yeah. For some reason, YouTube didn't like Lori's comment. I like it. But, so, sure enough, I got the Elgato the other day. After a stream that night, I thought, it's late, but what the heck. In 1 hour, I had that thing out of the box, unpackaged, read the lousy little manual they give you. It's only like 6 pages long, the walkthrough. Downloaded the software it asked for. That only took a minute or two. Also, I was surprised how fast it was. Well, yeah, Kathy, good for you, girl. But software, once the software was downloaded, the instructions say download the software and then plug in your Stream Deck. I plug in the Stream Deck. All of a sudden, that software shows me my Stream Deck. It looks exactly like the front of my Stream Deck. And it's got all these options in the menu off to the side. Everything I can do to that screen, everything I can add to it. In other words, hotkeys. So StreamYard went, those guys are great, and they're still adding. They went and put, I believe it's, let's see, I got 16, 20. They've got 20 hotkeys to StreamYard, to the different functions within StreamYard. All I had to do is go over to StreamYard and literally import all 20 of their hotkeys into my Stream Deck. And it pops up with all these little icons. And some of the things I had to add in because um, they didn't have the hotkeys designated to them, so I had to go in StreamYard and say, "Oh, I want it to be Control P or I want it to be Shift S." You know, tell it what the control was, and then I was able to add that hotkey to my Stream Deck. So I got all 20 available from StreamYard on that Stream Deck. I was also able to go in and change the icon to whatever I want, and I could type titles on all of them. So now my Stream Deck has titles like comments, brand, all the different screens that I can jump. Like I can go solo, boom, just like that. I can put me back with running water, just like that. It's what it's just one key. Just hit the key. I don't have to look where my mouse is. I don't have to click on anything in StreamYard. Just hit that one key, and I can do that number. Just it's one key. I can change it back to that. I can that one don't do nothing because of I can do that old style split, which I don't care for. Um, I'll throw it back. I don't want solo out there. Put us back to that. But and you're probably wondering, well, how is that saving you much time? You're always looking down. You're looking down, looking down. Because I'm looking over the top of my glasses at it. Because guess what? Stream Deck screen. If you're wearing polarized sunglasses, disappears. Poof, it's gone. All I see here are 32 keys.
Black keys.
Just 32 black keys. So I got to know what key does what. I got to memorize it. Now, a few of them I got memorized. Now, what I really, there's some features I really, really like. Like I single key start stream. That's how I started this stream tonight. I set up my stream, posted it, right? Then I'm going live at 5:15. It's all set up in StreamYard and YouTube. At 5 o'clock, I ran, got myself a fresh cup of coffee, lit a smoke, come over, sat in the studio, and I'm going, okay, I've got my chat popped out on my laptop. Everything's set up. It's all ready to go. And I look and I go, oh, wow, look at it's almost time to start. And it counts down and it says showtime. All I had to do on this Stream Deck is hit the start button I've got set up. Hit the start button. It says, and then it tells me you're going to start the broadcast. And I hit the button the second time, and boom, we're live. Now at the end of the show, all I have to do at the end of the show is hit this check mark that says end, and it does the exact same thing. I don't have to go in there, click the mouse. Don't have to. I can sit here and watch the timer or watch my exit video, and then right at the end, hit one button, and it's done. It shuts it all down. Everything's saved to StreamYard, YouTube for me. It's nothing I have to do. It's all set up. I can share videos. I can share screen. Now, like the share screen, I'll do that. Boom. I can. I don't really have anything. Let's see. Um, let's just share this. There. We'll share that. Okay. Um, so there you go. You see that, right? It's sharing this screen that we're on my computer. What I'm seeing up on the monitor, but it keeps duplicating over here. You'll see it. It'll duplicate. That's because of the screen I picked. But that screen could be somebody's YouTube channel, anything that I want to put up there. Anything online I can put over here. But what makes it really nice is I can do this number. If it's just me, I could be set up like this, and describe what's over here, blah, blah, blah. Um, I can go back to running water and I off to the side. I can do cinema. That's just full screen of my shared screen. I can do picture in picture. See, I'm down here in the left-hand corner and got that running up there. And I can talk, both running water and I are down here. I can talk about what's going on up there. I like that picture in picture. I can see the use in that. Um, put us back to group. All those things are just one button. And if I could see them without these polarized sunglasses, it'd go a lot quicker. Boom, 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 boom. But there's so much that you can do that Stream Deck makes it just one key away, one key away. Now, anybody that has ever broadcasted on StreamYard and had to manage their stream knows that over on the right side of their screen, I hate this back and forth thing on the camera, but over on that side of my screen, yeah, on my right side, which is right over here, you're seeing me. It looks like I'm pointing off to the left, but actually this is my right hand. It's right over here. But over there, you have all the options you got in StreamYard, right? I've got a button that lets me scroll through those options. I can hit branding. I can hit comments, banners, branding, private chat, and my settings, which is my camera, microphone, all those settings. I can jump to any one of those features with a single key. Boom. If I want branding up there, I just hit my brand key and boom, branding's up over on that side. And the nice thing with that is that gives me the ability then to pop whatever I want up there, It's great. Yeah, it's great. It's great. The short videos, you know, everything's so close. It's either a simple click of the mouse, which I leave my cursor over there in that area, which is all stream management stuff. I leave the cursor of my mouse just hanging out over there because I never use the mouse over here in the studio. The Stream Deck does everything in the studio for me with one button. I don't have to go, oh, where's my cursor? I got to hit that real quick. The only time I use my mouse over on the studio side is to swap positions of people. Otherwise, I have no purpose for the mouse over on the studio side. It's great. It's to die for. Thank you so much, Running Water. And like I was saying, when I took it out of the box, downloaded the software, plugged it in, saw what I had to do, I was all done, and I started kind of testing some buttons. I opened up StreamYard, opened up a test stream that nobody else could see because I knew I was going to screw it all up, right? Started my stream, started pushing those buttons, and realized, how can I screw this up? The only way I can screw it up is not being able to see those keys, which with sunglasses on, I can't. So you're probably going to see me without sunglasses in the near future, getting all my monitors closer and everything. And my lighting, believe it or not, as bright as it seems in here, my lighting is actually a lot softer now, the way I have things set up. My camera's behaving a little better with the softer lighting. Now, when I get resettled over at Running Waters, the studio's going to be to die for. It's going to be to die for. I'll probably steal your two white canopied um, photo lights out in the shed. I'll,
Oh yeah.
prob- I'll probably bring those indoors because those are nicer than these are great. These are great. They're directional. Those are more overall.
Yeah, yeah.
That
It's more of an ambient light.
yeah, yeah. And I really want to see how those will work. I think they'll work great. But the I do like the fact that I can have a second monitor going with the chat, nice and big. I can read it. Hey, Rain Dancer snuck in. Hi, Rain Dancer. Um, the but that Stream Deck, I watch these other bigger name YouTubers. They're constantly saying, "Check this out. I use Stream Deck," or people are saying, "How are you transitioning from this to that so quickly?" Oh well, I use Stream Deck. Now someday I might upgrade my desktop. The yeah, Rain Dancer. Ah, you're sweet. The I might upgrade my desktop, get a little more power under its hood, um, and I might go ahead and start running OBS Streamlabs in the background, so I can do virtual camera. Really, that's what I wanted for is to be able to have a smoother, quicker transition to second and third camera. So that may be something that comes down the road. Um, but the nice thing about that is if I do that, then I'm running OBS in the background, and OBS is just acting as my virtual camera for StreamYard. That's all I need it for the virtual camera, because all the overlays and things I can do, um, I can all do that in Canva and have it on StreamYard. Just like StreamYard's standard overlay. I could be doing that. Yay, StreamYard! Everybody, get StreamYard. Try it out. It's free right now. You don't have but a few days. For $10, you can get an enhanced StreamYard. Doesn't give you all the features you get for $25 a month, but it gives you enough added features. You can go and you're not limited on the hours that you stream, and it'll actually save your streams for you up to 6 hours. And so for the $10 a month, if you want to use StreamYard and get some more use out of it for $10 a month, that's the way to go to start out, and then bump her up to the 25 a month. I would strongly recommend, unless you're going to get very serious on YouTube and you generate enough revenue off of YouTube, don't go with the professional. That's $50 a month. The added features you get to it on it don't really benefit the smaller YouTubers. They only benefit the big YouTubers. I may be going to professional sometime this summer. Um, I got a big project that, if all goes well, we're going to be doing, and I'll need professional to do it. But yeah, so yeah, StreamYard's great. StreamYard, I wouldn't be streaming so much if I didn't have StreamYard. But yeah, you can make all these old types of overlays and crap for your channel. A lot of people want to use OBS to do that stuff. Well, you don't have to. You can do it right through Canva and download it to StreamYard and pop them on there all you want. You can do the same stuff. And you can get you can use animated overlays. So people were saying that too. Is, no, I use OBS because I can have my overlays animated. I can have them transitioning by making a mini video out of the overlay. Yeah, you can do that through Canva and right through StreamYard too. You don't have to have OBS to do that. So, and the only reason I push avoiding OBS is because it puts a hell of a demand on your computer. So unless you got a top notch, really top notch laptop or a good powerful desktop, OBS is just really putting a burden on your equipment.
Mhm.
So,
Well, and
hey, Rattle
ideally,
Trap. Good to see you, Rattle Trap.
yeah. Well, and ideally, you kind of want a separate computer just to do OBS, and then one doing everything else you're doing. If you're gaming or doing YouTube and stuff.
Right, right, right. And that's where I'm going is I have my second desktop. And
Mhm.
my second desktop, if I'm just running OBS on it and I'm not managing the stream through OBS, I'm just attaching OBS on that machine to StreamYard on this machine. I'm tapping into it for features. It doesn't put a huge burden on that other desktop. So, but that's all it's going to want to handle is OBS, and it helps make it more seamless. It functions quicker and more efficient, and yeah, the just add a hard drive. That's one thing I don't have is hard drive issues, space. I've got a really good size um, SD drive, and then I've got 8 gig stationary hard drive and three 2 gig or not gig terabyte 8 terabyte stationary drive and three 2 terabyte external portable drives, all running off of this studio system. That will change when I get relocated to Running Waters and have the new studio set up because the other desktop will have the three external 2 terabyte drives attached to it. This one will just have the 8 on it. A little less burden. Right now, my machine has it has nine 3.0 USB ports, and it has two 2.0 USB ports. They're all full. There's something plugged into all 11 of them. One of the 2.0s has a USB hub attached to it with 5 slots. 4 of the 5 slots are filled. So technically, I've got 14 USB peripherals attached to this machine, and it's running all 14 of them. But I'm finding my machine is just handling it. That's why I want to put a little more muscle under the hood because I don't like the fact it's just handling it. I'd like to back off on the throttle a little, so that I don't have to work quite as hard. One thing I'm going to do here, what's if you start a channel, are you saying StreamYard is the better way to go? That is my recommendation. That is my recommendation. I already had my channel and all I did was videos, and I had a lot of video uploads, a lot of them. Excuse me. This is an unconventional stream anyway. And oh yeah, with my nose, you're getting 2 streams for the price of one. One streaming right out of my nose. But when I started, I don't know how many actual videos I had, probably 150 or so already posted up. And my channel had been going for a couple of years. And then Cheesehead Chris talked me into going live. Give it a try, Sty. He was supposed to be the first guy going live and getting into this and stuff. And I said, well, I'll do it just, to help him out, because we're both trying to learn what's this live stuff about. How are these guys doing this? Well, we did. And the very first live I did was using Hangouts. Okay. Anybody remember Google Hangouts? So my first stream ever was through Hangouts. And I did Hangouts a couple of times. Then I tried just using the go live on YouTube. Use YouTube. I mean, that's where it's going anyway. So why don't I try using YouTube? And Rain Dancer, you're right. Yeah, basketball knows. But I didn't like Hangouts. It gave me issues all the time. And so I thought I'll try something different. Well, so I used YouTube. And I didn't like that either. I used that several times for, I don't know, 3-4 weeks. And I didn't like that either because it's like there were hiccups all the time. And it's like, it kept telling me that I got internet connection problems and crap. And I'm like, where are they coming from, man? I got high speed internet and I'm running speed tests on the side just to keep track of how it's performing. No, I got so much internet speed, there's no excuse for it to be hiccuping like that. Well, then somebody talked me in to OBS. So I got OBS and I spent about a week getting OBS set up so I could just at least do a basic stream, And I thought I had it mastered. I thought, I got this figured out. And I started adding little features and transitions and things. And then OBS started giving me grief. And there were some things I wanted to do that OBS wasn't doing. Then I find out there's two OBSs. There's OBS Studio and there's OBS Streamlabs. So I got the Streamlabs version of OBS. Oh, yeah. There's a lot more you can do. But man, did I have issues constantly getting it to properly connect with YouTube. And to quit eating up all the CPU in my computer. That bugger would, my computer, I've never seen it where it said it's using 115% of the CPU. Where'd it get that other 15%? Where'd that come from? Where'd it get the extra, something beyond 100%? It's using up more CPU than I even had. And my streams were laggy and some of the transitions were shaky or screwed up, totally screwed up. I was getting so frustrated. And then on Facebook, I saw an ad for Streamlab or StreamYard. I thought, I'm going to check that out. I checked it. And I go, oh, they got a free version. So I downloaded it and I used their free version. And from that moment on, everything else that's studio management software is sat idle, has never been fired back up ever since my first StreamYard, because it made streaming so easy, so straightforward, so simple, so easy. And once I bought myself a blue screen and I could do blue screen and I figured out how to put up backgrounds like this one with the running river, I was in heaven, man. StreamYard just keeps improving. They keep adding new functionality to the software all the time. And I used the free version for a while, and then I said I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to go ahead and subscribe $25 a month. And I did that because when they first started, they gave a price guarantee. As long as I remain subscribed to them and don't have any periods that I skip, let's say I, I say, no, end my subscription next month. They they don't change that price. If in 2024 they decide, no, with inflation and everything that's happened over the last several years and all of these new features we added, guess what? It's going to cost you $35 a month, or it's going to cost you $45 a month for the package I currently have at $25. I'll still be paying $25. There will be no ever be an increase if I never have an uninterrupted subscription with them. I said, and people were complaining. They said, well, look at what you get from Zoom for $15 a month. Guess what? I did use Zoom, I think, twice. I bought the $15 a month subscription. Both of my streams with Zoom were disasters. Absolute disasters. All of my guests up on the panel, none of their audio matched them. It looked like we were watching an old Japanese Godzilla movie, It was terrible. Everybody and it's like, Jesus Christ, you don't hear anybody until 2 seconds after they say it. And the Zoom was just a nightmare. The hiccups, the audio problems were terrible, just terrible. And boy, I canceled that $15 a month. And I had so many people tell me, you're crazy, Sty, spending $25 a month. Hey, Saltwater Born, good to see ya. And I thought, they're saying not when you can get a streaming service for $15 a month from Zoom, and you can have panelists up all you want, and you can have a lot more panelists. And I found out even StreamYard, when they went to 10, we can have up to 10 people in the studio at one time. When I'm watching a stream and they got 10 people up there, I dread if I'm on the panel and the host keeps adding, and the next thing you know, there's 10 of us up there. I get real quiet during those panels because it's a nightmare. I mean, you can't carry a conversation because everybody's walking over everybody else, and there's a lot of times it just turns into a vocal blur. It's just, and you're like, what the heck? I can't hear anything anybody's saying. I hear everybody, but I can't make out what they're saying. And so I'm not too keen on Zoom. We don't need the yeah. If they manage to put everybody on lockdown again, yeah, you watch. Internet's going to get packed. I'm looking forward to my Christmas Day stream. I should be able to stream live on Christmas Day without any issues. And I should have quite the crowd. And I'll be real excited on Christmas Day because just a couple days after that, I'll be moving. It'll be probably my last big stream from this location. From the very next big stream, which will probably be around the Campfire that coming week, because I'm probably going to cancel Sty Times for that following week because I'm going to be in transition. I'm going to be moving. But around the Campfire, man, that's going to be party hardy at Running Waters, and I'm going to enjoy that. I'm going to get his ass in a chair right there in the studio because he ain't going to be heading out on the road yet. He'll still be home. So if we're sharing that house together, I'm going to drag him right live right there with me. Yeah, we'll do a double take that night.
Well, Lord knows I have enough microphones and equipment
Yeah,
at the house that we can
me
always add on.
me too. I was looking and I'm going, well, I got three high end microphones here. I've got my lavalier mic, my cordless rig.
Well, I've got that same mic you're using, but in gold.
Yes, you
So,
got this
yeah.
one in gold. You let me use it for a while, remember?
Well,
Yeah,
I got you the gold one, and then I told you I had the black, and you're like, "Oh,
right.
ooh, is this
Yeah, and
trade?"
we swapped them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the the yeah, it's the same exact same mic except his is gold plated, and I was more than happy to make the swap because I did find out one thing with something that's gold plated or chrome, all chrome. If you're
The blue
using
screen.
blue screen, those mics do weird shit. The look of them just gets really weird, and but if you use green screen, for some reason, it doesn't seem to affect them the same way. But blue does not like gold and silver polished items. It sees them as not being there. It looks right through the microphone and you and sees that blue screen behind it. Yeah. Yeah. So I was thrilled that we swapped out. That's one thing I'll be buying for the studio here in the next couple months. Two is an actual quality mic boom. I'm using,
I've got two of them at the house. The
I'm
tri
using
I've
these.
got two of the tripod boom arms at the house.
Oh,
So
tripod type. Um,
yeah, where it's got the
I
adjustable. It just could be an
I
overhead or whatever. Well, I
see
got like
and
various different options. So look through what I
see.
got before you order anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I'll try to look through all the shit you got. He's got so much stuff, man. He's got. It's like going into Best Buy. Um, well, it's like going into about 10 different big box stores with electronics and equipment, but nobody's been managing the inventory. It's all over. It's everywhere. And I'm hoping to undo that. Maybe while I'm undoing that, I'll find some of these great things that he says he's got laying around. So it should be very interesting. Hey guys, what I'm going to do is I've got I've got this second webcam. You can see me holding up here. It's not a bad little webcam, and I only paid $45 for the damn thing. I like it because it's got the lens cover. So when I'm streaming or doing anything, I can keep the lens cover on it, and I only got one live camera. This camera's ready to go, but if I happen to click the wrong button, this camera can come on live, and it might be pointing at something I don't want you to see. So I could keep the lens cover on it, and I know I'm safe. But the nice thing about it is in StreamYard, I can, and I'm going to use my Stream Deck for this. I can hit my settings button, and it pulls up my settings screen here on StreamYard, and settings screen gives you general has all the different things you can do in your program. Okay. Um, let's see what it's saying here. Add share screen video stream audio. Yeah, you can do audio avatars now, where your avatars are actually sound. Um, and then, yeah, otherwise. But anyway, And then it's got camera, it's got audio, it's got green screen, it's got your hotkeys, and it's got your guests, where you it gives you the people that you banned from your channel, um, and how you manage your guests coming on. Uh, whether your guests get to see the comments over there or not, whether you, their audio comes on immediately when they enter. Um, I can say, no, don't play any sound until I have them on the panel, and then I'll unmute them and they'll be able to hear and talk. Um, and you can make your guests authenticate whether or not they are who they say they are. But I'm going to go to camera now. Like I said, I got this camera, and I'm going to switch over to this camera, and I'm going to show you my messy ass studio right now. so let's switch cameras. Boom. So there you go. Now it's this secondary camera. And one thing I got to do, go back to settings. Boom. Go back to green screen. And I'm going to shut off my green screen while I'm doing this with this camera. There we go. Gives you a much better quality picture. Now, this is my apartment, by the way. Don't look. It's a damn mess. It's terrible. It's a damn mess. This place is a stinking mess. There's studio light, directional. I got it blasting on a solid white wall with my blue screen right here. I don't want overlighting on my blue screen. And when I get into the new house, the whole house or the whole room is blue. It's that blue. So I don't need this directional light. I can use something that's more diffused, more natural. And he's got those lights. I always thought, well, yeah, I'll be using those. And this is the corner of the room. And for this side of the blue screen, I'm using a donut LED. Okay. This is my studio. This is the camera that I typically using. Sitting right here on this little tripod. That's my chat back there. Works like $1,000,000, but can you imagine that chat being on a screen that big, sitting right next to it, right here? Oh, I'll never miss another comment, boy. And there's the new monitor that my youngest boy gave me. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. We'll try this. See. There we go. A little larger for them to see, but so that, like I said, I think it's got to be close to 30-inch screen. What are those that you just bought, Running Water? They look like they're 20, 28, 30.
27s, curved.
Oh, they are curved.
Yeah.
Oh, for that price, my God. God, if you can swing it, I could use a pair of those and make monthly payments for 4 months. But so that's my monitor there. That's what I see while we're doing this live stream. That's my studio desk. You can see in the background behind that monitor is my 65-inch TV. And to the side of it is 46-inch flat screen. Now, when I get into Running Waters, that 65-inch goes into our gaming room right next to his 55-inch or whatever he's got. Is a big TV. It'll go right next to it. That 46-inch is going in my bedroom. Yeah, which will be a computer monitor, PS3, PS2, fun screen. Yeah, okay, bedtime screen. Yeah. Now, here I've got a mount for cell phone, so I can mount my cell phone in here if I want, and use my cell phone to be able to do things kind of off stream and have my Facebook up and running and the like on it. But it's small, so it's difficult to see. I will be see this is designed to use your cell phone for making videos and or streaming because this donut LED is attached to the same unit and it's got a big clip on it and it's all run off the USB. That is plugged into my desktop. Now down, you probably can't see down here. No, it's so damn dark. But there's my machine. My desktop is right down here. And right next to it over here is that external 8 terabyte hard drive. It's a mess over here. I got cabling laying around and stuff. But yeah, anyway. But here's you talk about the frosting on the cake. There's the Stream Deck, guys. Check it out. Every one of those keys is a function on StreamYard. Every single one of those keys has a role to play on StreamYard, and they're just single keys. Now, for example, let's say I want to go this way. Nope, not that one. This one. There we go. Now, just one button. Or I can go cinema, full screen. No, I can't. Not with this, because cinema works if you're importing video. It'll put or you're sharing a screen. I can go cinema.
Yeah, like if you're doing reaction type stuff.
Right. Or I can do this. That don't work either. What works and what doesn't is the way to go. Yeah, I lost myself, and I go see there now. It's just me. Probably the way I should have shown you all my gear and stuff going on. I can put it back to that, or I can go this way, and oh boy, spotlight. No, yeah, sitting here. See, that's the thing is I got to play with all these buttons to figure out the best fit for the best purpose. Mm-hmm. And what I'm doing right now, which I'm going to try this without my sunglasses, man. There we go. I took my sunglasses off. Whoa. Now my eyes got to kind of refocus, and but now that's what I see because I don't have my sunglasses on. I can actually see this doggone panel. Where just a minute ago when I was pushing all these buttons, I was guessing where the buttons were. I'm getting to where I'm memorizing what's where. It's just you can use a 10 key like on your keyboard. You can use your 10 keypad over here. You can program your hotkeys to that 10 keypad where you're just pushing any one of those keys you can designate to do whatever these buttons up here are doing. The only problem you have here is you only have 10 keys. You've got 1 through 0. That's it. That's all you got. So you can only program 10 keys on this keypad. But if all you have are 10 functions that you want to manage in streaming, whether it be on here or OBS, Streamlabs, any streaming software you can use that Elgato on. Now, if I start to use OBS, I will go into my Elgato software and I will create another profile and it'll look a lot like this, but it'll all be OBS shortcuts. So depending on what I'm using in what stream, I can flip-flop between those profiles, and I've got, let's say I used all 32 keys in StreamYard. In OBS, I used all 32 keys, but I'm in StreamYard and OBS, right? I'm running them both. If I'm running them both off the same system, I can then jump in my Elgato software. I can have that down in the tray, easy to access, pull it up. I can go in that software, switch profiles, and this whole screen will change to OBS. Now, things I need to do in the OBS software are all right there on my Elgato, and I can hit those quick keys on that and say, put me back to StreamYard, and it'll switch my whole panel right back to the StreamYard icons. Ain't that sweet? That is, I mean, no wonder these top-of-the-line channels are using this baby. I mean, and I went and watched a channel that has 3.4 million followers, and he's using a Stream Deck Mini that's only got 10 keys. That's only got 10 keys, and he brags about the Stream Deck and how much it helps him with his live streams. And I thought, he's got over 3 million followers, and he's using the smallest, least capable Stream Deck out there, and he's thrilled. I've got the largest, most advanced Stream Deck they make. You can imagine how this old boy feels. But there you go. You guys got to see this is what's going on here. Back there, you can see that old fan's going. There's a lot of equipment running in here. It gets pretty warm. People go, Sty, are you staying warm? Oh yeah, all I got to do is live stream. I'll stay plenty warm. But that's it. See, and it's convenient for a studio while living here in the apartment, because down there where you can see the kind of yellowish colored light way at the end down there, and there's a door. That's my front door to my apartment. My apartment is pie-shaped. It's narrow down there, wide up here. Just right around the corner where that light is, that's my little tiny kitchen. My microwave sits right there, because there's literally nowhere in the kitchen that microwave will fit. That's how small my kitchen is. There's the potty room right there. Ain't that convenient, man, from the studio? Whoa, zoom, right over there. But when I say, hang on, guys, I got to get a cup of coffee, I'm heading right over to that microwave. I've got a cup of coffee sitting inside that microwave. All I got to do is hit the start button, bring that cup with me and top it off and do my fixings, and I'm right back here. This looks a little unusual because I'm packing. There's an entertainment center underneath that big TV that's, right now it's got a PS4 and a PS3 sitting on it. That's it. It's empty. And I've got all my DVDs, Blu-rays, and PlayStation games for my PS2, 3, and 4, all in a big collapsible tote, moving tote. I'm packing. I'm getting ready. I'm going to be ready to move before my youngest is even out the door. So that's it. I'm going to switch my camera back to my main camera. And I'm going to, before I do that, I'm going to put us back like this. And then I'll swap cameras out real quick. See, that's Stream Deck's a bad habit. Because here I got my mouse and I'm trying to find where's my settings? Where do I go? Oh, just hit the dang right button on the Stream Deck. You're right there. And I can turn my green screen back on, that background, and I can swap my camera. Now that's where OBS comes in handy. Is I could manage my cameras I could manage these cameras through OBS by setting up virtual camera. And through OBS, I can switch between cameras instantly. Just boom, 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 boom. Where with StreamYard, it takes a moment for it to shut this one down, turn that one on. So that's an advantage of OBS. Now, there you go. See, now I'm not wearing the shades. I'm not going to have to wear shades to live stream anymore. Rain Dancer says your apartment about the size of mine. Seniors don't need huge spaces unless it's the forest. Yes, yes, Rain Dancer, I'm in love. I mean, you are so right. You are so right. People ask me, how can you live in such a tiny apartment? The bedroom's good size. It's 12 by 12 feet. It's a good sized bedroom. But in the living room it's 12, and if I add everything over to the microwave, it's 12 by, I think it's 18. But it's so doggone narrow going that direction that it gets down to where it's only about 7 feet across. Here it's 12 feet across, but there it's only 7 feet across. And by the time you put a sofa and stuff along one wall, you put your electronics and TVs over there, maybe another chair, and where the microwave, and I've got a chest of drawers there. You only have about 4.5 feet of walking space through the center. It's not much, but it's all a person truly needs, especially if you love it outdoors and you don't like to be in the house all the time. And for me, what do I do when I'm indoors? I'm right here, man. I'm sitting here in the studio. I'm watching my friends' YouTube channels. I'm doing my own thing, doing live streams. So I don't need the rest of the apartment while I'm doing that. And my bedroom here, I look at it when I walk in there, I go, God, there's a lot of space in here. Can't trip over anything. There's so much room in the bedroom. I got a full size bed with a nightstand and a big kind of round table next to it with a fan on it. And I got a china cabinet, and I've got a couple of bins stacked up next to the china cabinet for storage. I've got a huge walk-in closet, and it's pretty full. Otherwise, the room's empty. What are you doing, Running Water? I know what he's doing. He knows better. It's crash time. I'm gonna have some crash time. Yeah. But yeah, that I'll tell you what, that Stream Deck Running Water, boy, that's a win-win. What are you showing us?
Oh, what that? That's the PlayStation setup on the steering wheel.
Oh, that's what you got going there. Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, your tablet came today. That's what you had accidentally sent to my place, right?
Yeah, the tablet, and then there's like a 512 micro SD.
You want me to look inside of it to see if that SD's in it?
It had a separate tracking number, actually.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Because
I found out from Dell, everything gets shipped separately. So if you ordered 20 little micro SD cards, you're going to have 20 different tracking numbers.
Yeah. Okay, here's the issue. Here's the only issue. If it ain't in that box, I don't know where it is.
Oh, it's still in transit.
The card?
Yeah.
Okay, because you did have a padded envelope that's just thinner than shit. I could hardly tell them if there's anything in it at the house today. And I didn't look to see if that was FedEx.
Yeah. The tablet and that SD card were both coming to yours. Okay. And those were the only two things that were coming to your address. But when I was looking at it, it wasn't even showing as shipped yet for that SD card. So.
Oh, okay. But Yeah, the SD card's the only thing I'm nervous about is small packages, little tiny packages. Those are the ones these goofballs will walk off with, you know.
Now, see, if
Or
it was Amazon, they would have put that SD card in like a box the size of a microwave.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. I would have had another big box to put stuff in when I move
and then
because
they would have shoved that tablet in a plastic bag and sent it.
oh
You know,
yeah,
because
that would
that's
have
not
been in
M.
one of those little bubble wrap envelopes, the big ones. Yeah, it would have been slid in there. Yeah, no, the tablet came in a box that I was surprised the size of the box. It's appropriate for a tablet, and you shake it, and it moves, but you can tell it's well padded. It's yeah, it must be wrapped in bubble wrap or something because you can hardly tell it's in there. You know, weight
Yeah,
you
because
can tell, but
it's a 12-inch tablet. So
yeah, and
uh,
the box is 13. you
yeah, yeah.
know, so yeah, it's perfect. You know that they didn't no wasted. Rain Dancer's asking if I'll host campgrounds next summer. At this point, Rain Dancer, I don't think so. At this point, I don't think I'm going to be able to. I think my career as hosting is over for the rest of my days. I hate to say that. I mean, I loved it. I loved it last summer. God, I loved it. And but I consider myself so fortunate to have at least been able to experience a summer like that in my lifetime. And I've got ongoing health issues, and I've, I have a very difficult time doing it, but I have to do a little bit of a rewind, and I got to slow things down. I got to do things a little wiser. Um, this old boy wants to last as long as he can, and I'm just afraid of getting out there hosting and not having how do I put it? Just not having the get up and go to do as well as I did last summer, and I'm just afraid that if I'm not up to par, then I won't be up to par to our camp guests either. Um, I'm sure it would reflect on how people's enjoyment of the campground would be when their host isn't feeling so good with being there in the first place. The But Rain Dancer, but that's a big but. At Running Waters, he's got a nice yard, really nice yard. So I can be out in that yard every day. There's things I can do. Well, just getting his yard whipped back into shape because his little brother, all he wanted to do was mow grass once a month, and that's it. And there's a lot that needs to be done in that yard. Running Waters first admitted he wishes that he could be home more often than 4 times a year because there's a lot he'd like to see done in his yard. I love doing that stuff. I love doing it. A lot of it's a lot of work, but I love doing it. And my youngest son today said, "Look at this yard. Look at that. It's terrible. All of that brush and those trees and all that." I said, "Yeah, it'll be gone this spring and summer. It'll all be gone." And he goes, "So Running Water talked you into doing that for him, huh? You're going to go and fix his yard." And it's that. I said, "Let's get one thing straight, buddy. What I do in Running Water's yard, what I do around Running Water's house, what I do out in his shop, if he benefits from it, bravo, good deal. Because I'm getting double for the price of one. I'm getting double because anything I do here, I'm going to be doing for myself, man. if I get that yard all done and squared away, who the hell do you think's going to be enjoying that yard more than anybody else? I When it's all said and done, everything I do around there, Running Water hasn't asked me to do anything. He has suggested things that we could do together. And a lot of those things I came back and said, well, I'll do that while you're on the road, man. I got 3 months to get one of those projects done. You come home and you think I did it in a day. I could lie to you and say, oh, yeah, I put a hard weekend in to get that all done. He ain't there to know,
It,
that
it'd
it
be
took
like
me 3
those.
months and I got done the day before he came home.
It's going to be like those 80s Rice Krispie treat commercials where the gal's in the kitchen just chilling out, and then she takes and she splashes some flour on her face, like, "Ooh,
Woo!
yeah,
That's
come
it.
out, yeah."
Hey, Tim, it's great to see you. Kirk Whipper's stopping in. That's awesome. I want to thank you guys for coming around today and hanging out with me this evening. Um, while I'm just stumbling around playing with my new monitor and with my stream deck. I I can't wait to get set up at Running Waters because I'm going to have a legitimate, it's going to be a very legitimate studio. It's going to be very legitimate. I'll tell you what, I need two of those monitors, buddy, because
Okay.
those two curves. Oh
Mhm.
my lordy! Oh, will that be sweeter than shit? I mean, it'll make my whole. It'll feel like I'm sitting in a spaceship control room, and yeah, here we go, guys. We're gonna launch. Um, and that's what I like is, and I'm not shy about it. I tell people I don't know how long I got for this whole world, but every minute I do have, I want it to be a good minute, and I only have a few bad minutes a day because I'm finding something good in everything, man. I'm finding something good in everything. I get set up over at Running Waters. I'll damn near be too happy to die. It's going to be one of those things. He's going to come home from on the road and he'll say, "What in the hell are you doing here?" And I'll go, "What do you mean? What am I doing here? I live here." And he goes, "Not really, because I got the obituary and the notice of your funeral, and everybody said the funeral was great, and that was a month ago. What are you still doing here?" Well, shit, I went and died and nobody told me? Damn it. I can see it. I can see it going that way. It's just like, Jesus, Dad, you're not here anymore, really. Oh shucks, here I was. I didn't even notice, man. Well, okay. I'll be out of here by morning. Sorry. Sorry. I'm out of here. Bye. You know. Hey. I'll do the dishes before I leave. Yeah. How's that? Right. Running Water will go, good, cool, okay. But see, and that's I feel I I there's times that I actually feel I don't know if it's selfish or there's times I'm a little embarrassed. But I'm not shy about the fact that I could go anytime, you know. I and Running Water, I am so grateful and thankful that I've got a son that understands that. He understands that. He's hey, Pop, if you're good with it, then what the hell? I'm good with it. You know, why why should I expect you to be or do something you're not? He doesn't go there where other family members and some friends, it's like, oh no, Sty, we can't do without you and this and that. Well, guess what? Guess what? Life. I mean, every day when I get up, when I was young, I used to go, whoa, yeah, I loved that saying. Today's the first day of the rest of my life. I get up every morning now and I go, holy shit. Yep, today is the first day of the end of my life. Once you're over the hump, you just never know. You just never know. And this every day is the first day of the end of your life. You don't know where that end is. Um, Death is down at the end of the street down there somewhere. You're looking down a street that's 100 blocks long or more, and death is on one of those blocks down there somewhere. Slow down, pay attention to what the hell's around you, and enjoy your stroll down the street. Don't jaywalk to get to the other next block. Stand there and wait for that come ahead on the turn signal. Oh, I could go cross now. Take your sweet ass time because you don't know what block death's waiting on down there. So people, they want to take off down those blocks as fast as they can because they're scared to death and they're thinking, if I get down there real quick, maybe I can run past them. Now people try to avoid death. So what they do is every other block, they cross the street. Death is on this side of the street and he's down there somewhere. So I'm going to cross over and go down that block. And then I'll cross over, back over and go down a block. Then I'll cross over and go down a block. Guess what? He's doing the same damn thing. He's just mirror imaging you, and he's going to meet up with you where he wants to meet up. And so instead, take your walk down the street and get some enjoyment out of it. Yeah, Rain Dancer, doing short visits to friends. Yeah, that's what I'm still going to be camping next summer. The adventure trailer is going to be right ready. I'm not done with the adventure trailer. I still plan on doing all those improvements to it because I'm still going camping, man. And I just won't be going camping for 6 months for one camping trip. 6 months? No. Next summer, I think a long camping trip will be a 2 week trip. Um, and I
Well,
hope to be able to do 3 or 4 of those and a few 1 weekers blended in. So I'll be out. I'm going to be out camping.
Well, and then the yard there at the house, it's well wooded, so you still could do outdoor type video
Oh yeah.
content,
Oh
bushcrafting
yeah.
type content, you know.
Hell, half of my content this summer is going to be cleaning up that yard. All that wood that's got to be cut up and split, and all the brush and getting that together. Hell, when I go pick up a chipper and come over and chip all that crap up we got in the yard, all around the yard, that's going to be an all day job chipping that shit up. I'm going to start right from square one. Well, guys, we're on our way to go. Well, first it'll be, hey guys, look at all that. I showed you what I brushed, got it into piles, and this is everything from those trees all piled. Guess where we're going today? And then the next part of the video will be, we're on our way. We're getting this chipper. I'll go down and get the chipper and haul it back and say, check it out, guys. I backed the chipper in. We're going to start chipping. Put your earplugs in. Here we go. And it's content. It's content. It's shit I'm going to be doing outside. And I'm just going to take everybody with me along on that trip of where we start in the spring to where it ends up at the end of the summer. And when you come home on one of your fall trips, like your Applefest weekend trip, that's a great time for us to hang out around fire pit in the
Hmm.
backyard that's well groomed, all cherried out. Yeah, yeah. So the thing is just keep going down the road and If something takes you away from that trip down the road, it does. But in the meantime, don't worry about it. Just keep going down the road. Because if you manage to get to the block where you're sitting around the fire pit roasting marshmallows and hot dogs and drinking beer, well, enjoy the hell out of it, man. You made it there, enjoy it. But unless you enjoyed the journey getting there, if all of a sudden you can't be there, what a waste of time that was. No, I'm looking forward to the journey as much as the destination. Yeah, Rain Dancer. Hey, TM says be sure to get film footage of it all, especially if you do any upgrades to the trailer. Yes, I'll be filming all of that. Um, hey, Rain Dancer saying, "Come out here, doors open." I just might. Don't be. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It all depends on resources. I am very limited, so if I got the resources, I'd love to take a northwest coast round trip, fair weather trip. Because I want to go back to old stomping grounds in Montana and Idaho. And if you're getting to Idaho, you might as well go to Washington and Oregon. I've got a sweet friend there in Oregon that if I get out that way, I got to go see her. And that's native Grammy. I cannot get into that neck of the woods without going to see her. And yeah, Rain Dancer says chipper and wood splitter, and that's the thing too is once I get all the wood separate from all the brush, and I got all the brush stacked, anything that's going to go in that chipper, get it all stacked, ready to go, and strategically located where I pull in with the truck with the chipper because it's going to blow it right in the back of my truck. I just pull up to a pile, chip it, pull up the next pile, chip it. I'll be driving right around that one side of the yard and hitting all. I figure I'm going to have 5 piles. I'll hit all 5 piles. And with what's there, I've done a lot of chipping in the past. And I still recall about how much brush fits in a pickup truck once chipped. And yeah, what we have will fit my truck one load. I'll fill the truck up to the rails with a single load, and that'll be all the brush. And it'll go slick as can be. And the sweet thing about it is I'm not going to go get the chipper unless I can afford to have it for 2 days. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to get it for 1 day and force myself, man, I got to go out to pound, and then have a fucking heart attack, and I don't make it to the end of the road where I thought it was going. No, I'm going to rent it for 2 days. If I get done with it the first day, cool. I'll have a nice restful evening, kick back, get up late in the morning, jump in the truck, return the chipper, run out to the landfill, get rid of the chips. Make a 2-day project out of it, whether it takes 2 days or not. And same with the wood. Once I got all the wood bucked up and thrown into a pile that I could pull in with the truck, with the splitter, and just start splitting. I'm going to add splitter 2 days. Damn right. And I know I can get what wood will have there all split in 2 days, all by myself. I can't get it all moved and stacked in those 2 days, but I can get it all split. So
well, I got the wagon. Use the wagon.
Yeah, but I'm not doing it when I'm split. I'm going to get it all split, then I'm going to move it. That's a second project. Part 2 of splitting wood. Yeah, I split it. Now I got to move that. Shit. It's split. Now it's shit. Yeah. That's like they say. I don't know where these guys figured that out, though. They say, nice thing about heating with woods is you get warmed up twice. Once handling all that wood and once putting it in the wood stove. Well, wait a minute. Every time I've processed firewood, I got warmed up at least 3 times, if not 4. When I was out at Camp WTF, putting up wood for 3 people annually, usually cutting about 20, between 20 and 24 cord, full cords. My Sty Shack burned about 10 cord. Rory in her little cabin burned 12.
Mhm.
And her cabin was insulated. And it's actually a stick-built little one-bedroom house, but it's well insulated. I lived in a pole barn, uninsulated, and I burnt 10 cord. But she and my pole barn was damn near as big as her cottage. But she burnt 12 cord, and you go in there, and it's 80 frickin' degrees all the time. And yeah, she burned the wood. So, yeah, between 20 and 24 cord a year. But I had to go out in the woods with my truck, go to somewhere, a clear cut, get into the slash piles, buck that wood into 8-foot chunks and load it all up in my truck. And if I was lucky, I had the trailer behind, load the trailer up too, haul it back into camp, unload that. And when I get like 4 trips there, and I got a pile that's 20 feet long and 6 feet high of logs, 8-foot logs, I drag my big sawbuck over there, set it up, and I start flopping logs on that sawbuck, buck it all into firewood. So that's the 3rd time I get warmed up touching that firewood. Then all that bucked up wood's got to be split, so I get warmed up a 4th time. Now it's got to be all hauled to my Sty Shack or to her cottage. 5 times I got warmed up hauling that wood. Then, all winter, I got to go out there, haul that wood into the shack, haul it over to the shack out on the front porch. I considered that in, because then I just open the door and grab what I need. But so 6 times I had to handle that wood, and I got sweaty every time. And then I finally get to put it in the wood stove and get warmed up with it. So I got 7 good warm times out of all of that wood. So yeah, everybody saying, all these guys saying, oh yeah, firewood's great. You get warmed up twice off of 1 piece of wood. What the hell? What are you doing? What are you cutting? What are you burning it in? You must be bringing your wood stove out to the tree, cut the tree down, and just keep moving your wood stove along the side of the tree, cut a piece and put it in, cut a piece, put it in. Otherwise, how the hell can you get warmed up only once touching that wood? I don't get it. That would be bring dad to work trip. Yeah, a good wood splitter is great. I've had a couple of people ask me why I haven't jumped on board with running water when he goes out and take a road trip. I said I would if he had weekly turnarounds or maybe 2-week turnarounds. But this 3 months out on the goddamn road at a time, I ain't doing it no more. And him and I talk all the time about the shit he's got to go through and the way the DOT is now and the way company rules are now. And that I don't think I could observe the shit they got to go through now for that long. I probably would go ballistic at a weigh scale somewhere, or I'd go ballistic in a truck stop or something. Yeah, I'd probably lose it. Yeah, we don't know why, but this old guy come in and yeah, he slapped the shit out of everybody at the weigh station. And you should see what he slapped them with. An ancient old log book.
Yeah. The shortest run I can do is 3 weeks.
Uh-huh.
With where I'm living.
Right,
I'm so
right.
far off the beaten path.
Well, that's it. I don't think people can appreciate that either, is where you live versus where you haul, where your company is, and your typical hauling region. You do get up this way, but it's not like it's something you can count on. I mean, it's just not, oh, that's a regular routine. We're always hauling to Duluth, Minnesota. No, you're not always hauling to Duluth,
No.
Minnesota. I mean, yeah,
No, and the thing is yeah, generally when I get up into Wisconsin, the closest I get is still about 4 hours away from the house, even when they're
yeah,
sending me home.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
they'll deliver
Yeah.
and then I have to run empty for 4 hours to get to the house.
And that's it,
Yeah.
is the only time you've been fortunate to get a load that's a little, just a hair over an hour away, is when you're hauling out of Superior, Duluth, and
Hmm.
you're hauling lumber or something out of there. But that doesn't happen often. Usually, almost
Right.
every time you say, "Oh yeah, I got to go way down state, and I gotta, or I gotta, I'm deadheading all the way over to Illinois, or you know."
I've been with this company what 6 years now,
Mhm.
and I've had twice that they've had me that I was lucky enough to get the load picking up north of Minneapolis, going to Mellon. You know,
Oh
but
wow,
but it was always the type deal that I picked up on Friday and it has to be delivered on Monday. So it's like I
Monday,
got home, hang on at home for 2 days, and I have to run that 20 miles down and back.
right before you can actually start a home break.
Right.
You're caught in the front end of screwing up a couple days. You can't make any plans. Uh, hauling into Melon, hauling into
Yeah.
Melon.
Yeah. It's green lumber going in there to the kilns.
Oh, round timber.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. All they're doing there, that all Melon is now, is a veneer mill. That's all they make there now,
Right.
virtually.
And it
They
and it
got
was all
they got runs of dimensional. They do, but it's like they say, if you got a 7 day a week, 5.5 of those days were turning veneer. The other day and a half were milling dimensional, and that's why all these people love getting their hands on those veneer cores that are only that big around, and
right.
they're 8.5 feet long, and they're kiln dry, and all the firewood dealers in the area, I want that, I want that wood. Well, the mill in Melton's gotten smart. They used to give that shit away. Just get that's to them, it was waste material. Get rid of it. Now it's like, what you paying? And they realize what it's worth. But the guy that sells firewood in our Forest Service campgrounds now, he's got a lot of the veneer cores, and his bundles of wood are 50-50. Good, great hardwood. A lot of it's still got some bark on it, and veneer core. Veneer core is like pure gasoline soaked kindling. I mean, it burns for a long time, but oh, it goes up like a torch, and people love his bundles of wood because of that. But he gets his veneer cores for nothing. The mill he gets them from feels they owe him, because he's been, for 20 years, he's been hauling material to that mill, and he's he stuck it out with the mill during hard times, and the mill hasn't forgotten, you know, that he's. But hey, Rain Dancer, hey, we'll see ya. You have a good evening. You take it very easy too. I'm not going to run much longer. Um, I got to play with Stream Deck, and I've been pushing these buttons every once in a while. I keep checking the chat. I keep checking the. I pull my branding stuff up. Yeah, I've been. a lot of things behind the scenes that as a creator and a streamer, I can see it because I do it all the time. I can see it in other hosts, and you see them there constantly. They're doing that constantly, and they're moving back and forth, looking up and down. It's because they're messing with the mouse. They're using the keyboard, and now you can do things and check things, and it's just that nice little panel sitting right there. Just there's the button. Beep, it's done. Oh, there's a button. It's done. I don't have to look where the hell my mouse is or nothing. I love it. Now that it's set up, it's so simplistic. It is. It's so simplistic. I'm going to myself, what? First of all, why does it cost so much? Second of all of these great big ass YouTube channels, and they're so bragging up their Elgatos. Oh yeah, man! If you could have one of these, and it's like you can do your streams without one, easy enough. You can do your streams without them. I don't need that. I don't. It's not a necessity in your studio. It's like going from a Chevrolet Bel Air to a Cadillac Eldorado. Yeah, it's a lot more comfortable, man. It makes streaming that much more comfortable. I love it. The yeah.
Well, that's one big plus of having you move in. Then I won't have someone there telling me what I do and don't need.
Oh no, you won't.
Because it's like.
Oh, look at that! That's like a mini keyboard, eh?
Yeah, it's a MIDI controller, soundboard controller.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, when I went to pick up sushi yesterday, I saw Music Pro Audio store was right there around the corner from it. So I walked on there with my sushi, go look what they had in there. And they had that on sale, Black Friday sale. I'm like, well, that's a lot cheaper than Amazon.
Something I bought. Something I bought. I'm going to show it to you. It's running. Yeah, it's running. I put 2 cans in it last night. I drank them. Sorry. But it's got a little fridge handle. You open it up. It holds 6 cans of beer, 6 cans of soda, whatever. And oh damn, that thing's cold. Yeah. It runs on regular house current or 12 volt. So when I go camping, I can take that with and on the 12 volt, plug it in my adventure trailer and have 6 cold cans of soda or whatever I want in there. Beer, V8. And it's nice and handy right there. Because that is like a super miniature version of the one I got in the trailer, which is, I think it's 48 quart. It's a big bug. And this thing keeps anything in it 28 degrees below the ambient temperature, whatever the temp is around you. And in my apartment, it's 74 degrees. So it's 28 degrees lower than that. So you get sodas down around 40 degrees. They're pretty doggone cold. That thing was $25. Black Friday sale at Walmart. $25. So here it is, and that's where it will be over at the new house. Is right in my studio, right there. because I'm going to stock that thing up with something cold to drink. Or when I'm live streaming or when I'm just working YouTube, I just, oh, I got something in the fridge there when I'm thirsty and I don't want another cup of coffee. I can keep snacks in there, that I want cold snacks, stash them in my little Frigidaire. It's pretty cool. It's got a little window in it so I can give it a glance and go, oh, it's empty. I got to fill it. You know, I like it. So the thing is I know your brother would have said, don't you have something better to spend your money on? Well, yeah, maybe. But this is fun. I yeah, I I yeah, I spent $25 and I probably shouldn't have because I got to buy a starter for my truck. And now I'm whining, oh my God, I'm tight. I shouldn't have bought that thing. But then when I bought that thing, I didn't think I was going to have to buy a starter for the truck. So too late. I bought it. I took it out. I used it. I'm not going to return it to Walmart. Just get $25 back to put to the starter. Oh well, what the hell, right? The but yeah, so there you go. I got one other tech thing, third thing, yeah, my little studio fridge. Yeah, yeah. The the only thing it won't do is keep ice cream. Now, if I
No.
had one that was powerful enough to keep ice cream in it that small, that'd be cool. I could dish up a bowl and slide it in there, and it'd be ready for when I want it. That's the thing is you're talking about getting a floor freezer for at the house,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm looking at my freezer, and my freezer's terrible. Um, there's not a lot of well, there's like 5 meal foods in there, but like I got a bag of store bought meatballs. Well, with what I can actually eat, that one little bag of meatballs will last me about 8 meals. So take out a few, close it up, put it back in the freezer. That bag will be in there for 6 months. Same way, I've got chicken breasts in there. I got 4 of them. Each one of them, I'll only be able to eat half of one. So I'm looking, I go, there's 8 meals. So everything I got in there is 8 to 10 meals if I decide to take it out and prepare it. The rest of the space in that freezer, if I have access to even a small floor freezer, it'd be a lifesaver. It's tough with that stuff I got in there to fit 4 cartons of ice cream. I, I got 4 cartons of ice cream in there now. Yeah, and each carton, 3 of the cartons have a fourth of it missing already. Uh, it doesn't. I eat a carton of ice cream every 2 to 3 days because I can get it down. I can swallow it. It's easy for me to eat, and but it doesn't. It's not messing up my blood sugars. Everybody's going, "Oh boy, you can't be doing that, Sty, with your diabetes." Well, I have been doing it, and guess what? My blood sugars aren't going up. They're not going up from it. And that ain't a lie. I'm telling you the truth. And I am so freaking happy that I can eat ice cream. Blue Bunny banana split last night. Damn right. Well, I watched a crazy movie for the second freaking time I watched that movie. And I'm still right now wanting to watch it a third time because that movie's got me weirded out, man. If you haven't
Which
seen this
one?
movie, go. If you haven't seen this movie, get online, Amazon Prime or wherever you can find it, and watch it. Cold Skin. It's called Cold Skin. Look it up. Watch it. It'll freak your ass out. You do not want to be a weatherman on a remote island. You do not want to be the lighthouse keeper on a remote island. Because when you meet the locals, it gets pretty fucking strange. Cold skin. Cold skin. I'm telling you, I watched that sucker. I watched it twice. I'm ready to watch it a third time. And I just watched it again, the second time last night. I watched it the first time a little less than a week ago. It weirds me out. Last night I was just glued to the TV going, that is so fucking freaky. That is so out there weird. That is not right. There's something terribly not good about this situation. Yeah, yeah. It'll get you going, man. It'll get you going. And you got to watch it to the end. You got to watch it to the end because it really leaves you thinking. It leaves you like, oh my gosh, where did it go from there? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a movie where the journey is awesome, and the end, only you can imagine the end. Another one I watched last night. I told you I couldn't sleep. I was just sick. I couldn't sleep. So what did I do? I went on Amazon and I had purchased it a couple weeks ago. Just hadn't watched it. So I watched Godzilla versus King Kong last night. Finally watched it. And yeah, I was good with it. I don't like to be lied to. The intro, the trailer. And one must fall. Bullshit. God damn it, at the end, I just like it. Well, I knew they would. No. Yeah. One does fall. But it's one that you didn't expect in the picture in the first fucking place. Right? It's like, no, you promote this thing about the two of them and you say Godzilla versus Kong, right? You're only talking about two of them. One must fall. Why is this third guy thrown in the fucking mix? It's because you knew you couldn't get away with having one of those two fall. Oh, no, 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 no. That'll get you in trouble, You can't eliminate heroes, Fuckers. Yeah. So I watched both those movies last night. But I got to say, Godzilla versus Kong, I was okay with it. I thought it was okay. I liked it. But Cold Skin, second time I watched it, goosebumps. Cold skin. You're going to end up with cold skin. Yeah. 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 You start asking all kinds of questions about that movie. It's like, what if? Why? How? How could he? Oh, yeah. There's a lot of, and you're going, is that morally wrong? Is and just how inhuman are we? And
Well,
it'll get
under that same path, I took and binged yesterday Squid Games.
Oh, really?
Oh, have you watched it yet?
No.
Or, it's worth it. Um, it can be gory,
That's
spoiler.
what I heard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, but yeah, it deals with the whole psychology of people and what you'll do to survive. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Avengers Endgame.
Yep. Okay.
It's everybody out of Marvel, right? Is one way or another involved.
Mostly, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And that's where I'm headed is the mostly. Why ain't Deadpool in there? Because you can't kill Deadpool.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
he's not in there. He can't be in Endgame because there's no way they could get rid of his ass. They knew damn well we can't get rid of him in Endgame. Plus,
well.
he's
At the
so
same time,
dirty and his language cannot be put in with all those other good Avengers. No, 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 no. That's bad. Even the X-Men won't have them. So how
well,
in
the
the
X Men
hell?
aren't in Endgame either.
Oh, but isn't Stark involved? I thought
Yeah,
Stark was involved in
but he's
Endgame.
not connected with X Men.
But yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I thought they were,
Or with X
oh
Men.
wait a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Stark isn't
No,
with
you're
X
right.
Men.
You're right. I but but
Yeah. That the mutants are separate from the
yeah,
superhero, and it's weird how the Marvel franchise is kind of split into like two universes.
yeah. But
Though
eh,
what they're doing with
well,
Spider Man
well,
might
that's
change that up.
but what are Guardians of the Galaxy doing in the mix? Because
Well,
they're not Avengers. They're in their
yeah.
whole separate little fucking world.
Well, they're all in the
And
universe.
what it did was is the the Guardians and the Avengers just by happen chance pissed off the same guy. That's what happened. That's what happened.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, the Avengers and the Guardians could give a flying f about each other. They could care less about.
Yeah, and seeing the connection is that um, Star Lord, Peter Quinn,
Right.
his dad, which was in the second movie, wasn't
Yeah.
eternal.
Yeah.
Just like Thanos' mom wasn't eternal, but she tried to kill Thanos because he was so ugly.
Right.
But yeah. So yeah, you have that connection, and then where the
But
Guardians
that's
get mixed
a
in
thin.
is
That's a
when
thin connection.
where the Asgardians left, Asgard, Thor and all
And,
them,
and ended up
in Ragnarok and run
after
into
Ragnarok, they end up they end up on Earth and blah 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 blah. It's yeah, to me, their connection, the Guardians and the Avengers, is so fucking thin. It's just thin, and it's and it was because of Thor.
Mhm.
It was because of Thor. He stuck his nose too deep and ended up involved with fucking Avengers. Stop it,
well,
Thor.
well,
Yeah, because
they
Thor is a dope.
they were going
Thor
on.
is a dope.
Yeah. Well, there's a forum I was on a stream that and they're arguing back and forth on it. You know, not about the Guardians being in there, but Endgame and Thor's hammer and Captain America picked it up and it's blah 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 and and that's not realistic and physics and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, but
Oh,
you're all okay. You're all okay with raccoon with a machine gun and a talking tree.
oh
That's all
yeah,
good.
that's good. But boy, that
That
other shit
hammer. Yeah.
is such an overreach. I cannot buy into that. You know, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Yeah, Groot would agree. I'm sure of it. I'm sure that you know.
Oh, Vin
I
Diesel,
wish
his interview, he's like, that's the easiest acting job I've ever had because all I had to
and
do is say
and
3
and
words.
and and I loved it because Van Diesel said it was one of the deepest emotional roles he ever played. He said, "Oh man, I got so deep into that character," and I thought that goes to show you never made it out of the fucking third grade, did you? I am Groot.
Yeah.
I feel so deep. Yeah, fuck deep. They planted your ass too deep. I mean, hey, Joe, W Life Adventures, great to see you. TM says, y'all have a good night. A good day or night, I guess. Yeah. And TM says, I want to watch Squid Games. Uh-oh, you sold somebody there, Running Water. The, I I'll tell you what. I I love the movies. I love the movies, and a lot of people get pissed at me. They want to talk movies, and shit that they've watched and I've watched and shit. And then they'll say, so and so, and I'll go, who the hell is that? Yeah, well, and I go, if you want me to know who you're talking about, tell me who they played. You don't know the actor? Fuck no, I don't remember the goddamn names. The, I mean, why the hell should I try to remember their real name and their stage name? That all goes back to the day when I was a Stephen King freak. I still am. I just pissed they don't make good new Stephen King movies. But I read this whole fucking book and I'm just thrilled, man. And I'm telling the ex wife, I'm telling everybody, you got to read that fucking book. You can't pass that book up. This guy is going to kick the shit out of Stephen King. I guarantee you. I mean, this guy's outwriting Stephen King night and day. Who is it? Bachman. Oh, you got to read him, man. You got to read. Then I find out that is Stephen King. You son of a bitch. You son. I don't care what your fucking name is anymore. I don't care. If I see you, I know who did it. I know who played the part. I know who wrote the book by face. I don't know their fucking name. And they keep saying, what about so-and-so? Isn't she beautiful? She's just another good-looking chick. I mean, I don't know her fucking name. What part did she play in what movie? Then maybe I know who you're talking about. But to just say her real name, I don't know her. I've never met her. Yeah, I've seen. And then half, 99, you know for a fact. We've all watched the movies. They never mention their real name in the movie. You better be reading them fuckers. And you better look at the cast listing to find out who was that character by name. I ain't got time for that shit. No, when the movie ends, the only thing I watch are the after clips on Marvel shit.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you ain't catching me there for credits. And I watched the whole credits Galaxy of the Guardian just to see what the fuck Groot is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking up the credits and putting in, I'm Groot, Chief producer, I'm Groot. Yeah, yeah, that's good. Same with Deadpool. I gotta watch the whole intro and all of the credits because Deadpool, yeah, yeah. Our program director, some faggot we picked up down on 3rd Street. What the heck? You go,
He's like, you can't
what?
see
You
that.
can't, you can't. And that's all his credits is like. It's just all it. You never. It's very difficult. You got to wait till the very ass end of the credits to actually get the people's names, who they were, because Deadpool's screwing with the whole thing. He's screwing with the whole thing. I love it. I love it. Um, she said questions. I got some questions. Answers. I don't know if we got answers. TM, I got to let my supper cool down for a few minutes, so I guess I can watch a few more minutes. Yeah, yeah. The, yeah, I hate my eating disorder because I can't eat with people anymore. I don't eat in front of people. Um, but I hate that because food and socialization go so well together. Yeah, it's like pumpkin pie with Thanksgiving dinner. Goes so good together. But I just can't eat with an audience, with people present. And so I miss that, being able to go to a restaurant and chow down. And now Running Water and I, next time he gets into town, we're going to go for Chinese again. And I'll sit there and I'll nibble, and I'll get my to-go boxes, and I'll put it all in the to-go box, bring it home, and I'll get 5, 6 meals out of it, um,
Mm-hmm.
in the privacy of my home. And he knows the routine, and it goes quite well. Goes quite well. Eh, he doesn't get shocked when I take a bite and I'm quiet for the next 4 minutes, and then I tell him that's it. That's all I can do. But the benefit of my eating disorder, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. Um, the It's great. It's great because I don't have hunger pains. I don't like, oh my God, I'm craving this, craving that. I do get cravings, and a lot of those cravings are for things I got here around the house. I'll go nab that item, half a spoonful, get it in my mouth. Savor the flavor, man. And that's what I needed was the flavor. I needed the texture and the flavor, and then I'm good because I'm not hungry. I don't feel like I gotta eat it, but boy, I want to chew it and taste it. Just don't want to swallow it because I'm not hungry. So a lot of people go, "Oh my God, it's got to be uncomfortable for you, Sty." And that's one of the issues with this is I have to make myself eat, take in at least an acceptable level of calories, um, which isn't much. It's between 1,000 and 1,600 calories a day that I'm able to consume. Um, I can get over that if I dabble into my ice cream a little more, but that'll drive the calories up. But um, and I could still sit and eat a whole can of Pringles in an evening watching TV. I could sit, and within a couple of hours, I'm going, oh boy, I ate a whole can of Pringles. But I can't sit and eat, say, 2 cups of tomato soup. I can't eat that. I can eat maybe a cup if I really force myself. But the calories I get out of a whole can of Pringles, guess what? There's 900 calories in a whole can.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. What do you mean you can't live on potatoes alone? Especially these pre-chewed, spit out, and dried into a chip ones. I mean, that's all a Pringles is they're just ground up potatoes made into a mash and then formed into a chip. So I call them they're pre-digested. I just have to get them in my stomach, and then my stomach will redigest them, finish it, finish the job. So, yeah, Pringles it is, man. That's what I'll probably have for most of my dinner tonight. Is I've got a couple of leftover items from Thanksgiving I could try eating a little of because I love the flavor and textures, and the rest of it's going out in the trash tomorrow. I can't keep it that long, which is a shame. I could give that to Running Water if he was home and he'd eat it. He'd eat it all. That bacon, cheese pea salad, and
Mm-hmm.
like the pink stuff. The pink stuff this year. I knew I had a box of cherry Jello in the cupboard in the pantry. Oh fuck no! Not a single box of cherry Jello in there. I'm looking through and I'm going, oh shit. And I have a problem with green stuff. I like the flavor, but the color and texture of the cottage cheese, whipped cream, and green Jello is just like old mushy brains. But I Thanos' daughter is part of the Guardians. Yeah, absolutely, she is. Actually, because they haven't come out with 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the Guardians. Her sister is indirectly a Guardian now. Indirectly, she's like a Guardian once removed. You know, she she just She's like, Deadpool ain't gonna accept it. Deadpool is not gonna be an X-Man. I don't give a fuck if you want me to be or not. You guys can wish all day, but I am not gonna be one of you sissies. I remember one of his lines. You know, there's so many. Yeah, I've watched both Deadpools over and over and over, and there's so many little hidden quirky lines that he makes. And there's one in there where he suggests that I can't be an X-Man because I wasn't born with none of this shit. I was even the Wolverine was born a fucking animal, and they just turned his animalistic shit into steel. But he was born that way. X-Men are all born that way. They're not turned into.
Yeah.
They're born
yeah,
that
they're
way.
born mutants. Yeah.
Right. And Deadpool, it's like, no, I'm just fucked. You know, somebody messed with my ass, fucked me up. That's all I am. I'm not an X-Man. I can't be one because I wasn't born this goddamn way. And
yeah, well, yeah, right there, beginning of the first movie, when he's there, like, yeah, I wear red so my enemies can't see me bleed. This guy's got the right idea. He's wearing brown pants.
That's right. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Those lines, all of the lines in Deadpool, as I watch it, the first one, watch it all the way through the first time, and then the second time watching it, I'm nabbing up all of these one-liners that are exactly what everybody's thinking but not willing to say. Mm-hmm. He has no filter. Mm-hmm. Deadpool doesn't have a filter. And, you know, a couple of times throughout his two movies, he's made the comment, I guess I shouldn't have said that, but I don't regret it. You know, yeah, he knows. And his blind partner there, the way he's messing with her all the time, that is downright nasty. That anybody would treat somebody like he treats her. And he's so proud of it. I mean, he's just, yeah.
Wow, and that was brilliant casting there with her, you know, Uhura, from the old Star Trek, always prim and proper, and
And all of a sudden she's a crackhead. And the thing is with Deadpool, they created another Marvel genre outside of the Guardians, outside of X-Men, outside of anybody. They're trying to make him inclusive, but he don't give a shit about them. He just don't like them getting in the middle. God, I almost had that guy dead, and you had to get in the middle of that shit. Well, you could be an X-Men, but you can't kill people. Well, then I can't be an X-Men, man. What the hell is it? What good are you if you got all these super ass powers and you ain't killing any bad guys? I mean, there's something wrong with that picture. And, big old Iron Nuts telling Deadpool, you can't be killing people. Now, wait a minute. I've watched enough X-Men myself, too. Has anybody suggested that to Wolverine? I don't think so. You don't want to piss him off, do you? As if the X-Men aren't wiping people out. Bullshit. And then I can hear him saying, but they're all really bad guys. Well, look at Wolverine. He wasn't a fucking angel of his life either, through his life. So, yeah, they were really bad guys they killed. But were they given a chance to reform? Were they given Deadpool's opportunity? Hey, you shouldn't kill. You can become an X-Man. No, they don't do that shit. No, not for those guys. The X-Men will just go ahead and kill them. Yeah, that's what makes all of the Marvel stuff fun. Makes it interesting and fun, and I'm good with.
Well, seeing that's the big difference between Marvel and DC. DC is all about the brooding. Oh, my family's dead, or
Right,
I'm an orphan raised by my uncle and aunt, and
right.
it's more of the you know
The sad backstory.
melancholy, backstory where Marvel's like it's like, hey, I could do this.
Yeah,
I'm
check
I'm Iron Man.
check this out. And that's it with Tony Stark. Everybody just loves Iron Man. Man, that is so cool. Iron Man, Tony Stark. I tell you, yeah, I like the Iron Man movies. I like them all. I actually like them all. Some better than others, but when it comes to Tony Stark, if he really existed and I passed him on the street, I'd go right in his face. You prick, you're an asshole. I don't want. What are you doing on the same side of the street as me? Get the hell away from me, you narcissistic son of a bitch. I right from the very first Iron Man, I wanted him to get killed. Come on, somebody kill that son of a bitch. That narcissistic prick. Because he is. He's a condescending, narcissistic prick. There's nothing nice about the guy whatsoever. And he's not saving the human race. No, he's just trying to outdo and outprove everybody else. That's all he's there for. He don't give a flying fuck about you. He just wants to make damn sure he can show he's better than you and rub it in your freaking nose. That's all he's about. Hey, Killer Creations, great to see you. So, Tony Stark, I wonder if he knows that there's some old guy out there wishing he's. Oh, I hope he gets killed in this one. Yeah. I hope. Bring this all shit all to an end for me, would you? Kill him. Kill him. Because all he is a goddamn rich man.
Right.
That's
Well,
all
and
he is an egotistical rich man. And
and see, and they he's Marvel's Batman. You know,
yeah, yeah,
it's like he's got all the cool toys, and I had to give them credit on Justice League when they had that line when he picked up Barry Allen, the Flash, and they're taking off in the car, and Barry's like, "Oh, by the way, what's your superpower?" He's like, "I'm rich."
right.
Yeah,
Because that's it. That's it.
that's it.
Shit. And and you notice that all the superheroes, which people got it all fucked up. Superman is not a superhero
Right.
because he ain't one of us. He's got these powers. He ain't one of us.
Mm-hmm.
Batman's a superhero, right?
Mm.
He's a good example of a superhero. Tony Stark is a superhero, Iron Man, because they're just like us. Them sons of bitches, they fall down the stairs without any protective gear. It's gonna fucking hurt.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and
Because
you get those characters, like Hawkeye or Black Widow. It's like they're just people that got skills.
well, see, and that's it. Is every one of them somewhere along the line they were either born into money or they come into a ton of money and resources for them to be who they are. You don't see poor guys that are superheroes.
Except for Ant-Man.
Well, Ant-Man, that's it. Or Peter Parker, but he's not really. He's got a special power,
Right. But yeah, Ant-Man, it's just tech that he got.
Yeah,
You
but that's it. Is where did he get that tech, that level of tech? Right? It's
Yeah.
like um, your your average local street urchin isn't going to pop out as a superhero anywhere. The only one that I've ever seen come close to it is Kick-Ass. You know that?
Right.
Yeah, that poor dumb bastard. I mean, I love Kick-Ass. I've watched that about 15 times too, because I just laugh at that poor dumb bastard. The first time he puts on that suit and goes and tells those two guys quit messing with their car and gets his ass fucking near killed. I just like, that's just that. Yeah, that's the way it would have gone. Yeah, yeah. I tell you, and I love the intro to Kick Ass, that Austrian fucker jumping off that building and slamming through the roof of that fucking car. Splat! He ain't got no special powers. And he didn't have enough ching in his pocket to get something that actually flies instead of his fake wings, you know?
Well, and that was the whole thing with both kick-ass movies is none of them had superpowers.
No,
Nobody in
no,
those movies. They were just
no.
people.
They're just putting their resources together and getting as smart as they can about how to kill other people. You know, that how can I kill people and get away with it? That's what that was all about. Is if I put this costume on, I can go out there, and it might do some good, but I don't care because I get to kill people. I tell you what, you get a goddamn 11-year-old little girl like that is popping people off, calling other adult women cunt, and the shit she does in that movie, it's like if I had an 11-year-old daughter like her, she'd die in her sleep. I guarantee you, there'd be a pillow over her face. She's going on under. I mean, that they the way they made
Mindy.
that Mindy is just insane out there. That is pushing the extreme little girl, tough girl level. Um, and what's scary is how much she enjoyed it. She just enjoyed the violence, just loved the violence, just take it in, loved it. And her old man out there shooting her in the chest and all that. Yeah, come on, Mindy, 2 more rounds. Well, come on, Daddy. Okay, I'll do it if we get to go bowling afterwards and stop for ice cream. Okay, but no whining, no crying, no complaining. No, okay, go ahead, shoot me again. What the hell? What in the hell is wrong with that kid, let alone her old man? His kid is nuts. You're turning that thing loose in our society? I don't really trust that she could truly decide the good guy and the bad guy. I don't, because if she thinks for some reason you're a threat, she'll just kill you, and she won't kill you nice. She's
No.
gonna she's gonna gut you, burn you, whatever it takes. She ain't gonna shoot you once. She's gonna wound you 7 times and then shoot you in the forehead, because that's the fun way to do it. She scared the shit out. She did, man. If if a little girl dressed like her walked through my door right now, I ain't shitting you. I'd jump out this picture window. It's 48 feet to the ground out here. I'd jump out that fucking picture window if I seen her walk through my door. I Because anybody that's crazy enough to dress like her, I bet you they're thinking like her too. Holy God, that girl's nuts.
Yeah. Girl that bugged me is what's that movie? Hannah. You,
I never watched Hannah.
oh, definitely a good one to watch.
It's in my watch list, but I just haven't yet.
Yeah. Basically, a kid trained their whole life to be an assassin.
Uh, yeah, yeah.
But she's not like Mindy where it's, just indiscriminate. It's like, yeah, you guys are with the bad guys, so you must be a bad guy. You know,
Yeah, yeah. Lots of assumption. Yeah. Hey, running water. TM had said earlier, running water needs a good grill at his house for you to cook with.
hmm
That's a question. Do you have a barbecue at your place?
no,
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
no.
I
I was
because
planning on getting a smoker, but
uh-huh. Oh, if you get a smoker, get an electric, would you?
yeah, yeah, because
Because
I got all those. I got the meat grinder. I got all the jerky
yeah,
supplies. I'm
yeah.
like,
And once I get your kitchen whipped into space, I've already thought it through, man. I know you got all of that. I know because you offered me to go ahead and, if you want to go hunting this season, you want to process a deer, make some jerky. I got all the jerky fixins. I got the grinder. Well, hunting is a possibility next fall. If my health is good, I might go down to Joe's property and take a deer off of there. But yeah, I'll do it in beef if I have to. No big deal. But yeah, we'll be using we'll put that stuff to work. Now on the smoker side, I I had a gas smoker and an electric smoker and a chip smoker, where you actually
mm,
just kept the fire going. Out of the three, I love the electric. I love
mm.
the electric. And
Less you have to tend to and get
that's
supplies
it.
for. You just
That's
plug
it.
it in and let
Just
it go.
I don't I like to be able to multitask a lot. And I found with the gas one, well, the main reason with the gas one I'm not too keen on gas is for one thing the cost of gas. It takes a lot of gas to run the smoker for 8 hours or 12 hours, depending on what you're smoking. Um, the electric you don't have to worry about. You ain't gonna run out of electricity while your smoker's running. And if you're not paying close attention, you run out of propane and you're like, son of a bitch. Smoker hasn't been running for the last 2 hours because I didn't check on it. You can walk away from that electric. You do still have to check on the process, but not as often. And with the chip burner, you're always out there adding chips, and trying to control the temperature and shit. The electric was so consistent, and you're still using chips. I still used hickory and apple and cherry chips, um, and the end product was just as good. So electric, way to go, way to go, way to go. Um, yeah, yeah. TM likes jerky. I like jerky too. I don't eat it as much as I used to, of course, but I nibble on it. My youngest son bought me this huge bag of jerky, and I still got over three-fourths of that bag left, and he gave it to me on Father's Day last summer or last June. And so that's it. His jerky lasts me a long time. But I got some jerky processes I really want to try at Running Waters if I can. I love my maple syrup, spicy maple syrup. There, it's sweet with a little bit of bite, a little bit of peppery bite to it, um, and it's like the sweet and salty combo. It's plenty of salt, but it's got that nice mapley sweet to it too. And anytime I made the maple jerky, son of a bitch, everybody come out to the Sty Shack. Hey, can we have some jerky? Yeah, go ahead. You know where it's at. And then when they leave, I go and check, and I go, Jesus Christ, I ate half of my maple jerky and didn't touch the original or the real spicy. They didn't touch any of that. They ate all my maple jerky. Yeah. And that was it. They wanted that maple jerky all the time. Uh, um, I made some beef jerky and hardtack. I like it. Yeah, hardtack. I the only Hardtack, to me, I never had a purpose for hardtack other than backpacking. I'd take hardtack with and ramen noodles and jerky, and I'd chop up my jerky into little chunks. I'd get my ramen noodles started, throw the big handful of chopped up jerky in with it, and it would like rehydrate in with the ramen noodles. And I'd take a piece of hardtack and I'd break that into chunks and drop it in there. And it was like by the time it was all cooked and done, the hardtack was like chewy dumplings, and the jerky, the salt and the flavors from the jerky came out. The rest of it was just the beef bouillon and ramen noodles. And the jerky and the hardtack really made a meal out of it. Yeah. Now, if I fix that, I'd have to have at least one very hungry person there or two fairly hungry people to take my half a cup of it and give them all the rest. Otherwise, I'd only be eating a half a cup, maybe a cup, and throwing all the rest of it out. Bears are going to love me around camp in the future here if my diet stays the same. I just can't. I stopped at River Rock the other day, and I walked in and looking at their smoked fish in the case there, and a nice slab of salmon, and I thought, yeah, I should go ahead and spring for that. And I realized I tried, I don't like freezing smoked fish. I don't like how it thaws out, after the fact. So I looked at that piece and it was only about that big and maybe about an inch and a half thick. Not a big piece at all. Maybe a quarter of a pound, if that. And I looked at it and I know damn well I would have only been able to, I would have had to have eaten it 3 days over a 3-day period to get it down. And running water knows if you brought me a slab that was 8 inches wide by 8 inches and inch and a half, 2 inches thick, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I'd eat the whole damn thing. Yeah, I'll let you smell the paper plate because I'll eat the whole damn thing. I I take a like the herrings. They're about a quarter pound a piece, a big one, and I eat 4 of them. Ready for more, but there aren't any. I ate all 4. I take a chunk of whitefish that weighed 2.5 pounds and sit there in front of the TV, and then all of a sudden realize all I got is bones and skin laying in the plate. I ate the whole damn thing, 2.5 pounds of whitefish, smoked whitefish. Can't do it anymore. I just can't. Um, yeah, Tia, yeah, TM made some beef jerky and hardtack, like I said, but it's also saying I just made it to make it, just to try it, I guess. Well, and sometimes you do that. You might try a different recipe or something, a different process or something, and you go, yeah, it's okay. And you're going, but look at all I got here, man. There's always people out there who would take it, you know. All I got to do is mention it to somebody that, hey, I got a bunch of jerky. Would you like some? Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, they jump right on it. See, if we had a smoker, I just might head up to Fish Creek during the salmon run and catch me a nice salmon and smoke a salmon of our own. Um, get out here on the lake, catch a couple of lake trout, smoke those. Um, I don't. I like smoking salmon and whitefish the best. Sturgeon is excellent if I can get some Native American to get me some smaller sturgeon. There's size requirements on sturgeon, and it takes a lot of effort, skill, and a good dose of luck to get yourself into a sturgeon up here. They're here. They're just hard to catch, and the restrictions and the rules are so hard. But I had a couple Native American friends that are no longer in the fishing industry that would bring me sturgeons, and I'd saw them buggers up into steaks. And the nice thing with a sturgeon, their outer skin is actually their bone. That's their bone. The only bone they have in them is their skull and their spinal cord, their spinal column. Well, that's so slick, you cut the steaks on that sturgeon, and you can put the smoking wire for hanging the fish in the smoker right through the backbone. Slide the wire right through the backbone, hang them in your smoker. That whole piece, when it comes out, the only thing that's not edible is that little piece of backbone and the skin. The rest of it's all just meat, and it's to die for. Nice, firm, flaky. Takes the smoking on so nice. Yeah. That's the thing. TM. Um, it'll hold for a while. You can keep it. Yeah, well, that's that too. Yeah, if that was me. I always, whenever I'd make jerky, I usually made way too much, but I'd think about its longevity and how long I would prefer to keep it, and I'd take that much out of what I made, set it aside, and hold that, and then eat through it. And towards the end of that supply, make another batch and do the same thing again. But all of that extra that I'd end up having, I'd give away. Yeah. Or they'd steal. They'd come over and visit. Yep. God dang it, they're back into my maple syrup jerky again. Yeah. And some of the people that would snatch my maple syrup jerky didn't get it. I told them, that shit ain't cheap. If you're getting pure maple syrup, right, I mean, you're getting it right from the sugar bush. That shit ain't cheap. You buy a little jug that's maybe a quart. You got a sweet deal if you got that for 15, 20 bucks. Yeah. A quart of pure maple syrup for 20 bucks. That's cheap. Little tiny bottles. I got one in my pantry right now that I picked up about a week and a half ago. Because I'm down to just enough for one waffle. Bought that little bottle and it was 12 and a half bucks. And it's not even a pint, but it's pure maple syrup. It's sweet stuff. I want to try some acorn flour if I ever had the time to make some, just to try it out. Yep, just make sure to process your acorns real well. Get the tannins out of them. Just soak the tannins out of all your acorns and then dry them. And if you're going to make flour out of them, it's best to dehydrate them. If you can, if you got a dehydrator, that's even quicker. But otherwise, you can put them on wire racks and let them just room dry, air dry, as long as they're kept in a nice dry room with some airflow over them so that they don't mold. But if you can dehydrate them, that's the best way. And then grind them into flour. You do not want to roast them. Do not roast them if you're going to make flour out of them. You won't like it. You won't like it. I'll just let you know that up front. I've had people say, "Oh, well, I like to roast them so that it's more like whole wheat flour." No, they're pulling your leg. They're pulling your leg. I've tried it 3 times with roasted acorns, and roasted acorn flour, it doesn't reconstitute well. So it's almost like whatever you make out of it's gravelly. The texture is just not right, and the flavor seems odd. And it's got to be from the roasting, because if I did it with dehydrated acorns, um, tastes rather good. It could taste rather good. That's something I might do over at the house too. Running water is get me a get me a sourdough batch going.
Hmm.
I want to buy a bread maker, and I know where to get one. I'm not buying a new one. Hell, you can go to any thrift store here around our community, and they'll have 5 or 6 bread makers for sale for $5 a piece, and that's with all of the attachments and everything and the instructions. There's so many during the bread maker fiasco. Every single household had to buy a bread maker, and the one they bought didn't do exactly what they wanted, so they bought another one. And after they bought 3 or 4 of them, they're going, yeah, but actually that's work. It's not as much work as hand making your bread, but it's still effort, and you got to clean the thing. And I, it's a fad. I'm not gonna do it no more. Well, all those bread makers end up in yard sales for 2, 5, $10. You, I saw a bread maker. I couldn't believe it. That damn thing is still sold. You can go to Walmart and buy the damn thing. It's $169. I saw it in a yard sale for $15, and everything. It was in its box, and it had the instructions. Everything was in it. $15. That's $169. You go buy one right now, the exact same model. Yeah, it was a fad. It was a fad. That's like the bullets. Oh my God, they sold so many of those. There were so many of them. They sold so many of them, and everybody had to buy all the extra containers with the extra blades so that they could do 30 different things and put them in their fridge at the same time, and all that shit. And I see them in the yard sales, sets with 10 of the cutting cups, and and the doggone thing in the yard sale. $5 for the whole works. Yeah, let's buy one of them bullets. It's it's a miniature it's a miniature food processor, for God's sakes. Why don't you just buy a blender or a food processor? That's one thing I got buried out in the shed there running water. I'll be digging out some of those things I got. That's one thing I got is I got an awesome impact blender. Ha 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 ha. You want to make some margaritas, man? Yeah, that that bugger's a good one. I spent a lot of money to get that puppy. I got it for
Something I
your mother, but when we got divorced, she didn't want it. I just, oh, okay, I'm glad I got it. Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, something I've been looking at is a lefse skillet.
Mm-mm. They're expensive, man. I've
Yeah,
got
yeah,
one,
like
and you
oh,
get
you
it.
got one?
Yeah,
Oh,
and so don't buy one because you'll inherit this one. And
well, well,
I've got
well, then
two
I'll get some.
awesome Lefse sticks straight out of Norway. Crazy Ann, that sweetheart, put those Lefse sticks together for me and shipped them to me from Norway. The can't beat
Awesome.
it.
Well then I'll just get supplies for you, and you can make lefse.
Hey, watch it. You know why I didn't make Lefse this year? Because I knew I wouldn't be able to eat it. I wouldn't be able to. I would have loved to have gotten like 3, maybe 2 or 3 pieces of Lefse, and then one day I'd prep one up and nibble on it throughout the whole fucking day. And then, yeah, it probably 3 of them would probably last me a week. One thing we will have around there when you get home, those rosettes, the big ones.
Hmm.
big, thick rosettes. I'll have a bunch of those when you get home for Christmas. I already figured I'm buying a ton of them, a ton of them. Um, I'm going to do something here. You, you just bear with me. And this I can't use my Stream Deck for because it's not set up for doing that. But in case any of our other buddies want to pop up, I threw the link into the Facebook group. In case anybody else wants, I see everything spicy's jumping in. Hey, Sty and Sty Junior. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, he's Sty Junior. That's another thing too. Is okay over the Christmas vacation when he's home, he takes extra time off, and that's when we're going to get me moved, right? And I'm going to be the hell out of here. Hopefully, I'll actually be out of here before the 1st of January, right? However, I got to pay for the month of January, which sucks. But that gives me a chance to come in here the first week of January. I'll scrub this fucking place, get it down spotless, and turn it back over to my landlord. If they want to paint, paint. Otherwise, it's going to be tenant ready, you know. You have a lot of background noise tonight. A lot of background noise. No, everything's spicy. I think he's saying at home there around him. He's got a lot of background noise. Bee lady, hey, sweetie. God, it's been a while. I've been listening. Sounds like you are going to do a lot of cooking. Much love. Yeah. Wow. You are moving. Where to? I'm moving to this guy's house, the Running Water's house, man. Say hi to Bee Lady, Running Water.
Hi, Bee Lady.
He's got a beautiful home, nice big home. Technically, it's a 3-bedroom, but it's a large home. I'm going to pull this guy up. Hey.
Yeah, go ahead and mute yourselves for a minute, and I'll be quiet, and you can hear my background noise.
Mute yourself.
Every day I'm shuffling.
Don't worry about it.
I'm dying.
You know,
don't worry about it. I'm dying down here.
I'm telling you. Don't let it get to your psyche because on this end we can hear them, but it's not an offensive sound. It's not overpowering or anything on this side. On your side,
right outside my door.
And this isn't really a sanctioned stream. I mean, it's my day off. Did you see any of the earlier part of the stream at all, Phil?
No, I didn't. Well, I've been watching football because Minnesota was playing Wisconsin, and that was important to Michigan because Michigan won. Michigan kicked the shit out of Ohio State today. Yes, they did. 42-27, which makes them number one in the Eastern Big Ten. So now we get to play the winner of Wisconsin-Minnesota, which Minnesota won today. So now we're playing Minnesota next week.
Now you're in good shape. If you got to play Minnesota, you're in good shape.
There you go. So
kick the shit out of it.
I hope so. You never know. You know these.
And that's the best thing is
win-loss teams, man.
That's the best thing is Minnesota going to Michigan. You're going to get all the Wisconsinites cheering on Michigan. Go Michigan. I mean, I've got Packer friends. They watch every Lions game and oh my God, they fucked up. Oh, I was cheering for. You go into a Wisconsin bar, if the Packers aren't playing and the Lions are, you got all these Packer fans in there cheering on the Lions. And you ask them, why in the hell are you cheering on the Lions? Well, we really want them to win.
Well, they're the
Well,
underdogs.
well, who are they? Who are they playing? Minnesota. We want them to just kick their ass, you know. And that's it. Is they're the underdogs, and the Packers just got this sense of security, you know. Oh wow, the yeah. Thanks for sharing it out there, B lady. The I'll tell you what,
Except
B
for the
lady.
Lions, B lady.
Those
Except for the
ladies,
Lions.
those ladies can go ahead and miss me. I couldn't give a shit. They could go ahead and miss me. I was trying to tell you, B lady, the house I'm moving into, running water. Am I right? Kind of right, saying it's like a happy balance between Victorian and colonial.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a happy balance between the two. It's got components of both styles of house, and it's a great place. It's got a big L-shaped front porch, open front porch with a roof. Awesome. And it's got neighbors, but the whole property's surrounded by trees, so you don't see the damn neighbors. And the house is big. I will have the front room, Running Water said, for your use. You can set your studio up in there. Go ahead.
Mhm.
He says, the only thing I got in there that I want to keep are my paintings. He's got 3 paintings. Well, they actually go together. They're one piece of art, but it's 3 separate canvases on the one wall. And I like it there. So it's like, oh no, that's hands off. We'll leave that there. Otherwise, I got that whole room. And what is that room, Running Water? About 18 by 18? 16 by
Yeah.
16? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's big. It's
Yeah.
big. And my studio's going in that room. And all the walls are painted blue. The same blue as my blue screen. So my whole room is a blue screen. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a blast. And Running Water set me up with 2 nice curved screen monitors to go with my studio, what I got here now. Because Phil didn't see the earlier part of the stream, I'm real tempted to switch cameras and show off my studio to him right now. I'm going to do that, man. I'm going to do that. I'm very excited about moving. My bedroom there is to die for. That's bedroom is like 16 by 16. It's big. It's big. My bedroom here is 12 by 12. You're adding 4 feet in length, 4 feet in width to this bedroom, and this bedroom to me is huge. It's huge. My bed doesn't seem to belong in it. It's too small. But while we're chatting here, don't. Because I got to show you, Phil, I don't use the mouse much anymore. I'm going to be shutting off my green screen, guys, to do this. And oh my gosh, they're seeing my blue. I'm showing off my blue. You're gonna get a kick out of this, Phil. Hopefully, I got the right camera pick.
I'm watching. I just got myself muted because of other people here.
There we go. I got the second camera hooked up. Oh, it's acting up. I don't know why. There. Okay, this is my studio. The lighting doesn't work with this camera the best, but I'll make myself larger. Where am I? There we go. This is my apartment, by the way. But this is my studio. I've got laptop with the chat going right over here. Step Van Dan, it's great to see you. I was looking at everything else and Step Van Dan snuck in. Look at that monitor. Got this nice monitor up here. It's about 28-inch monitor. It's great. And I got the laptop over here. And this is my studio desk. Look at this thing, Phil. It's an Elgato. The Stream Deck, 32 key. One button. I can go from this view to that view just by pushing the damn button.
There you go.
Everything you can do, all of the really important stuff in StreamYard is all loaded on here. It was so slick to set up. Took me an hour from the box, read the instructions, download the software, plug this puppy into the computer. Within an hour, I had it all programmed and using all those buttons in the
Nice.
test. It's so easy for us dummies.
Except Van Damme.
But yeah, you can see this is my normal camera that you usually see me on right here. And then the one I got in my hand, of course, is what I'm moving around over here. This is my lighting. There's studio light there on a plain white wall with the blue screen behind me. That's an oval blue screen stood on end. And this little unit here is for a cell phone. If you're going to use a cell phone for live streams, or if you're doing a video from the desk, put your cell phone in there. The arm comes down. It's got the second arm to a donut LED light. There's the mic boom, which will change out. But that's it. In the background, under the monitor and along that wall, that's a 65-inch TV there, and then a 46-inch right next to it. That 65 goes in the game room at Running Waters. The 46 goes in my bedroom. And this studio, once I'm in Running Waters, you people will freak out. Running Waters set me up with two curved 28-inch monitors that will be mounted with this monitor, one on either side of it. And I'll have one on either side. One will be running my chat. One will probably have Facebook and other peripheral programs running on it. And all my studio will be right in the center. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be sweet. And I just love this Stream Deck. I go back to our group view. I push this button on this side, and it brings me right to settings. And then in settings, I got to use my mouse, and I can reactivate my green screen, and I can jump in and swap my camera back out to the other camera. And there we are. We're back to being us. But I got that monitor from my youngest boy today. He had bought himself a new curved screen, and I kind of feel bad for him. He paid twice as much for his curve. He paid as much for his curved screen as Running Water just bought two for.
Ooh.
And Running Water, did you check to see if you can get any more of those at that price?
No, I'll have to do it when I get off the stream.
Sure, okay. Just let me know if it's possible.
Yeah.
But he's getting curved screens for $150 a piece.
No.
That's sweet. But B lady, what's that about? That is way too much thinking for me. I'm kind of plain point and shoot. Oh no, that's Stream Deck. That's why I got it. I don't want to wear out my thinker. Everything that Stream Deck now used to require that I grab the mouse, and then I got to look where's the cursor at on my monitor and move it over to whatever steps I would need to take. And usually it's 1, 2, or 3 clicks of the mouse, and then I can do something. This Stream Deck, it's one button to get to that end result. So I got all of the major things in that Stream Deck, and it was so easy. I'm telling you, it took no effort. I downloaded the Stream Deck software. It only took like 2 minutes total for setup. Oh, Bill dropped. He's probably yelling at people. But it only took about 2 minutes to do the programming because I downloaded the software. That only took a couple minutes. Opened up StreamYard, opened up a private broadcast so that I can be on a broadcast stream or screen. I go into StreamYard. There's just a couple of little steps you take, and it takes you right to this screen. And you tell it that you want all of the hotkeys sent to Stream Deck. It's one click of the mouse. Send it all over to Stream Deck. Boom, boom, boom. It all shows up right there on your Stream Deck. It's already done. It's already done. And then if you want, you can go in and customize each button to like mine. I put titles on it. My very top row, I've got comments, banners, brand, and private chat are the top 4 buttons. And it's got the actual titles of them right there. The other ones, it's got all the different screen styles. Like I can do that, I can put us back where we were. I can say I'm going to go solo and put us back where we are. It's just one button. I don't have to grab the mouse. I don't have to move the cursor around. I just hit one button. And I can do the same thing with sharing a screen, just like doing the share screen. Well, if you do a share screen now, you got to click on share screen. Then you got to find out what screen you want to share. Then you got to click on that. Then you got to come back into StreamYard, and then you got to pick your view and stuff. Well, about 3 of the screen share steps now are just one key for me. I hit one key, it brings that main menu up, select the screen I want to share, and then from that point, boom, it's sharing, and I can change the view with a single push of a button. Don't have to think about it. The curved monitors give you that kind of peripheral effect. So it's like you catch things out of the side of your eyes better. So if you got a lot of stuff going on a monitor, it really helps. And then if you're gaming at all, they're fun when you're gaming because it gives you like more of a 2D instead of or a 3 closer to a 3D kind of. It's like you're wearing a VR or something, Yeah, some people don't like the curved. I've seen a lot of them, and I played with them, and I always wanted them. Now I got the opportunity, and to have 2 of them would be so sweet, so sweet. 3 would be better, but I ain't replacing this monitor. This one, I like this monitor, so this one will stay put. And this one will be the studio monitor because I have a lot of things out on the edges that I have going. Where the other 2 monitors, one will be just the chat running on it, the other one will be Facebook and the like. Yeah. Makes it much, much, much easier. The other monitor, in fact, will probably, eventually I might start using OBS in conjunction with StreamYard again. I'll try doing it again. And if I do that, that 3rd monitor will actually be the OBS monitor. When do I move? Yeah. Well, the week of December 27th is what our plan is right now. The week of December 27th. My youngest boy plans on being out, at least 80% out, by the end of this coming week. He's got all of next week off. So he's moving. He's moving out. and he figures he can get at least 80% out. I'm praying that he does. If he gets 80% out of there, then I can move in. I can move in. I'll go in there and I'll be cleaning and getting my space all ready. If he leaves anything behind in any of the rooms, I've got the big front room, and along the one in the one corner, I will be putting anything of his I find into that corner. And then I'll be tearing into the rest of the house, getting myself my main objective is everything from my kitchen and pantry. Now, my pantry is the biggest thing that doesn't go in the 2 rooms I'll be using the most of. Everything from that pantry will get set along a wall and hauled into that kitchen on a daily basis till it's all put in its place. But I want to totally redo his kitchen. Get everything out of the cupboards, make sure everything's clean, spotless, and then in an organized fashion, get everything back in his cupboards. Because poor Running Water, he gets home from on the road nowadays, he comes home and he goes, I don't know where nothing is. I don't know where. Oh, I might find peanut butter in that cupboard with pots and pans. I might find the jelly way the heck over there with all of the flour, sugar, and other stuff. That's going to get fixed. That's going to get fixed in the kitchen. But it's going to be after I get settled. Once I get in there, first thing I do is set up this studio. The studio's getting set up because my youngest boy is leaving his big queen size 4-poster wooden bed, nice bed, awesome bed. He's leaving it. So it doesn't have to be moved. It has to be moved in the room because I don't like where he's got it sitting, but that takes 2 minutes to turn that bed around in that room. And the bedroom's going to be slick because anything going in the bedroom will go in. Most of it will get set in the closet or along this one shorter wall. And my desk, television, and computer that's going up there will be set in place. And I'm hoping to have a chair in that room. Done. Now I got bedroom to use, right? And I hit the studio. The studio gets all put in, gets all set up. I'll probably run a test stream to see how it's all working out, location-wise, everything. So I will move all my small things over there in advance of making the big move. And then when Running Water, he's going to be home that last week of December, we're going to pick a day, and Travis from Tales of Campground Host wants to help. So I'll let him know. We'll find a day, works for all 3 of us. We'll meet up, and we'll haul everything I got in one trip. Haul it all over there, get it in the house. I got a couch and a bed that's going to the dump. Unless somebody sees us hauling it out and says, hey, what you doing with that couch? You want it? Yeah, sure. Take it. Get it the hell out of here. But it'll take us a day to get everything there. And then the following day, I'll be setting up so I can sleep. It doesn't have to be done in the bedroom, just so I can sleep, and getting the studio set up. My first full stream, Running Water will still be there. He'll still be there. He won't have left back out on the road for 3 months. So I told him, yeah, I'm going to have a chair right in my studio next to me. He's going to be sitting there, and he's going to be partaking in the live stream. And he just chuckles and says, well, it's not as if we don't have enough microphones and this and that and the other thing. And I'm like, well, no kidding. With all the equipment he's got and all the equipment I got, it's going to be quite a quite a nice studio, very nice studio, in fact. But that'll be fun. The last week of December, but I'm not going to get way into that yet. But closer we get to Christmas, and then I'll start talking about that week after Christmas. We do have the fact that Christmas Day is on Saturday this year, and I'll be doing my from noon till 8 p.m. Christmas Day stream. Christmas Day. That'll be from here, right here where I'm broadcasting now. After Christmas Day, there will be no streams, no live streams, all the way until the earliest one will be the 30th of December, which is a Thursday night. We'll have a around the campfire in the new studio. And I think that'd be a blast. It'd be a good way to break in the studio, doing a long stream and having the opportunity to kind of settle into the new studio, just to make ourselves at home and get comfortable. Running Water will be there with me, running shotgun for me. And I got to get Running Water set up as a host on my channel for my streams. I'll be coaching him over that week after we get the studio set up. We'll get him set up so that he can, on whatever device he wants to use, log in and help me host. Plus, eventually, depending on my health in the future, eventually Running Water is going to get administrative rights to my channel. And instead of, I didn't realize it, but I found out that, yeah, if somebody becomes deceased, their channel can be shut down as deceased, that they are deceased. And YouTube then demonetizes the channel, but allows it to stand and keep running perpetually. And instead of doing that, I'm not going to tell you how, but it's perfectly legal. This channel is my legacy, and it's going to be passed on to him. And he'll have full administrative rights. He can go in there and do a live stream if he wants, post whatever he wants. And he's got his own channel and can do his own thing under that genre. And he can share audiences and stuff. I'm hoping the best for him in the future, having access to both. And he doesn't have to demonetize the channel because the monetization can be reverted or changed over to him. It'll just roll over to him. So the Sty North channel doesn't end when Sty North checks out, you know.
Yeah, it's a brand, not an entity.
That's it. Yeah. It just goes on. It just goes on. And I saw the perfect example about a month ago, and I follow it. I follow the channel. And that's the Bob Ross channel.
Mm-hmm.
The painter, Bob Ross. It's called the Bob Ross channel. But he dead. But it's got live stuff going up all the time and new videos. It's family members are keeping his legacy going. They're just, yeah. Bob went away, but this channel never did. And it's great. And he's got enough going history. He's got so damn much history. He's painted so many paintings that that he's endless content. They've been running marathons lately. I mean, 3 and 5 day marathons that every single day, all damn day long, you can watch Bob Ross paint something, man. And so I jump on once in a while when I just need a mellow moment, watch Bob put some happy little squirrels and shit in there. You know, he's the only guy that can put a happy little squirrel in the painting. He never painted a squirrel ever. He just paints the tree that that squirrel's hiding in, or that bush that that little rabbit is hiding in. They're there in his mind. He ain't painting it for you. Why paint a critter? You know he's in there. Look at that tree. That's a squirrel tree. There's a squirrel in that tree. Yeah. Yeah, TM, we can even have Bean in our live stream. That's it, is when he's home and Beaner's there, you betcha we'll throw the camera on Bean. Say live with Bean. Check it out. Say hi, Bean. Yeah.
Well, I figured I'd set up a little platform chair for him next to my chair. So.
Oh yeah, he'd love it.
Sit there, have treats.
Yeah. Yep. And we get everything all set up with virtual cam. I can pop camera on you, on Bean, on me, pop, back and forth. And we be chatting along. We got a panel, and I can say, hey, what do you think of that, Bean? And boom, he's out of the basement. He's up there. Bean didn't like that. Look at him. I don't think he liked what you said, you know.
Yep. And I did order your monitors.
Oh, you goofball.
I hopped on there and I looked, and it had a countdown because they're, it's going off of East Coast.
And I bet you everybody's just piling on to get what they can for pre-Christmas.
Yeah, and it had like a countdown timer going. It's like 2 hours and 11 minutes. It's like, oh, yep, okay, I'll get those two. I was supposed to be here on the 6th, and then I ordered a triple monitor mount.
What? A trip?
Yeah.
Trip?
So you can,
you can mount all three. Boom, boom.
Yeah. It's up to 3 32-inch.
Oh wow!
So I figured, and these two are 27-inch gaming curved monitors, plus yours in the middle. So you should be able in their adjustable swing arms. So you should be able to adjust around, create a little dome.
Whatever layout best fits. I want to measure this damn screen.
Yeah, corner to corner.
It's a 28.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect. Because flat in the center, 2 curves on the sides, and they're only going to be about maybe between 3 and 10 degree angle. Is all they're going to be. So I still get the curve, the benefit of the curve, because they're going to be close enough to flat. So one thing I checked is how many degrees off center can you be without losing those edges, because of the curved nature of it. If you get way off to the side, you lose one edge. It's weird how it works, and it's part of your, you can't fix biology, right, kind of thing. So they figure out how much of a peripheral you're allowed to be flexible in. And it seems like almost all of them up to 15 degrees without any effect. So I'm thinking, and I figured 10 degrees, that's perfect, So between, 5-10 degrees angled. Oh shit, man, is that going to be sweet? And
then what to get you some LED lighting for behind them, and you'll be all fancy.
Oh shit! I don't care what I'm seeing other than the screens. I don't care how fancy it looks like. But then again, I've seen people where they put LED around their screen stands and all their screens, and that works as their studio lighting. That it's just right for their studio lighting. Especially if they're not using too hot of lighting. Yeah, B lady, The Bob Ross channel is treated just like it is a natural channel, like any other channel. And actually, it is. It's being managed by family members, and um, they're running it just as a regular YouTube channel featuring Papa. Yeah, yeah, Uncle Bob. Hey, oh yeah, he's still alive because we put him up there all the time. Yeah, yeah. But um, are you having those shipped here direct to me?
No, they're coming to my house.
You're going to your house. Oh boy.
So
Oh,
so
you got
I'll keep an eye on the tracking and let you know.
you let me know exactly what day, and I'll probably go camp on the porch. And when the guy starts walking up to the porch, the second he sets them down, say thank you very much. I'll pick him up and walk right back out to the truck because I do not want your brother seeing them. He sees them buggers coming. I'm not touching those. I'm not. Why should I have to touch those? Right? Doc, got it. I already moved 2 of them damn things, and I can hear it. Oh no! Oh no! And the thing is, they'll be in the truck. They'll stay in the boxes, and at least here where I live now, and they finally gave me the right parking spot. Only took 2 years to get that parking spot, but nobody messes with my truck out there. Nobody has even hung around my truck ever since it's been in that spot. There's a street light right there by it. It sits at the end of the parking lot, and there's nobody that parks next to me. It's wide open, no trees close by or nothing. It stands out like a sore thumb. And if you drive down the main street, there it is. And the cops run back and forth past here almost every 15, 20 minutes. There's a squad going through. Nobody goes near this corner of the parking lot. They don't mess with this area at all. So I can lock them buggers up in the truck, and then cover them with a shipping blanket. Nobody knows they're even in there. And especially your brother, because he'll go, oh, see, you're just like running water. You're just a bum. You, what the hell do you need that for? You know, I can hear him now. He said, what the heck? Okay, calm down. You wait till you see that studio. Yeah. I don't care. I don't care about your damn studio. True, but yeah, still, you should see what's going to be there. It's going to be sweet. It's going to be sweet. Yeah. There is so much to be excited over moving into the new place. I mean, it's got so much potential and everything that can be done. It'll make Running Water's life so much easier for them and better for them. And it'll make my life so much more interesting and comfortable. I mean, so I've had people say, well, lately you've been having bad news here and there and there. I said, yeah, but I've got something now. I've got moving to Running Waters, and I haven't had anything so bad pop its ugly head that made me feel that bad, because I've got that to look forward to. So that goes a long ways, man, making your days worthwhile and happy. And wow, I can't believe we're going on 4 hours for me to test out and play with a couple of things. Yeah. And it has been great, though, guys. It's been awesome. Talking about the new equipment things, the Running Water helping me out about, hey, lay this up that way, lay that up this way. Yeah, that's another benefit I got. It's like I've got a partner. I got somebody. I've got free consultation. I mean, it's, yeah. And I come on all the time, folks know. There's times I come on and I just go, hey, anybody got any suggestions? And because I don't have anybody close at hand to bounce things off of. And Running Water has really done a lot to narrow that gap. And he knows if I got something on my mind, I'll text him, see what he's doing. And a lot of times we'll text back and forth a little bit, and then I'll say, you got time for a call? and the other day we had a short call. I told him, I said, you got time for just a quick call? And he said, yeah, sure. That call was only about an hour and 56 minutes. Yeah, that was a quick one. Boy, I was surprised. Most of the time our calls are anywhere from 2 to 8 hours. It's nuts. If he's driving down the road, he's talking to me. He don't give a shit. He's just driving down the road anyway. So we're just carrying conversation and we talk about anything and everything. I think some of our conversations would have made great shows. And the fact Running Water now, he got the enhanced StreamYard, the one just above the free. The only thing I don't like with the enhanced, and I say shame on them, shame. They need to make a different overlay for the enhanced. I don't care if they put Puddles, the duck, up here in the corner. Down here, they should put enhanced version or something, that statement. But just with Puddles, the duck, their brand icon, instead of the big Puddles with StreamYard up here. And down here, StreamYard, it's just, that's way too much space they're using up on somebody that's paying to use that. I don't mind if they do a little, Puddles, and put enhanced version down here so people know, oh, wow, if I go to StreamYard, check it out. And if they were real smart, they'd rig it up so that Puddles is clickable. So that it's interactive. Somebody can go up there and go, oh, I can click on that. And it takes them, opens up a new tab with StreamYard in it so they can look at the product. That'd be smart. That'd be good marketing. And it would also make the enhanced users feel that their $10 a month is getting a little added control, that they don't have to just advertise StreamYard, But now that he's got that, he tried a test stream the other day, and the first half of it was watching it. People are going to love that shit. The word gets out to the people that follow truckers. That just, it's amazing. And Crazy Ann is one of those. She is absolutely one that she would sit there and have that running for hours. She would. She's loves to just ride in the truck. That's the way she sees it. I'm just riding in the truck. And, oh, look at that damn thing. We don't want that on there. No, I wanted to show you something, folks. There's only 5 people in the house, so you're getting a good, quick sneak preview. I'll show this off Sunday night because I got a gut feeling Crazy Ann will come around Sunday night. But oh, I love this. I finally got a picture of Crazy Ann out in her yard in December. It's sweet. It's an awesome picture, Crazy Ann in December. So Christmassy. Winter in Norway can be fantastic. Here she is. Now you tell me that ain't Crazy Ann. I love it. But we're going to have fun. We're going to definitely have a good time in the future. Lots to do. Hey, Gypsy and Vanilla Gorilla. Hello. He said, hello, Sty and Running Water. Yeah. But we were talking about Running Waters did a test stream going down the road with his camera. I suspect you're using your phone that
Yep.
day. I don't know how that worked. How can you keep track of what the hell you're doing on StreamYard or anything with the phone point down the road? But I suppose
I put it on the
you're
dash.
using
I hit start, and I started driving.
and you're using the back camera,
Yeah.
not the forward camera. You're using the back camera, so you're still
Right.
seeing the StreamYard screen,
Right.
and you're seeing your window of view as the road.
Right.
Now I get it, but that people that like to just ride along with truckers will love it. Will love it, and I tell you what, I know I could get quite a few followers to run over there to watch that stuff. When you start mastering that, doing it more often, and you can do that almost anywhere. You can be going across frickin' South Dakota, bored, or across the whole western Montana, just bored to death for shit for hours. But people sit there and watch that shit the whole trip. And you can sit with earbuds on, listen to music, not say a damn word. Just let them watch you go down the road. Or shut off your earbuds and talk to them while you're going down the road. Tell them what you're up to, what your load is, where you're going, and stuff like that. I followed guys like that, and I jump on. They're streaming almost every day. Well, wherever they had cell service that they could, enough signal. They just automatically live stream, and I'm watching them in their channels. They might have 2,000 or 3,000 followers, but their watch hours are freaking me out. It's like, are you kidding me? That they're watching that much? Oh yeah, yeah. People love it. They'll have that shit going on in the background while they're doing their household chores or other tasks, other things. So yeah, watching that day, I didn't realize you were doing it until you were about halfway through the part that worked good. You lost signal at the end. I was there for
Yeah.
that, but about halfway
Yeah,
in.
it's going up over Lookout Pass there, out there, Idaho, Montana.
And what the hell made you think you're going to have any signal up there?
Well, that's the whole reason I did it at that point is because I know where the strong and weak points are. I know right at the top of the hill you lose your signal for about 10 miles. And I
Yeah.
wanted
So
to see how it was going to hold out all the way
Yeah.
across Idaho.
Then you would know in certain areas how far can you push it and still be able to do a viable live stream.
Right.
That's what most of the drivers that do live streams have finally figured out is some of their most common routes, long routes, like running from Casper down to the Green River area, down that way. Some of those backcountry roads, some of them got several cell towers on them, so they got good signal. But there's nothing out there. It's just rolling hills and out in the high country of Wyoming. And these guys are live streaming while they're driving out 2-lane state highways, and people are just loving it. Well, I think it's a good move for you to be thinking that way and head down that road. Yeah, because people love it. People love it. They just get such a kick out of it. And your phone is good quality. So
Well, and what I was thinking of doing is, I've got what you call royalty free license or licensing on some music. I was gonna make up a CD or a flash
yeah,
drive for my
yeah,
stereo so I can have music playing while I'm going down the road.
yeah,
You know,
stuff that
and
you're not gonna get struck on and have it planned. That goes a long ways too. Is a lot of these guys, some of these guys got it figured out a lot of copyrighted music, and that won't pull you a strike. It'll get you
Right.
a copyright
claim.
a claim,
Yeah.
but it won't give you a strike. And the
Yeah,
funny
they'll get
part of
revenue, and it's like, well, I'm not getting revenue, so yeah.
see, they'll demonetize. Well, they limit monetize that stream, but these drivers finally figured out what I figured out a long time ago is that okay, I've got videos that got copyright claims on them. I left the claims on. I don't care about the ad revenue because that's what they take from you is ad revenue. If you're monetized, now you've got thank yous. People can hit thank yous and give you a thank you payment.
Mm-hmm.
That's not part of it.
Right.
They can't claim that. They can only claim ad revenue. Another thing they can't dip into is your premium ad revenue. So if I've got premium, I don't see ads. But if I go to your video and your video has ads, but that ad money goes to a copyright claim, not if I'm premium it goes to you. It does not
Right.
go to the copyright claim. So I look at some of my old videos, copyright claim made $2.97 in ad revenue. My premium revenue, well, isn't that sweet? I made $4.63. I made twice as much as they did because I got enough premium watchers. I get the ad revenue off the premium watchers, and they get the revenue off of the non-premium watchers. So these guys driving over the road and filming and doing live streams, they're getting just as much revenue as any other live streamer because the little bit they're losing on ad revenue, the copyright claims, is nothing. This one fellow I followed, he did just that. He got himself, he burned himself 4 CDs of mixed music, but all of it was music that he tested. He would play in his streams and see if it got a strike or a claim. And then he went online and started searching which ones get just claims, which ones get strikes. And he built those CDs off of anything that isn't copyright protected anymore or only gets a claim. So those CDs, he put one of them in it. Damn CD's over an hour and a half long. And he's playing that in his truck while he's beating down the highway doing a live stream. And once in a while, he's talking over the music and talking to his audience. And other times, he's just driving. And he's figured out his phone, so it's just an easy one-touch deal. He can reach over and hit. He's got his camera located, so he can just hit one button, hit one command on his phone, and it flips the camera, and it's him. And he's talking. Then he hits that button again and flips it back, looking out over the highway. So, yeah, he just little tweaks, got it all mastered. Hey, the Caperway, great to see ya. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah. But yeah, what I was thinking is, doing like, just like morning drive, start it up just as the, false dawn,
Right.
and get to see the sunrise, run it for like, an hour or two, and
Now, I totally agree as long as you're not heading due east. I am
right.
not sitting there going like this watching your stream. Now I got to wear sunglasses when I'm watching YouTube again. But yeah, I know I totally get it. I totally get it. The morning coffee on the road. Ooh, yeah. A lot of folks would like to start their day out with that. You betcha.
Yeah.
You betcha.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like
It just won't be anything special, just a truck going down the road.
Yeah.
But
And it's like I told you, probably twice a week I'd even shake my ass out early enough to tag along, be on there, and watch. I ain't getting up that early every morning just because you're doing your job.
Well, and see, and that's just it. It will depend where I'm at as to when sunrise will be. You know,
That right. Now, if you're out in Mountain Time Zone or Pacific, I don't have to
yeah,
get up. I don't have to get up so
that,
damn early.
yeah. You need to get up at like 10 a.m.
Yeah. Oh, there! I got up just in time. The show's just starting. Yeah, it's sun up there. Well, sundown. The sundown's the tough one because
Oh, yeah,
because
4 o'clock.
yeah, here is no shit. You can't um you can't you just can't do anything with the shit after 4 o'clock.
No.
At 4 o'clock, it's the sun is set and it's damn near dark. By 5 o'clock, you ain't going out there without a flashlight, man. I mean, it's pitch black out there at 5 o'clock. That's one thing I like about December, and I noticed that this year, and I'm glad. I'm actually glad. I don't know. I tell you, I'd be hard pressed if I was a private homeowner right now. Now, if I lived in your place for Christmas over the Christmas month, I'd go out and buy me some LED Christmas lights. There ain't no way in hell I'd run conventional, even those little conventional lights with the utility costs the way they're going to be going. Don't get into that habit. But I noticed around town already, it was the week before Thanksgiving, people started. And now, today, when I was out driving around, I was amazed at how many are already set up. People are decorating for Christmas, man. Christmas shit out all over the place, and they're getting their lights all up and stuff. And I love it. The week before Christmas, I just go and I top the tank off in the truck, and I just roam around town, all the little side streets all over. We got a town that's got 10,000 people in it. There's a lot of residents here, and
Yep, and a lot of old houses.
a lot of
old Victorian
old
styles.
Victorians that are all people deck them all out, and it's fun to just cruise, especially after we got snow. Everything's white out there. It's so bright. Everything's so bright. Those places stand out way down the road. You're just like, oh yeah. In fact, the we had snow last night, so that pissed me off for today. I was going to work on the truck and knew that I'll probably end up having to crawl under that sucker today. And I thought, well, at least it wasn't supposed to snow last night, being that I didn't get up until 11:45. I figured if we did get any, it's melted off by now. I looked out the damn window and I knew we got snow. There's a good inch on every vehicle, on the ground, everywhere. It's just everything's white, and it's like shit. And I didn't have my scraper and brush in your truck. I don't know if you got one in there or not, but okay, you got one in there now. I had two of those nice big telescopic jobs with the squeegee and the brush and the scraper, and I threw one of them in your truck. I'm not going to get caught without one again.
Yeah, because I think I have one in the car, but I haven't had the truck for a winter yet.
That's it, right? So there's one in there now. We'll just leave that one in there because I got the other one in my truck. And the only reason I have two is because I got caught in a dang snowstorm out of town and left my telescopic scraper brush deal back home, and I'm out of town, and it's snowing like a mother. You couldn't stop your vehicle. I'd stop the truck for less than 15 minutes, run in, grab a cup of coffee at a Quick Trip or something, come back out, and that sucker's got an inch and a half, 2 inches of snow on it already. And I just happened to be at a Quick Trip, and right across the parking lot was a Walmart. Okay, zipped into Walmart, bought another one. So now I got two. Oh, well. Now I got a reason to have two. Now there's one in your truck, one in my truck. Yep, we're good. We're good to go. And your truck, I haven't used it much. Was it 3, maybe 4 times? Twice to Walmart, once to auto parts, and those 3 trips were then over to your place, and then today was just over to your place and back. And but I gotta say, your truck is dependable. It's very dependable. And the only thing with your truck is it takes a little longer than my King Ranch to come to temp.
Right.
It's got a V6 in it. So, yeah, it takes a little warmer for it to get up to engine speed or warmth, And so that's another good reason to have my brush and scraper in the truck, so I can, because it's at a good running temp, but it's not hot enough to defrost everything yet. So get them windows scraped off, and it defrosts the inside just fine, but not enough to melt anything on the windows. So I can still take off, get my business done. And by the time, well, actually, like today when I left, I drove it, started it. I was on the road within 2-3 minutes of starting it. Drove to the post office, which is the way I go down and around to the post office, works out to 2 blocks. Drove 2 blocks. And it was starting to pump some heat out. Shut it off, ran to the post office, checked the mail, come out, started it up. By the time I got down to your place, which is 10 blocks from the post office, the sucker was toasty in there. So, yeah, it's good. It's good. The Caperway loves Christmas time. Yeah, Tim at Kirk Whipper Voyager Center, they says we have 2 feet of snow, Sty. Well, that don't surprise me. Them Canucks, they're snow worthy. That is one thing I ran into today out in the shed there running water. Oh, there's my snowshoes that haven't been used yet, and I've owned them for 3 years. Brand spanking new 3-year-old snowshoes. 3 years ago, they were top of the line. And of course, like everything else, they won't be top of the line anymore because I'm sure they came out with something better. That's the way they are, Yeah, I think we're going to run this down to the half-hour mark. At 4.5 hours, shut her down. We haven't had a lot of people in here, but then nobody expected this stream tonight anyway, which is fine. It's cool that I've had all of you in here. Great folks, great comments. It was fun. I got to share all of my new toys with you. I can't wait to be in the new studio and just share the whole new studio with everybody. And I can't wait until the Christmas stream. That's going to be fun that day. Grilling, chilling with Mojo. Mojo, I'll tell you what, buddy. You want to come up on the panel for a few minutes, Mojo? I can send you the link. Mojo's great. Mojo's absolutely great. Okay, I'll send it to you, bud. You met Mojo, right? Running Water.
Yeah.
The I figure Mojo's right up your alley too, you know. So there you go, Mojo. I sent it to you on Facebook Messenger. Um, would love to chat at you for a minute. Um, heck, you might even keep my stream going a few minutes longer. There he is. There he is. Hey, buddy.
Running Water, how are you? You live up here in Seattle, huh?
No.
Well, he just said that you're up my alley, bro.
Yeah.
No. I was in
No.
Spokane this time last week.
Spokane? Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. He was pretty close.
Sty North, sir.
Mojo, sir. Guess what?
How are you?
I am very good today. Guess what, buddy?
What's up?
Sitting out in Running Water's truck because I'm using his truck. Mine broke down.
Right.
In the front seat of his truck, sitting right there, plain as day, is this bright colored envelope,
Uh-huh.
unopened.
Yeah.
I didn't bring it in with me tonight. I'm going to bring it in tomorrow for Sty Story Sunday, but I'm going to open that up, and I get first hand in hand view of your sticker, pal. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome, sir.
Early thank you, but I'll be really thanking you tomorrow night once I get into that envelope. I loved it. I loved it.
Bright color, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. It was, and I was very thankful it was bright colored because I pulled it. I opened my P.O. box out and I go, holy shit. And I grabbed on it and got a hold of everything. Pulled it all out of there. 2 little local phone books stuffed in there and Super One Foods ads for the last, I don't know why they're sticking them in there because 3 of them were outdated. I've checked the mail and that box was packed full of junk mail.
No kidding.
And there was your envelope amongst all of that. They went and put it in between a couple of those junk flyers. And I just walked over to the table at the post office and kind of threw it out on the table. Saw that bright corner sticking out. And I go, aha, that ain't junk mail. Lifted up, looked at it, I go, oh yeah, that's from Mojo, man. Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome.
So you still get phone books, huh?
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You know,
wow.
We are in northern Wisconsin. You know.
Yeah.
Some people still keep a phone book in the restroom.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, a lot of people, all these younger, kids and stuff, don't realize the thickness of phone books back in the day. And then they have the yellow pages, with all the business and all that stuff.
That was growing up just in what's considered the suburbs now of Minneapolis, which I tell them that ain't suburbs anymore. It's just Minneapolis. I mean, Minneapolis ate our little hometown. But when I was growing up, we weren't considered suburbs. We were considered a resort area on the outskirts of the Twin Cities. But even back then in the 60s, my God, white pages were close to 4 inches thick.
Yeah. Yeah.
The yellow pages were just as big, and you had 2 books. You had the white pages and the yellow pages. They didn't mingle them together. The smaller towns would have a book maybe 1.5 inches, 2 inches, but the center third of the book was all yellow pages. That was it. Yeah. Oh no, that Minneapolis,
thick, huh?
That damn thing was huge. And then back then, in the days of all-star wrestling, the old original where it started from, the old days.
Yeah.
Those boys had to show off, tearing those big Minneapolis phone books apart. And I'll never forget, my father was actual close friends with the Crusher. If anybody's old enough to remember the Crusher in All-Star Wrestling. I knew Pumpero Firpo. I knew, Pretty Boy Henning. My pop was friends with him. But Pretty Boy Henning and the Crusher, it wasn't just make-believe in the ring for the TV
But it had.
audience. Those guys hated each other with a passion. And there were times I can remember as a kid, I'd get up in the morning on a Saturday or Sunday morning, walking into the living room in my pajamas and going, "Whoa, Crusher!" And he'd wake up, he'd laying on the couch. "Oh, hey, kiddo." And he'd see Pretty Boy Henning sleeping in my dad's recliner. And then I didn't care if I was going to get my mouthwash out with soap or not. Loud enough that my mother could hear it, I'd yell out, "Oh, shit." And fortunately, she would yell out, "You behave, boys, or I'm coming in there." And those two would sit there and just, if looks could kill, man. But they wouldn't mess with my little mother. She's a tiny little thing. But they weren't going to mess with Betty. No, sir. And in fact, for anybody that's aged enough and remember any of those old wrestlers, Vern Gagne. In those days, he was a big name, man. Vern Gagne. He was my my wrestling coach. I hadn't done football. He was my wrestling coach in junior high and into most of high school. And Greg Gagne, who kind of took up Daddy's career in wrestling, Greg Gagne dated my sister for a while. Yeah. So the wrestling world was our world, all that old shit, you know. Yeah. And I think back to those days, and yeah, times were different, man. Times are different.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, those are the good old days, you know.
Yeah, yeah. And now lately, I got everybody teasing me, and they're trying to get Samantha to come on a panel with me and start out with, "Tell us about the good old days." No, I am not your grandpa. I'm not telling you about the good old days. Back off, you guys. Back off. Yeah, yeah. And they try to pull that on me on Sty Story Sundays now, you know.
Oh, do they? That's funny.
Hey, Grandpa, tell us about the good old days. Yeah, no, go away. Yeah. But I'm in the mood. And
Yeah.
we're gonna have fun this winter after I get relocated and set up.
Yeah.
And
How long is that going to take, you think?
I will be up and running, full steam. New studio, back on the regular stream schedule. Trying to do some extras here and there. Full steam before the 1st of January. So,
yeah. Nice.
So it's not that far off. Now, you haven't had the pleasure of popping in on Christmas Day, but I do a live stream on Christmas Day from 12 noon until 8 p.m.
Holy smokes alive.
Wow. And I've done it for the last couple of years. And my first year out that I did it, was that the first year or was that last year? Hell, I can't remember anymore. I'm getting old. But I funded Christmas for 4 underprivileged families, and
yeah, I think I've heard those.
Yeah, I ponied up $1,600 to split between those families, and my viewers, I all I did was tell them that's what I'm doing for Christmas. Yeah. I'm not giving my family anything. I had that $1,600. It was gifted to me, that $1,600. Nice. and all my needs were met. So I was going to pay it forward.
Right.
So
Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, so I got $400 per family, right? And I got all of these organizations. I got these 2 organizations that help do all the logistics for me, help me pick the 4 families and everything, and make that $400 per family stretch as far as we can make it. I got local businesses to sell me things for half wholesale.
Wow.
Half
Wow.
a wholesale.
Crazy.
I got a laptop for a husband and wife as a joint gift for them. That laptop retail price on it was $1,800. I got that laptop for $225.
Wow.
And I was able to do so much more for those families because my audience kept saying, here's $10 towards the cause. Here's 20 for the cause. Here's 100 towards the cause. I started getting to the point where I'm going, hey guys, you can only do this up to this point. Because I got to have some skin in the game. You guys are taking all of my investment out of it, man.
Yeah.
You know, and I literally ended up getting so much return that they literally matched what I was originally going to spend. So those families, instead of $400, got $800 invested in each family, and they had the best Christmas they could have ever imagined, and they were going into Christmas with zilch. Not one of those families was even going to have they weren't even going to have a Christmas tree. They weren't going to have food on the table other than what they normally eat. There was no special dinner. They weren't going to have gifts for their children. And what made these 4 families really stand out to me was they were very qualified to get Operation Rudolph or some of these other the local food shelf would have provided them with a Christmas meal. And, you know, if they would have gone and asked those places, they could have put together a nice basic Christmas.
Wow. Yeah.
But after watching these families and hearing their position on things, that no, they didn't want it. They were going to be happy with less as long as it was them that they were together. You know, that's good enough. And we'll see better days. We're working towards it. You know, they were working families that just weren't making it. One family, he had lost his career job and it virtually bankrupted them. And him and his wife got the laptop. Because of the laptop and his ability to get out there and reach out for work, he landed himself a job that paid him $60,000 a year.
Oh wow, nice.
They relocated out of the community to another community because the company he went to work for gave him a relocation fund to move.
Wow.
And they're still today. They're successful as can be. She wanted the laptop just so she could social media because she felt so isolated at home. Now she's got herself an online business going. And so a lot of people said, God, Sty, you invested a lot into that. Your audience gave $1,600, you gave $1,600, 4 families had this awesome Christmas. Well, that was kind of like, and there it was, gone. I said, oh no. All 4 of those families, I had these 2 organizations that helped me select those families. Those families don't know who the hell I am or who paid for that. That's all been kept from them. That's none of that. Yeah. But the last report was probably about 6 months ago. I got on those families. All 4 of those families are all successful. They're all doing well. They're all having a nice Christmas this year. So it did what it was intended to do.
See, yeah, and
And they'll pay it forward. I know they will. Yeah.
Oh, totally. So, how did you grow up, if you don't mind me asking? How are you when you were younger, in your childhood? Did you grow up middle class? Did you grow up poor? Did you grow up wealthy?
I grew up in edging to upper middle class, just edging to it. My father was a career chief of police of a small community.
Nice.
So that's, one of the higher positions in the community. He was chief of police from 1951 to 1969. He was their first chief of police in the community. And when he passed away, they shut down their police department and hired the next community to do their policing because they said, we just don't even want to try to replace them.
Right.
Was the deal.
Yeah.
They just couldn't find anybody that would fit. And so they opted, we won't even have a police department. We'll just use the neighboring police department. Well, so I grew up in a really stable household. I mean, we had plenty of discipline. Try to be the kid of the local chief of police. I mean,
yeah, totally right.
Yeah, you can't get away. The thing is, and I told my friends, watch what you're doing out there. Because if they can't pin it on you,
it's pinned on me.
My old man pins it on me.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was you. And if it wasn't you, you know who it was. So I said, watch it, guys. I take a lot of heat being the cops kid, Well, my dad saw our community as extended family. And he expected us to treat everyone in our community as if they are family. They're part of our family. And he did things in that community. I'm telling you, when I try to tell people the things he did in that community, they call me a liar, and I'm not. I've got lots of people that fortunately are still alive today that can prove that I'm not. He did things in that community that people today don't believe. No way would a chief of police in any damn town, I don't care where you are, they tell me your dad, from what you're describing, made Andy Griffith look like an asshole. I said, all I can do is share what I experienced with my father and what he did, the things he did. And you have to come to your own judgment, but yeah, I mean, that little community is now absorbed by Minneapolis. It's part of the greater Minneapolis. It used to have a population when I was growing up of 1,500 people, and now it's got a population of over 26,000. And it was a small community, but in this huge community that's now full of high-rise condominiums looking out over the lake, it was a lake community surrounded by water. It was actually an island. It's totally surrounded by water. It's all big condos on the lakefronts and big high-end finance type related businesses and big fancy clubs. There's just a little road with 2 city-sized blocks of residential that hasn't been affected. That's still there. You go there and you go, oh wow, this neighborhood looks just like it did in 1965.
Wow.
But that's it. The rest of that town, if you had only seen it, say 1967, 69 era, and now you went and saw it today, you'd go, well, this ain't the town I was talking about. Because you would never, ever recognize it. But all good things, have to come to an end. And so my childhood started out real good. I mean, the family vacations, the community picnics, and all the great things Dad did, and all that shit. Yeah, in February 1969, it all came crashing down. All came crashing down. The my mother, it was normal routine in our household. Kids are going to church. Well, we went to our one and only little community church in our town, and as usual, at that time, my brother had a driver's license, was old enough to drive, 1969, and my dad gave him the job of taking us to church on Sundays because my dad didn't want to have to do that anymore. My dad didn't go to church. I ain't going there. He says, all those people got things that are wrong in town that I need to fix. I don't want to work on Sunday. I said, I'm not going to church. So we all load up in the family station wagon, go to church. And at 11 o'clock, right in the middle of the sermon, we knew it. The whole family said, gotta go home. And that's when the picture perfect middle class kind of Andy Griffith family came crash into a halt.
Yeah.
Walked in the house and walked right up on my father having taken his own life.
Oh, goodness. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that part. Wow.
And so that's when the light came on. Right in that moment, that's when the light came on. God, I've been sheltered. Man, have I been sheltered.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell people, it's natural instinct to protect your children. Try to put a bubble around them, protect them. But we were so sheltered and protected and felt so comfortable with everything that something tragic like that happened. And it didn't get inside our bubble. It shattered our bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, the world as you knew it just came to a freaking end, you know, and it shocked everybody. There were reasons behind it that I'm not one. I ever you'd never hear me being sympathetic to the act of suicide or anybody that attempts it. I'm sorry. It's like that started the chain of events, and I've had 5 close suicides since then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, I am not sympathetic to those that carry out the act or actually go as far as taking the attempt, because it's the most selfish act a person can ever do. Because you're not taking anything. Everybody goes, well, you got to feel bad for them, man. They took their own life. I said, no, they didn't take anything away from themselves. They gave everything about them up. They took it away from the people they left behind. So, yeah. Do I sympathize with their conditions that's making them feel that way? Yes, I do. But I don't sympathize with the final decision, and I never do. I never will.
Selfishness.
Yeah, because it's pure selfishness. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody commits suicide for anyone except themselves. It's because they've given up on even being concerned about what you're going to lose. You know,
Right.
they're thinking about the misery they're going to give up, but they're not thinking about all the misery now you have to live through. So yeah, so that was a life changer, and I grew up in a flash. I grew up in a flash. Now a lot of people they scream and holler and tell me, "Oh, you're full of shit."
How old were you?
I was. That happened. Let's see, that would be 9 days in 1969. It happened 9 days before my 12th birthday. Yeah, yeah. I turned 12 2 days after his funeral. Yeah. And I didn't turn 12. I tell everybody I turned 25. I turned 25.
Yep. How long did it take you to get yourself together?
Instantly.
A long time. You're probably still. I mean, that's rough.
Oh, I'm sure the way I came across trying to tell you about it, that you can tell, it's a soft spot. It's a soft spot, and it always has been a soft spot.
Because you want to go.
It's
you bastard. Why?
Oh yeah.
Why did you do this, you bastard?
And it took years for me. Now, and this is, it's hard to go here because my mother, God bless her, she's gone now. She passed away. What was it? Running water. 2 years now. She's been gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I think about 2 years.
And God bless her. I mean, but I thought at 12 years old, I thought, God, this is the hardest thing in my whole life that I'll ever have to go through. And at 12, I didn't understand what she may be going through, right? Well, for her, it was literally the hardest thing for her to go through in her whole life. And she had quite the struggle, quite the emotional and mental health struggle to go through, because a little bit of backstory detail. The night before he committed suicide, now he's the chief of police in town, and he was well known for his nickel-plated, long-barreled, pearl-handled, well, I don't take it back, it wasn't pearl-handled, it was bone-handled, Smith & Wesson revolver. It stood out like a sore thumb. It had a tailored down holster, so he could skin that thing quick if he needed to. It was a sweet sidearm, great service revolver. And he always cleaned his guns on Saturdays. It didn't matter what gun. His service revolver, his backup revolver in the squad, his shotgun from the squad, and all the guns in the bathroom closet, which were plenty. He loved collecting some very old weapons, but he cleaned every gun every Saturday. It was just routine, and he was so good at break down, put them back together, all clean, ready to go back. And I would run back and forth from the closet, take the clean one back, bring a dirty one back to him, back and forth until they're all done. Well, and then if he left a firearm out in the squad, he'd send me out, and I'd bring it in the house for him to clean. We were taught gun safety from shit just about from the time we were walking. We were pretty proficient, the two boys, by the time we were 6 years old. But the Saturday before he committed suicide, he didn't clean guns that day. He always did it kind of late in the afternoon, just before dinner. He didn't clean them that day. He waited until the end of the night. It's bedtime. Everybody's saying, I'm calling it a night. And he goes, hey, Sty, buddy, come here. And I come over and I go, what? He goes, I forgot to clean my service revolver today. I said, you didn't clean any of the guns. He says, well, they'll wait. They can wait. But he says, my service revolver, that bugger, I got to keep that bugger tip top, you know. He says, It's in the glove box of the squad. Run out to the squad. He throws me the keys. Run out to the squad. Get my revolver from me. Well, the house is full of guns. I mean, and if that made sense. He ain't going nowhere unless that nickel plated beast is all polished up, right? I went out, got his revolver for him, brought it in the house, set it on the table. He always had a card table in front of his recliner because we played rummy and other games half the night all the time. Brought it in, set it on the table in front of him, and he says, "Sweet, I'm going to clean that tomorrow." Yeah. So, without faulting my mother, and I can't blame her, she didn't have much choice but to realize, because she watched that routine go on. Once that happened, she started thinking things through. That morning, what happened yesterday, what happened the day before that. Then all of a sudden she put two and two together, and that's what made me instantly grow up and tell myself, "You're on your own, buddy. This is going to be a long haul. I don't know where you're going to get the strength and the wisdom," but she caught me in the house and she says, "You're going to go spend some time with these friends of ours." And I knew where it was going, where I was going to be going. And I go, "Why is that and how long?" And she says, "You'll stay there until I say you come home." She says, "It could be days, it could be months. So just be prepared." And I said, "And why am I going?" She goes, "Don't ever ask me questions again." She said, "If your father was still here, you could ask him the questions, but you're the one that put the gun in his hands."
Dude, that is that is heavy.
Yeah, for a 12-year-old. But by the time I came back home, she sought, finally, with the help of family and friends, she sought some mental health care, and she got through it. She took almost a year sabbatical off of work, and she got back on her feet, got her stuff together, got herself together.
Mm-hmm.
But she couldn't give up. That maybe it was me was the cause, was the reason. Beyond putting the gun in his hand, maybe it was just, maybe I was too hard to raise. There's something about me that, so for the longest time, she just really didn't want much to do with me. She was going to make sure I was well fed. I had a decent roof over my head, everything that way. She saw to all of my actual, you need that to live, needs. But as far as the relationship went, it was, yeah, she's Ma. Yeah, I'm her kid. I don't want to admit it, but yeah, he's my kid, kind of thing. And she allowed me to just become me, which now I can, in retrospect, I can look back and say, she did me one hell of a big favor. She did me a huge favor. This is where people that just, "Sty, you're so full of shit." But again, I have real people, and they'll explain it to you. They'll tell their story about what they know, and you'll go, "Oh boy, they just collaborated everything he said." When I was 14 years old that year, let's see, that would have been 1972. I made $27,000. I was in school. I was 14. I was in junior high school.
Yeah.
And in that year, I made $27,000. When I was 13, I made $14,000. When I was 12, I was just learning the ropes. I only made $6,000 when I was 12 years old. But it graduated right up to almost making $30,000 a year. And that was 3 times the average adult's household income
Yeah.
in 1972. 3 times that.
Mm-hmm.
And a 14-year-old kid's making it. What did I do with that money? Oh, my friends love me, man. They love me.
Mm-hmm.
I spent it. I earned it to spend it, and I did. I spent it on all kinds of stuff. But on my birthday, I'm going, I need to start shaving. Long lost second cousin of mine came to the funeral, and he had given me a razor and all the accessories and everything. He said, boy, you're going to start shaving in the next year or two. I just thought I'd give that to you as a gift. I started shaving even before I needed to. Next thing I know, I'm 13 and I got a full goatee and a full mustache. And it just accelerated from there. I sprouted real quick. By the time I was 14, I was 5'10" and in pretty good shape. And two of the local pubs I didn't look like the Chief's kid anymore. They didn't recognize me as the Chief's kid.
Mm-hmm.
I just walked right in the bar like I owned the damn place and said, set me up with a pitcher of beer and I need $2 in quarters, and threw the money I threw a $10 bill on the bar. Bartender didn't even waste his time looking at me. Man, he skinned that 10, brought me change, and I poured myself a beer, walked over to the pool table and dropped a quarter in. Gonna get the balls all racked. I walked over to the cigarette machine, get me a pack of cigarettes out of the machine, popped smoke in my mouth, lit her up, and played pool and drank beer all day long. And by the time I left that bar that evening, I left way before closing. I was just 14 years old and all sockered up, But I had that bartender convinced into running me a tab, and I'll pay you every Friday evening. He says, we'll give it a go for 1 week. And if you pay me for that week, you're good for another week. He says, but the first time you're a minute late on paying me, no tab. I said, okay. By the time I was 16, I had a monthly running tab at that bar. I could go in there, buy drinks for the whole month, and at the end of the month, I'd pay off the tab. So like I said, on my 12th birthday, I turned 25. And people have doubts, and I don't blame them. And they say, Sty, you couldn't have done as much as you say you've done. You can't. There's just not enough time in a life to do what you did. And I said, there is. If everything you grab is a racehorse, you'd be surprised how fast you can get through things and experience between here and there. Man, I'm going to ride a racehorse there. I'm not dragging my feet. I'm not going to get one job and spend the rest of my life in it and hope that at the end of my life that it was worth it. No, I'm going to grab every single little opportunity. I'm going to get on that racehorse and run for it. And I'm going to try shit that's dangerous, man. This could put me on the soup lines, homeless, and just, I didn't care. This could make me rich, man. This will make me awesome rich. Yeah, I turned 6 figures. And I was happy I got there. Wow. Man, finally hit 6 figures. That's cool. Quit the damn job and took a job that paid less than half that. Because it was a job I had never done. And it was exciting.
And it's not about the money.
That's it. It was about life. It was about life.
Yeah. I've never shared on here with, just tits and little things about my life, right?
Right.
So I grew up dirt poor.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the alcohol. I saw the drugs. I seen it all.
Yeah.
Grew up in some hardcore areas. I was born in Oakland, California. I
Okay.
lived in Hilltop. It's in Tacoma,
Uh-huh.
Washington, the
Yeah.
rough hood. And I did not know any better, right? I lived in
Right.
campgrounds. I lived on the river, all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
As a kid, it's normal, right?
Running water's down there nodding his head.
You know,
Yeah, how many times have you lived out in the wilderness along the river? And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, bud,
so
I had to take you there. I had to experience it.
so
You
what
do
I'm
realize that's my son, by the way.
yeah,
Oh, no,
yeah,
yeah. Okay.
yeah. So I the way I grew up made me who I am today, you know, and I never chose that path in life. I've
Right.
worked my entire life,
Right.
even in high school. I got a girl pregnant in school, and guess what? I worked, as a junior in high school.
Yeah.
I'm a dad. I graduated high school. Okay. I worked pretty much my life right now, maybe 3 or 4 jobs my whole
Right.
life.
Right.
Never been unemployed, and I'm not bragging. Trust me, I am not bragging,
No,
because
but
I've been around the corner. I've seen a lot of stuff, and what you're saying, I have a good friend that did the same thing what your dad did and left kids and a wife behind. So I've seen it. I've seen it in my face,
sure.
and I've seen what happens to a human being when they go through something like that.
See, and that's something that a lot of people didn't realize. I saw what my peers, what my friends and family
Mm-hmm.
and the outside were going through watching what we were going through. And people don't realize the ramifications of all of that. That being on the outside looking in and seeing the damage it's doing to those people, it's not hard for you to take that shit to heart. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you can definitely empathize with the victims of that.
Yeah.
I never took that away from anybody when they say, "Oh my God, I'm hurting for what happened to you, and I'm hurting for what you are going through." I didn't have it happen to me, but boy, I'm feeling some of that damn pain, and
Mm-hmm.
I truly appreciated those that openly admitted they were feeling it too.
Mm-hmm. And it's, if you've seen the stuff, and gone through stuff and, did it all, and, I made the, good money. I made 6 figures. I never went to school, but I always taught my kids, climb that ladder, do better,
That's right.
do
That's right.
better than whatever you're doing now. And I was raised from my grandfather to do better and just work hard, which nowadays you work your tail off for these
And
corporate
yeah,
and
yeah,
it's a whole nother ball of wax there. But
sure is. We could go on for days on that one.
so it's
See, and that was my benefit back in those days when I first had to take the big jump and become an adult.
mm-hmm.
Was the advantage was entrepreneurship was ripe in the late 1960s and throughout the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have the big corporate pressure in the world. I didn't have the popo watching for me not paying taxes. I didn't have
Mm-hmm.
them saying, "Wait a minute, that guy's actually running a damn business and he's not reporting any of that damn income. What in the world?" Didn't have that.
Yeah.
Didn't have that. And people tell me, "Sty, you're quite wise because of everything you went through, but you weren't very smart, man. You had all that golden opportunity. and you had a hold of you had a hold of the reins, man. You had everything under control. You could have become a millionaire. I said, but would I have become me today? Would I have become me?
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
no, I have no regrets.
Right.
I have
So
no
what
regrets.
you've gone through and all that stuff is who you are today, you know.
Yeah.
And you did very well running water, right? He did well raising you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I you know,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
listen to him. Yeah, he thinks so.
Yeah.
I,
We always, as a dad, we always go, did we do a good enough job?
well,
I
that's
wasn't
it. I
really
feel
there. I always worked, you know, and I came home and put a roof over their head and took care of them. You know, could I have done
that's
better? It's hard because
I
don't, you know.
uh, it quite often that I feel and I got to stop myself, but there's quite often I just find myself saying to myself, yeah, you fell short. You fell short of a dad. You weren't the perfect dad.
Mm-hmm.
You really fell short. But just think if I hadn't fallen short, what this guy would be. I mean, that I mean, for him to turn out as well as he did, my contribution to that is really just giving him the ability to take and throw out the best and worst of me.
Mm-hmm.
I never told them you got to be like me. I never told any of my kids you need to be like me.
Right.
You need to be you, and you got to take responsibility for your life and what happens in your life. I don't care what direction you take, as long as you take responsibility. Don't
And
put
it's
it on me.
so
Don't put it
true.
on your mother. Don't put it on your neighbor. You take responsibility for yourself, and then at least I feel I was successful enough. And running water and my youngest son, well, my two girls too, I have to say, all four of my kids, they they proved up. They proved up. They're independent. They do their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
When your kids can go out and they call you and you go, "What's up?" and they go, "Well, nothing. I just wanted to chat. Just wanted to call."
That's awesome.
Oh, wow. Wow. You're not asking for something?
Right.
Wow. That means you're taking care of business. You're
Mm-hmm.
taking responsibility. They might share with you a hardship they're going through. And you're like, now, wait a minute. So many of my friends, their kids in that same hardship are calling and saying, you got to bail me out, Dad. You got to help. Without you, I won't make it. My kids, it's, well, yeah, I got this and this, but we'll make it. We're gonna get through. We'll make it. It's a worse situation, but boy, we'll make it. And then I feel like, wow, they just opened the door for me then to offer. They're not asking.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's an open door. If I have resource to offer, I will. Maybe I don't have the resource, but I'll be there. Hey, I'm here. I'm here. What can I do with the little bit I got? My kids, I tell you what, if anybody that doesn't believe in paying it forward, sorry, you can kiss this old boy's ass because it does work. My
Mm-hmm.
children, running water can tell you, I didn't save any money, man. If I would have stuck to my guns and saved money right now, I'd be in, oh man, hell, let's head to Vegas tomorrow. Nothing better to do. But he can tell you, I didn't spare the dollar. I
Yeah.
didn't spare the dollar. Every dollar I spent, and I repeated it to my family and friends constantly when they'd say, can you afford that? When can't you afford to buy a memory? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
for crying out loud, there's one thing in life. There's things that are needed. I need to pay for a roof over my head. I need to pay for transportation. I need to pay for food on the table. And I need to buy memories. I need to buy memories because the day will come someday when I can't do those things anymore. But oh my God, I got some of the richest memories, and I invested all my time, effort, and money into those memories. And you can't take those from me.
Right.
They belong to me. I can't sell off my memories. I can have someone pay me to share my memories with them if they want, but all I can do is share them because I can't even give them away. They're mine. They belong to me. So I invested everything in my life to memories. I tried to spend everything on memories, and running water knows. Yeah, I was I was spend stupid sometimes. It was like, oh my God, that was a great trip. What are we going to do when we get home? And I'd say, go hungry for a week until I get my next paycheck.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we'll get by, but it ain't going to be sweet. But boy, we had a good. While we're sitting around eating real water thin soup here to get by, let's talk about that trip we took, man. That wasn't that great. Yeah, get you through that bad meal, don't it? Yeah, and that's it. And that's why my channel goes on now, is it? And that's why I share stories. Is I paid for them, and I'm going to share them. And like you were saying, Mojo, about you know sharing bits about yourself, and there's people on YouTube won't share a thing about themselves.
Oh no.
Not a thing, about their upbringing, their personal life, the state of affairs today. They don't go there at all. It's like my business only. And then there's people that share little tidbits. Then there's those people that share that next step up, and they'll share events throughout their life and reminisce, and I love that stuff because that now you're story sharing, and everybody's got a story. Everybody's got a story. Just not everybody's willing to share their stories.
Right. And I always say that about everybody because everybody has a story.
You betcha. And I've had so many people say, not me. I can guarantee you, I do not have a story. And I tell them, well, if you and I are sitting in private, I guarantee you within 10 minutes, I'll have you telling me something about yourself that I didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
And guess what? That's a story. That's your story coming out. And you'd be amazed at how many chapters you've got in your book. And so that's what I'm all about, is I share my stories to encourage others to do the same. I've had people approach me and say, but Sty, you're just a total open book. I mean, you tell everybody everything. You don't hide shit. Well, I hate to burst anybody's balloon, but there are things in my past that very few people know. Very people know. I've only shared with very few. There's some things that running water has never realized, seen, or heard. And it's going to stay that way because he doesn't need to. Those are stories that don't help generally. They hurt more than they would help. So the people I shared my stories with were people that were going through crisis, that those secret stories related, and it was the only way to be able to put them at a point where there was a comfort level that at least they understood that someone else could experience or feel something that they were in. And but yet it's not something you'd want to generally share with people because it's too tragic to share. It's just too tragic. So why hurt people? Why tell stories that might scare somebody? They might go, oh, that was gross or disgusting, but it didn't hurt them. It didn't hurt them. It just gave them information, and they're going, "I told you that guy was nuts. Did you hear what Sty did? That guy is nuts." But to me, we all have a story because we all had lives. We all came from somewhere. We all went through things.
Mm-hmm.
And if we share that story, now we just shared our life. We've actually extended our lives. I could die tonight in my sleep, but my story is going to go on.
Mm-hmm.
It's sitting here on YouTube. There's over 800 videos and live streams. Don't tell me that 20 years from now, as long as YouTube continues to exist, that you can't find out who Sty was. Not just who he was, but you're going to find out who, what, and why he was. Because I shared my life with you. And guess what? Some goofball, some days down the road, I'm dead and gone, is going to go, check this Sty North channel shit out. I'm going to check it. And he's going to decide he's going to binge. Man, that guy's got 800 and some videos on here. I'm going to watch every one. I'm going to start from the very first one he ever made. And I'm going to watch Sty all the way through, and all them stories, all the live streams. I'm going to watch. I'm going to learn everything I can about this guy. And they're going to watch that whole thing. And guess what? They just brought me alive for a whole lifetime again.
Yeah.
So I live on. I'm not here, but I'm living on. And maybe something in those 800 and some videos will inspire that person to do something for themselves, for someone else, make the world a better place. I don't care. But maybe it'll just make them feel better in a bad situation. So I look at our channels and all the creativeness we try to do. We're paying it forward. We're giving the future a chance to look back and say, they weren't such bad people. They weren't such bad people. They had bad times. They had good times. But in all, in the whole picture, they weren't bad people. Yeah, I wish I kind of knew them today, So I encourage people, keep it going. Always keep it going.
So, do you see videos of your great grandfather?
What's that?
Do you see videos of your great grandfather? No, right? Doesn't make sense, right?
Right. That's it.
Your great grandkids will be seeing your videos most likely.
Yeah. Well, no,
going?
they will. I already got great grandkids and
great grandkids then.
The greats. Hopefully, my great grandchildren will say, "Hey, we were around when old Grandpa Sty was doing this stuff. You got to check this stuff out."
Right.
You know what it is YouTube is the old Super 8 Christmas movies on acid. How many people had to sit through that uncle in the family that had the slideshow? Click, 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 click. I got all the pictures from last summer, the whole vacation. And you're like, oh, Jesus, here we go. Hours of looking at slides. But yet you saw everything that side of the family did all summer. Same with the old reel-to-reel movies. Every Christmas. Oh, Uncle John setting up the projector. We're going to watch his home movies from last Christmas. That was YouTube without a platform,
Right.
And we were so thrilled back then. I can remember right in the beginning, in the heat of the Vietnam War, my uncle and his family at the time were based in Germany. My uncle was a chief warrant officer, but more than his rank was his qualifications. He was a nuclear physicist, and he was typically put on high-end technical duty for any of the missile silos we had that were U.S. held, including everything in Europe and Asia. So he was over in Germany doing his job, and we don't know what it was. You're not allowed to know that crap. It's all classified. You can't know nothing,
Right.
All we did know, and he implied, is that the reason they were in Germany and that he's going to be stuck there for 18 to 24 months on that deployment was because they had a very critical issue with the missile defense system, and they needed his technical assistance. That's all we knew. But for him to be able to stretch it that far to tell us that much, like my dad said, that ain't good. Yeah, he wouldn't be telling us that much if it was us. No big deal, I'm just deployed for up to 2 years. It's just, my job, no big deal. No, he made it clear that, yeah, it's a real technical, kind of serious issue with the missile defense. We don't know what was going on. But they would make a phone call. They made a phone call on New Year's. They made a phone call on Christmas Eve. They had it all figured out, timing and everything. It's the middle of the night for them in Germany, but they called us just before we sat for dinner. And you didn't have speakerphones in the 1960s. You got 6 people crammed up tight to this stupid ass receiver on a dial phone, yelling at them to yell so we can hear them. And we're just thrilled because we're hearing what's occurring overseas real time from them.
Yeah.
And then they tell you, oh, we sent you a package. Did you get it? Yeah, we got it. Open it. You open it. And it's a reel-to-reel tape player with 4 tapes. And it's them recording themselves for you to listen, telling you about all these things in Germany.
Wow.
We did this, we went there, and all. And you sat and you were glued to it. And it's like, oh my God, we would never know any of these things. We'd never experience any of this if they didn't share it with us. Now imagine if they never sent us those tapes, they wouldn't have known to have that detail of a conversation with us some day down the road. They made those tapes while it was all fresh, and to get their point across, this is the way it is here, blah, blah, blah. And so it's not surprising that people have basically acclimated to YouTube, because I've got, for a Sty Times topic, and I get into those kind of things, where the topic is everything today. It's all the same. It's all the same. Just different. It's just different.
It's all the same, but it's different.
Different. That's right. Exactly. It's all the same. It's just different. The things I experienced, the things I felt, especially impactful things in life. You think that stuff went away? No, it's still all the same. You still have all those feelings, all those emotions, and all that. Those impacts affect us all. It's all the same. It's just different. It's just different because we have different reactionary approaches today. We have different views on certain aspects of things happening or going on. But there's still the same things that are happening and going on. I'm a firm believer that there's nothing that can happen today that hasn't happened in the past.
Right.
It's like I said earlier, I think it was in this stream or it was in last night's stream. I don't recall, but I had made a comment that a saying that I've now adopted, and you probably hear it for a long time. I hope for a long time, but every day, even when I've had a few rough ones lately, but every day is a good one as far as I'm concerned. I found good in every day, even the worst ones. And the reason I'm finding good in every day, even the worst ones, is because today is the first day of the end of my life. So I'm going to make good of it, man.
Right.
I'm going to make good of it. Every single day from this point forward is the first day of the end of my life, not the rest of my life, the end of my life. I'm in the winter of my life, and I've become a firm believer that when you get into the winter of your life, you need to change that outlook. I used to love the saying, today is the first day of the rest of my life, man. I can put all this effort into today, and it's going to help me down the road. You got to reverse that when winter comes, when the winter of your life comes, and say, man, this is the first day of the end of my life. I got to make the most of it because I don't know how many of those I'm going to have left. So I'm going to get something good out of this day. Damn it. I also, the other day I did it, and I got that off of watching We Were Soldiers. The old line when this fella says to this sergeant, wonderful morning, sir. How do you know what kind of goddamn morning it is? Yeah. So now that's part of my routine too, and that's going to be a Sty Times topic. Is when I get up in the morning, it's the worst time of the day. It's a worst. It used to be I get up in the morning and go, yeah, I'm ready to go. Another day, yeah. I get up now that I get up in the morning. I go, oh, son of a bitch, here we go again. Jesus sake. Oh man, oh fuck, I feel miserable. God, I didn't sleep worth a shit. God, my back hurts. Where the hell's my coffee? And I go and get my cup of coffee. By the time I get the first couple sips out of that cup of coffee and half a smoke down, I'm going, oh shit. Well, things are getting better. Things are getting. I've come to the conclusion if I start my day off bad, all it can do is get better. No shit. I'm now I practice it religiously. The other day I woke up and I'm going, whoa, I actually got 6 solid hours of sleep. I feel fresh. I feel good. And I got out of bed and I'm like, wow, yeah, I'm ready to go. And I started heading to the kitchen to get my coffee, and it was feeling odd. Well, I bumped the coffee carafe or filter thing, knocked it off the counter, coffee grounds all over the freaking kitchen. I look down and I go, there, now we're starting the day off right. Son of a bitch. I cleaned it up, got my coffee going, and the smell of the coffee, oh, that's better. And I'm calming down and add that coffee, and I'm going, oh, there we go. Day might work out yet. It just might work out yet. I found that if I don't start the day off like shit, the rest of the day could turn shitty on me. If I started off too damn optimistic and all full of joy and everything's great, oh my God, be careful, man. Don't be that damn happy waking up because you might get your balloon popped during the day. You better be careful, man. But if you start your day off saying, "Oh no, another shitty day. Damn it, God damn it. Oh, but that coffee smells good." Your day's already getting better, and that's it. And through the day, every little accomplishment seems like a big one because you started this day off like shit, man. It's getting better and better as we go. And people tell me, they said, you've got health concerns, you're getting old, you're just, at least you got all your marbles, that's going for you. I said, well, the few I got, yeah, I still got the few I got, I can't, you got to be careful when I'm playing marbles because I can't afford to lose any. But the thing, and they say, how can you be so damn positive all the time? You've had things that would make anybody depressed, and how can you just stay positive all the time? And you overdo yourself, you overdo things, and you shouldn't be doing that. You do it anyway. I said, because I feel good. I feel good about what I am doing. I feel good about the world. All the troubles we have in the world, all those problems, I don't feel good about those. No, I feel good about you, all of you. I feel good that you're all there, that we're all going through life. We're all getting, it's a big shit sandwich. We're all taking a bite. But I'll tell you what, if I have to, I'll take a bite of a shit sandwich. It's better than going totally hungry. I'm not going to look at it as I need to crawl in a hole. I need to put a bubble over myself and be miserable and just allow myself to hurt. No, I refuse. I refuse to not take this rotten ass morning I had and make it better all day. And so when I go to bed, people say, well, yeah, when you go to bed, what do you have to look forward to? Just another rotten morning. I go, yeah. But I can say when I go to bed, God, I bet you tomorrow's going to be lousy. Never fails. Something's going to go to hell. But today was a good day. Today was good. Thank God I had today, man. It was a good day. I got through it, and it turned out pretty damn good. That's how I go to bed, with gratitude for the good day I didn't think I was going to have.
Mm-hmm.
When I wake up, I go, oh, Jesus, here we go. This ain't going to work today. But by the time I go to bed, I can look back and go, boy, yeah, I'm glad I had today. It worked out pretty good. So that's what keeps life going on,
Yeah. Oh, totally.
and keeps you involved in life. I hate that when I see people that just stop being involved.
Yeah.
They just don't want to really live anymore. They exist. They don't live. They just exist.
Yeah.
Hell, I can do that. I could go. I got a taxidermy friend that even said that he's willing to have me stuffed. If I want to just exist, well, heck, I should go get stuffed then right now, right? Yeah, let's do it. Let's get stuffed, and then you can just prop me up in the corner, and I'll just exist. There's a lot of people that's what they are. They're just stuffing, and they're just existing.
Mm-hmm.
They're not shouting out, I'm alive, Frankenstein, he's alive. Yeah, damn right.
It's I get up every day. I do the same routine that I do, and it's just because of where I'm at right now, which is going to change down the road. But it's
sure,
first thing I do. The first thing is my wife makes a pot of coffee for me.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And that coffee's there. Guess what? I'm having a good day. Right?
That starts your day right off, right?
Now, when I get to work and somebody's parking in my parking spot, it's gonna be a bad day.
That's that. Yeah. Well, and
it's just weird how it works. But if they're not parked in my spot, guess what? I'm gonna have a good day.
See, and that's it. Boy, that is so close to what I do, because today was a good example. I went and I bought all these fuses and relays for my truck because it's an ignition problem, won't turn over.
Oh, no,
and I checked everything out online. I talked to 2 local mechanics, and they all said the same thing I found online. These are what could cause that. Nothing else. This is all that can cause that. Fuses, relay, and the starter. Nothing else is going to make it do what you say it's doing. So, okay, that's cool. So I went to the parts store and I said, I got my manual. I said, I need this fuse, this fuse, this fuse, and that relay.
And it's for a Ford, right?
Yeah, it's for a Ford F-150. Find out that this is a common issue.
Yeah.
And it's only one of like 3 things that cause it, right? So I said, grab those, pull those parts up. I want to know what they come to. He does. And he goes, good deal. 24 something. I said, well, that's not so bad. He says, well, that relay's what's expensive. He says, it's only a few bucks for the fuses, but he said that relay was $17, 16 something. I said, I don't care, $25, yeah. Bag it up, ring it up, bag it up. I'm out of here. And I go, oh, by the way, look up a starter for that truck. And he goes, do you need a solenoid? I said, that F-150 year doesn't have a external
it's on the
solenoid. It's on the starter.
Yeah.
And if the solenoid on the starter's crapped out, might as well replace the starter. So I said, just starter, the starter kit. It's going to have solenoid. Everything's there. Mm-hmm. I said, give me a price. He looks it up and he goes, what do you want? One that we got in stock? Or do you want me to check them all? What could be shipped to us? I said, I want you to check for the lowest price. I don't care who the hell made it, as long as you can get it. He goes, okay, will do. And he's going, and he goes, well, we do have one on the shelf here. He says, it's $169. It's a refurb, $169. You want to buy a brand new one, they're $289, but $169 for that refurb. And I said, is that the cheapest? And you got it on your shelf? He goes, well, that's not the cheapest. He says, here we go. The cheapest is $108. And he goes, and if you order it now, I can have it here by Monday. And I go, really? He goes, yeah. He says, actually, you can order it. That was yesterday I did this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Got the price on it. He says, you can order it by the end of the day, Saturday, and still get it Monday. You order it on Sunday, you're not getting it till Tuesday. I said, good info, because I can't work on the damn truck again until Tuesday. So I'll order the damn thing Sunday afternoon. Okay, so what I had in mind is the fact that I got all these fuses in the relay. I'm going back, and I guarantee you, I'm going to pull all of those, put all the new ones in, and that son of a bitch will start right up, I bet you. Mm-hmm. No, it didn't.
I know.
And I looked at all the fuses. The relay you can't tell visually, but I looked at all the fuses, and I haven't got a meter, so I couldn't test the relay.
Mm-hmm. And what year is that truck?
2005.
Yeah.
2005, and it's so Lo and behold, it's got to be the damn starter, right? Well, I want to confirm that. And I had the battery. I checked the battery. Batteries topped right off. Yeah. Had
And when you're turning it on, you're getting the lights. The lights are coming on the dash.
everything on the truck
Right.
works. And turn the ignition on, everything works.
Right.
No odd additional idiot lights or anything. Just everything looks normal. Except it's got a check engine light, and I know what that's all about, and that has nothing to do with ignition at all.
Did you say idiot lights?
Yeah.
Was there
That's an old school thing. That's us old men.
Was there a picture of my ex-wife on there or something?
No,
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I always said, if there's something very seriously wrong with my truck, what should light up on that dash is a picture of my wife winking at me. That tells me, oh boy, you're in trouble, mister. Yeah. There's an idiot.
That would be awesome to put a little something in there. Right?
Yeah.
You know?
Now I had
in this truck to do that. That would be funny.
Yeah, it would. I've had the newer generations go, idiot lights. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, they don't know what that is, huh?
No. And I tell them, I said, now look at. I tried to tell this one gal and her boyfriend, look at my dashboard. Fired the truck up, and I said, look at my dashboard. I said, you see this little meter here, that little needle there? And she goes, yeah. What is that for? That's telling me that my alternator is putting out enough juice to keep my battery charged and to run the truck. Isn't that neat? But if something goes wrong with that alternator or something goes bad with that battery, a light's going to come on this damn dashboard because I'm a fucking idiot and I don't know what the hell that meter means. I said, see this one? Yeah. What's that? I said, that is your engine temperature. It's telling you how warm your engine's running. And you see this red zone up here? If that sucker touches that red zone, shut that motor off. Park it, man. Don't run it. And I hate to tell you this, but just about the time it hits that red zone, a light's going to come on your dash. It's going to look like a little thermometer pops on there. Well, what's that light for? It's an idiot light. You idiot, can't you read that meter? It says you're running hotter than hell. I said the one next to that is oil pressure. You see how that needle went up when I started the truck? It goes right up and it stays there. You see that freaking needle start dropping. You pull into the nearest gas station, check your damn oil and get some oil in your vehicle.
Yeah.
You're going to burn it up. But even though that's starting to drop, a light's going to come on. And it's going to have this little oil-shaped thing on there. Or it's going to have a little oil pitcher kind of deal. Why is that light come up? Because that meter says you're running out of oil, you idiot. I said, now do you understand why those are called idiot lights? Because you're not bright enough to read all these gauges. Back when I started driving, there weren't any lights that warned you of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anything. The only lights that showed up on my dashboard
was one. Was it the engine one?
Oh, no. My very first car, my 1963 Thunderbird, the only thing that lit up on that dash, other than the dash lights to make it look pretty, was the turn signals and the four-ways where both of them flashed. Otherwise, there was...
That's it. Wow.
That was it. Nothing. You turn the key into the starting position. You haven't cranked it yet. You put it in the running position. It doesn't come on and go beep, 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 and have lights. None of that. You didn't get on. You turn it to that position and start it. Nothing comes on. Nothing does nothing. Your radio will work now. But yeah, we had none of that shit. But you look. Oh, that was even before 8-track.
Oh wow.
When my first car, there was no such thing as 8-track. I got to look that up. Was the first year that they were readily available on the commercial market, because I don't remember getting an 8-track or knowing it. My brother-in-law was the first one I personally knew that got a quad 8-track, and that was in the late 70s. The first 8-tracks I saw were right around 1974, 75. Those were the first 8-tracks I saw popping into vehicles. You know, people, oh, wow, I tore my radio out and put an 8-track in there. Yeah. Here we go down that road. Oh, I went down that road. God damn it. That's, that's why they came up with king cab pickup trucks. Instead of crew cab, a big back seat and all 4 doors, they came up with king cab with that little bench seat in the back, so that you had somewhere to stack all them fucking 8-tracks on.
Right.
And after they got rid of 8-track, it stuck, and people said, "Oh, well, I can haul groceries back there too now that I don't have 8-tracks." But you needed all that space for your 8-tracks. Damn things took up so much space. But we got wandering way the hell up. And that's what I love. It's conversation. I love conversation. Now, and that I did not last week, I guess it was, your friendly fact checker. I am very thankful I don't have somebody on here. Oh, I checked it up. Now you're all totally off. You're 5 years off on the 8-track, and and oh yeah, if you had just good titles, it wouldn't have filled your back seat. Yeah. Fact checkers.
Yeah, good titles.
What
you said?
You know what? Fact checkers in a conversation, that's when I want to go use the bathroom and not wipe. And they can all kiss my ass. And I'll be clean as a whistle. Because conversations aren't for fact checking. Having a discussion about a particular thing can require a little bit of fact checking, and that's because you're trying to become knowledgeable about something. But when all you're doing is bullshitting and having a conversation, why is some jerk jumping in there and going, that ain't exactly true? Well, I never said it was. I never said it was. And, that's like I seen this meme today. And all it said up there, it was a picture of a house, the front of a house in a porch. And it had something hanging in the window. And all the caption said on there is, "I'm going to wait here until I see who comes out of that house." It was the biggest pair of bloomers I've ever seen. Somebody had to have made those suckers just to be funny. Because I kid you not, you know how big a double hung window is in your house. It was 2 double hungs, and them underwears were wider than those 2 double hungs and as tall as those 2 double hungs. I've seen videos of the fattest man in the world videos. Guy weighed half a ton. His underwears weren't that big. So I seen that, and I thought, that's cool, man. I'd love to have just a picture. So I downloaded it, put it in Canva, and cropped out the comment on it, just in big underwears in the window. Because I can't wait to get in a conversation with somebody, a private conversation, pop them underwears up and say, "Wouldn't you like to see who wears them?" Oh my God. Well, I seen them. Yeah. Actually, I know the guy that inspected them underwear when they were made. Some fact checker's going to jump in and go, "That's a bunch of BS. Those aren't real underwear. There ain't no way anybody ever fit in those. The fattest person in the world, their underwear was this size." come on. We're having a conversation here. We're having fun. Conversation requires open conversation amongst friends.
Yeah.
Requires a little bit of arm twist and a little bit of leg pull and once in a while a kick in the nuts because you gotta go, you know.
Yeah.
And that's but a fact checker can totally blow a perfectly good time. I mean, because I see it as in a lot of cases, if we get into all the fact checking, we're missing something, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're spinning your wheels. Oh my God, we just hit a muddy hole here because we're just spinning our wheels. Because who gives a shit about the facts, man? We want to have fun. If this topic is going to get us spinning our wheels and checking facts, let's move on to a different topic. Yeah.
All right, Sty. I'm gonna get off now. So.
You betcha. And I'm not kidding this time, folks. I'm giving it 10 minutes. That puts me at the 6-hour mark.
I know. I was looking at that. You
The-
6 hour accidental stream.
6 hours accidental.
Yeah, it was almost accidental. No, I intentionally did it because of the Stream Deck. Did you see that earlier, Mojo? The toy that I got for my studio?
No, I did not. I didn't even. Oh no, you didn't. Are you kidding?
A 32 key XL Elgato Stream Deck XL. And guess what, buddy? Guess what, Mojo? I want to thank you, and I want you to really understand, take it to heart, my appreciation for your comments about running water and how I must have done something right, you know.
Yeah.
That 32 key deck came from him. He purchased it. He purchased it for
Dude,
me.
Nice gift. That's pretty awesome.
He's this.
I'll get it later when he croaks.
That's it. This MXL 990 microphone. What are they running water? 130, 140 bucks?
Yeah, at the time. You can get them down to about 100 now.
Yeah, that's. I guess I did look at it about a month ago, and they're down around 100 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, they were close to 100 and a half. Well, he had two of them. He had one that was gold, all polished gold,
just all cute.
And it was just awesome looking, man. It looked like the King's mic, you know. And he says, you know, I got that at home. You can't miss it. It's in its own case, and it's pretty awesome microphone. Go grab that and try it out, because I was having a little trouble with the mic I had.
Mm-hmm.
I had bought a mic for like 40 bucks, and I was having issues. And so I grabbed the mic from his place, tried it, and he goes, you like that gold? And I said, yeah. The mic is awesome. I said, I wish it was black, because the gold, if you're using blue screen, it looks transparent.
Right.
So whatever's in your blue screen, right now I'd have these boards behind me running across the middle of my chest where the microphone is, wherever it was gold. And I said, so I got to hide it. I got to get it way down here and hide it. And he goes, well, you know, I got a black one too. He says, just take the gold one to the house and swap it for the black one.
Awesome.
He gifted it to me. And he's done that with so much equipment. Now we got a deal going on, and he will get paid for those two monitors. He just ordered me tonight two 27-inch curved monitors.
Wow.
And a studio monitor stand for 3 monitors. I'll have this new monitor that I got from his brother today. Gave me a new monitor. I'll have this 28-inch in the center and those two 27 curves on the side. full studio, chat
Wow.
on one, Facebook and other apps on that one,
Yeah.
my studio on the forward one. He sprung for them, ordered them. They're going to be delivered on the 6th, you said?
Yep.
And
Dude, running water, that's pretty awesome, man.
and
That's pretty cool.
I told him early in the stream, we were talking, because he bought two. He bought two for himself.
Mhm.
And they got delivered to his house, and I saw them. So I brought it up to him. Whoa, yeah, and I'm going to be doing something like that. And I was going to buy a monitor this month, but yeah, this month's monitor money's fixing the truck. So I was going to buy one this month and one next month. Well, now I'm going to buy one next month and one the next month if I'm lucky, because usually January is a tight month. Well, I told him, I said, sell me one of the two that you already got, because you can't use them. You're out on the road, you bum. So sell me one that you already got and let me make a couple of payments on it. And he goes, yeah, I can do that. A little later in the stream, in the conversation, he goes, yeah, I just ordered you two of them. And I go, yeah, but yeah. He says I couldn't pass it up, at that price. And I said, yeah, but I ain't got no $300 fucking dollars to spend on monitors today.
Mhm.
I'm a guy that I have no problem living within my means. I don't feel bad that I can't spend money. That don't bother me. I can wait. I'm good with it. Oh no, little shit for brains. Oh, that'll make Dad happy. I'll order him those two monitors, and he can pay me month after month until he pays it back.
Yeah.
But what he tells me, and I've had people say, can't believe your son says those things. It's terrible. But it's not terrible. They don't get it. He goes, don't worry about it, Dad. When you die, guess what? It's already in my house. It's already sitting there.
I get him. He gets two studios.
That's it. That's it. And, well, he's going to also inherit full access, and oh yeah, you'll get the Ford too. It'll be running by then. Yeah. But he's going to inherit full legal rights and access to my YouTube channel.
Nice.
So the Sty North channel continues even after I'm gone.
Right.
I don't
He's gonna
know.
have to do something about that beard, though.
It'll turn gray in time. Just give him a little time. He'll catch up.
It's already got gray in it.
Right.
A lot of gray in it. It's just you stay back from the camera and it looks darker.
Yeah. Don't enhance it, right? But the thing is what I envision, because I haven't a clue what's going to happen after I'm gone. He's got full access and control of the channel, and that I can envision him doing one live stream a month or posting a video every 3 to 5 weeks. But it keeps the channel alive. All you got to do is one piece of content every 6 months, and your channel is considered viable. So as long as he makes damn sure to get at least a video up every couple of months or something, the channel remains active and viable, and it'll remain monetized. So,
oh wow.
So, but the thing is he's far enough in life now that he's only got another 15 years, and he'll be retiring, and then he's all set up, man. He's got two channels. He's got the Running Water channel. He's got the Sty North channel, and he can mix genres, and on it goes. We live on. And I want to encourage people to do that. Think about what happens to your channel when something happens to you. Where does it end or does it continue? I hate to say it, but I've had three dear YouTube friends pass away. and their channels, fortunately, two of them had family do a farewell video, as you know, so and so passed away, and blah blah blah. And this, we're the whole family. They got the whole family there on the camera, and they thank everybody for being friends to that person, and blah 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 blah. And that's the end of it. But the channel is still up. You can go back and watch their old videos and stuff and relive with them, right? That's cool. That's cool. But it doesn't quite go as far as it being viable and active. Somebody actually is carrying it on. They're actually the channel doesn't just exist now as a history book. It's still alive. It's a living medium. It just goes on.
That's cool.
And that's what I want to see with this channel. And someday Running Water will give it to his daughter or whoever the hell he chooses, but that's his problem, not mine.
Well, it's something I'd probably end up doing is repurposing, the Sty stories, using my own skill set, with art and animation.
Yeah.
And creating, animated dramatizations with Sty's actual audio.
See, that's it, is that little bugger.
Yeah.
That little bugger is he's a definite wannabe author. He's very involved with the writing world. And he loves to write. Now, he said to me, because I had audience hounded me, he says to me, but Dad, you need to transcribe and put into book form all of your Sty stories. Well, my ass. You think it's a cold day in hell that I'm going to sit there and do all that damn typing? And I'm not an author. I know. But I got to thinking, okay, you can do voice to text, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can I cut out the audio of that Sty story and play it to a voice to text program and have it type it all out? And then all I have to do is go in and edit, fix words and shit. Yep. So that's, you can, Running Water?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You could do an audio scriber program where it'll just take an audio file. Like we could take this video and it will make a transcription of it. And then you have to go through and do, minor proofreading and editing. But and cutting out every time you say hello to someone, you cut that out. But just have a story.
I can tell you right now, if I were to type my stories out, I'd have more editing to do than if I had that do it.
Yeah.
I mean, because I can't. Thought to print doesn't work as good as thought to mouth for me, but he wanted me to do that. Well, I talked to a few people and I said, my God Almighty. I said, you realize how many volumes that would have to be?
Mm-hmm.
There's, I believe, oh God, I don't even remember how many now. But there's hundreds of Sty stories out there already. 200 and some Sty stories. You could break that into 25 stories, I think, per publication. Well, if there's 200 stories, that's 8 publications it would take just to get the Sty stories I told. And I've got another well over 100 to do. So writing it into a book is not, it's not in my picture at all. This guy, though, he's got the right to write that book. I hope he does someday. I hope he puts all those Sty stories into a huge series and gets it published, and I hope he makes millions of dollars out of it.
Yeah, I would probably do 20 stories per book, do kind of like a, like the old 1800s Penny Dreadfuls, You know,
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
Well, and that's it. Is the stories, audio of the stories. I'd say easily 90+% of them are 15 minutes or shorter.
Mhm.
So by the time you compress that into print, it's a short story. It's
Right.
just a very short story. Some of them are long. They went up to 45 minutes or an hour, but they're still going to classify as short story. Um, so, and the thing is like you're saying, running water, your skill set, your crafting of musical instruments and all of those things, to integrate that, to replace certain aspects in the channel. That's your baby. That's your baby. As long as you don't destroy the legacy, you don't
Right.
get rid of my original videos, you don't get rid of the original streams, and that
Right.
down the road you revisit the old
Mhm.
and
Oh yeah.
and just keep it fresh, man, and move forward and be yourself. That's what'll keep the audience. That's what'll build the new audience, and on you go. On we go. And with that, guys, I think that's probably what we should do is on we go. I've been doing this for 6 hours. That's freaking ridiculous. No. Oh my
Sty,
God. It's
sir,
going on 11:30 here.
it's only
Yes.
9. It's 9:21 here.
Yeah, I started at 5:15.
That's funny. Sty,
Yeah.
thank you for bringing me up, sir.
Oh, you
I
betcha.
enjoy
Anytime.
out of everywhere I go. This is my fave, and I mean that to heart. You're an amazing person,
I've
and then
been
you have your amazing son below you, right down there, right down there. Running water, you're amazing. So
I have to say, Mojo, now that I found you and I watched what you got, I love it. I love it, man. You just keep living, keep living. You're doing. Oh, it's yeah. You would have liked our conversation earlier talking about smokers and and someone asked if Running Water's got a grill for me, a barbecue for me to cook on. I just can't consume food, but boy, I love to cook it, and I'll find somebody to eat it. Well, I asked him, "Do you have a barbecue out there at your place?" He goes, "No." Well, don't worry about it. You will, because I'm going to. You betcha. I'll be putting a barbecue out. I'll have a couple. I'll have, yeah. I'll have gas and charcoal.
they're so convenient. That little flat grill of mine tonight, I just drummed up some noodles, vegetables, and some sauce, and made a stir fry. And
Awesome.
my wife told me it was really good. So normally she says it's good, but she threw a really in there.
Really into it. That's that. Yeah.
Did you just say really good?
Jeez, how did I get a gold ribbon for that, man?
Well, yeah.
That's and that's my oldest daughter. I went to visit her. It was just a spur of the moment thing. Only going to be there for the day and the hell out of there. She says, "Make sure to get here for dinner." I said, "Yeah, okay." I got there for dinner. I said, "What's for dinner?" She goes, "I feel really, really bad. I didn't get to the store." Well, now she's at that time she had 9 kids in her house, and she says, "I didn't get to the store, so I had to find something in the house to fix it." I came up with like a salad, and I think everybody will like it. I looked, she got this huge ass bowl full of this salad, and I'm looking at it. I go, "What the heck's in there?" She goes, "I had a bunch of chicken breasts, so I boiled them, and then I cubed them." Okay. She says, "So I had a bunch of them." And she said, "And I had a bunch of shell macaroni, so I boiled that up." And that damn near filled that bowl with the macaroni, and I added the chicken in it. She said, and I looked around in the fridge, and she goes, "Oh, I had 2 bags of shredded cheddar cheese." So I sprinkled that in there. And I had 3 pounds of bacon in the fridge. I cut that up, fried it all up, crumbled it all up, put it in there, mix that in there. And she said, and I had 2 of those really big bottles of ranch dressing and a brand new jar of mayo. She says, so I put them 2 bottles of ranch and half that jar of mayo in there, diced up a bunch of onion and threw that in there, stirred it all up, and there you go. She says, and I go, where'd you get that recipe? And she goes, no, that's desperation salad. She said, because there ain't no recipe for that shit. I just, that's what I had. Her 9 kids, and me ate that whole frickin' thing. And I'm telling you, that bowl weighed about 8-10 pounds. And we wiped it out in that one sitting.
Yeah.
And I told her, all right, we're going through the whole process again. And I wrote that shit down. And I've been making that ever since she did that.
That's awesome.
And if there's a potluck and they say, oh, you got to bring a dish, Sty, that's what I make. I haul that and I get a clean bowl back. There's never a leftover.
Oh, that's funny.
And was strictly by accident, but it's a rave. Everybody just like, oh my God, chicken, bacon, cheddar, ranch salad. You can't beat it. Well, it was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You know, meaty, little, you know, yeah, it's just zesty and it's pretty good, damn good. Yeah, you bet. And I tell you, I wish I had my old appetite and my ability to eat. Running Water knows how I could eat. It's embarrassing, but man, I want to live next door to Mojo, man. Oh God, when he was making those damn French toast sandwiches the other morning, I was just dying. I had to actually speak up in his stream and say, "Yeah, I'm here," and jump on his panel because I was dying. I have no appetite.
Yeah.
But my taste buds were just going wild on me. I could just
you can't eat, right? Isn't that the deal? You can eat, but you gotta because it gets stuck or something.
Yeah. If I eat, it's very uncomfortable, and there's certain side effects that are very unpleasant that go with it, and that's why I don't eat with another person with me in the room at all. It's tough. It's tough. Running Water, he's got a great understanding of my condition, and we go to this local Chinese restaurant, and I order just like I used to. I sit and eat their big old special that's got egg foo young, fried rice, chow mein, all of and I'd be wiping that plate at the end. You know. Now, if I order that, it's one bite of egg foo young, a taste of the chow mein, and about a half a fork of fried rice, and that's good. Slide it to the side and finish drinking my Coke and ask for a to-go container. And there's 6 to 8 meals that I'm taking home.
Right.
Because I could not eat more than that in the public without it becoming a scene. And because people would not understand my condition, I assure you, Running Water has heard some of my more extreme situations in the public. It's very probable there'll be an ambulance dispatched, and I'll have to turn them around and say, I'm not dying. It's a condition, and it's not
just having a moment. Let me have a moment.
Yeah, it's not pleasant in the public. It's not the kind of condition either. I can say, "Oh, I'll be back," and get up and run to the restroom or out to the truck or something. It's not that kind of situation. So the benefit of my condition right now is I don't have hunger pains at all.
Yeah.
I never feel hungry. Oh my God, I feel like I gotta eat. I don't have that. I don't. In fact, it was just a week and a half ago, and I haven't shared this, but I will tonight, being that we only have a few people watching. About a week and a half ago, one evening, I was sitting there and I'm watching television. It was one of my nights off of YouTube, and I'm just watching a movie. And I'm looking around and I go, oh man, I'm going to grab a can of Pringles. And I grabbed a can of Pringle chips, took a big stack out, stuck the first one in my mouth, and I'm going, whoa, that tastes pretty damn good. And I thought, when did I last have Pringles? And then I started backwinding. I had gone 3 days without consuming a single solid. All I had in nutrition in those 3 days was my coffee with cream and sugar, and that was it. I drank flavored, sugar-free water, flavored water, but I hadn't consumed a solid in 3 days, 72 hours. It was a little over 72 hours. And I realized I'm enjoying this flavor, but I don't feel hungry at all. So I had to discipline myself and remind myself every day, you have to consume a certain level of calories to maintain. I preach about that on survival streams and even in some of my videos, Live or Die Off the Land series. I preach that, I stress it, that there's a caloric balance you have to maintain. Most people don't realize it takes anywhere from 16 to 1,800 calories just for you to live today.
Mm-hmm.
That means to stay awake, eat, sleep, go to the potty. That's it. That's just those things, just to live today, to stay alive today. You need 1,600 to 1,800 calories. When you're sleeping, people don't realize your metabolism actually kicks into high gear, because that's when it plays catch up. Because during the day, you're burning calories, and that your metabolism saying, any spare fat, save it. This guy's burning shit up, So your body isn't burning any more calories than it needs to based on your exertion. At night, your body burns calories to build muscle tissue and to rebuild itself and be prepared for the next day. You burn while you sleep anywhere from 12 to 1,800 calories.
Right.
So if you consume 16 to 1,800 a day, if you're lucky, you'll only burn maybe 12 or 14 when you sleep. That'll give you a little leftover calories for that morning trip from bed to the coffee maker.
So did you see what Heartsight said down there?
Yeah, Sty.
Can they do anything about that?
Can't they do anything about it? Now, I don't want rumors started, okay? Can I trust those that are watching?
It doesn't have to be rumors.
I don't want rumors.
The question is, can they do anything about that?
Okay. Do you want just a yes or no? Or do you want
the stubborn part?
The stubborn part. The answer to that is we're not sure yet.
Yeah.
We're not sure yet. I will find out in the month of December. I will find out if there's any steps they can take to help correct that and or control it or whatever. The problem is, what the root of the problem is right now, all of my symptoms, which are many, it's not just the eating thing. I have a lot of other symptoms going on. I won't go into detail, but right now the symptoms. My doctor is she's bumming because I see her on the 2nd of December, and I we will be scheduling sometime within a week of that, probably, from what she's saying. Um, I'll be going in for a full cancer screening. Every inch of my body, all the blood tests, all the x-rays. They're going as far as all MRI and CAT. They're doing them all. Full cancer screening. And the reason they're doing that is so they can get a good, strong diagnosis and prognosis. Because if the news is the worst news that we expect, then I've got very advanced cancer going on.
Sorry for asking, sir.
No,
No.
running water giggle to that. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I try not to get emotional over it because, hey, I'm ready to go when it's my time.
When it's time.
I it's inevitable. It's inevitable. We all go. We all go. And it's how do we go? How are we going to go? And it's not what are you going to be remembered for and what are you going to accomplish before you go? No, that's not really it. It's how are you going to go? Well, I did it in one of my intro videos on my channel for the longest time, and people didn't catch it. But at the very end, I'm standing there at a tree like this, looking off in the distance, and I explain in the intro everything my channel's about. But the very end, I'm standing there, leaning against a tree, looking off in the distance, and it says, "And wherever the horizon takes us."
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, I'm going to pass away. I hope it's years down the road, not months or 1 year. But I'm ready, no matter what, because I don't see it as an end. I see it as, sorry guys, I'm heading out over the mountains, man. I'm on the next great outdoor Sty adventure. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where it's taking me. I got a good idea where I'm going. I got a good idea where it's taking me. But I haven't been there. Have you? I love that when people say, "Oh, you are so right with God and blah 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 and you've got this to look forward to and that to look forward to." And it shocks them when I go, "Are you kidding me?" And they go, "Well, no, you know that." No, I don't know that, but you said you know that. So you've been there. You done that. Well, no, but I will someday. Oh, now that's disappointing because you had me convinced that you've been there, you've seen it, you've done it. We've been told it, and I've told people a lot of things of what to expect around that corner. And they went around the corner and they came back, and someday I ran into them and said, when you went around that corner and I told you what to expect, how'd it go? And they go, it's totally different. It wasn't what you said. Oh, it was this and it was this and it. And I'm like, but I was told. Well, that's it. We're told what to expect beyond that point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not expecting much of anything because anything beyond that point is going to be awesome. I'm on a new adventure. I'm moving on. And I'm sorry, folks. I hate to leave you behind. I've come to love every moment with all my great acquaintances and friends. I love every moment. But that adventure, And like I told you, Mojo, the way my life turned out, oh my God, if I saw an opportunity, man, I'm grabbing that. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to grab that tiger by the tail. What? And this is just another one of those adventures that is coming by. It's coming up. But on this one, my ticket's already been bought.
Yeah.
This is a trip that I'm required to take, but I don't know what's involved when I get there. Let's take it and take it all in. Let's take it all in. And so don't be afraid of it. I'm not afraid of it.
Right.
I'm not afraid of the end of things, but I do want every single day to be something that was worth putting effort into. A lot of people say, well, if you do get a full diagnosis and cancer is involved and it is advanced, then what are you going to do? Are you going to go treatments? Are you going to do? I said, I'm not there yet. They haven't. No. As far as I'm concerned, today I don't have cancer. I tell people that no, I'm not. I don't have cancer. I don't have skin cancer anywhere on my body. I don't. I've got symptoms that are typically caused by cancer, but they're also caused by some other things.
Oh yes, sir.
So I am not the doctor. I will let the doctors come up with conclusive decisions and then let me know what it is. But when it comes to the treatments, too many of my loved ones and close friends succumbed to cancer. And some of them, very few, actually only two, where their cancer was actually the cancer taking them was delayed significantly. I have one friend fully diagnosed with advanced lung cancer, lost one lung and about a third of the other. Everybody said, why do they even think that's operable to remove that much? You know, he went through treatments. They gave him 6 months at the best, even after the operation. That was 36 years ago, and he's still alive and well. His cancer went into full remission, and he's been living with 2/3 of a lung the rest of his life.
Wow.
So for him, it's total success, man.
Yeah.
If you can get an extra 37 years when he was looking at 6 months, bravo. Another friend made it 11 years after their diagnosis. And they went through so many different treatments, right to the point where at the end, even though they succumbed to the cancer, right at the end, they managed to get approved and opted for an experimental treatment. They were going to try every treatment they possibly could to hold off that cancer. That person went through some of the worst misery, but in between the miseries, that person was so full of love and life that for her, it was so worth it. She loved life, period. And if she could get one more day like that day, I'm going for it, you know. Good for her, because that was her mission, was to make it another day. I just want to make it one more day. And good for her, 11 years. My sister, 9 years. 9 years she battled cancer and succumbed to it. Terrible, terrible 9 years. Sick all 9. The treatments were terrible on her. My brother diagnosed managed to make it almost a full 3 years. They gave him a year without treatment and 2 to 3 years with. Well, he made it as long as they thought he would. And he told me, he said, it's the most miserable thing in my life. Miserable thing. He said, right away in the early stages, and he knew it was terminal, he loaded up his family, rented a big motorhome, and off they went to Alaska. And his dream trip of his whole life. And he got to make it with his family, his whole family. And he said, after that trip, I should have said, no more treatments, no more. Because the treatments, he said, I lived longer, but I lived sick and I was miserable for all that time. He said, I was there, physically there, and sometimes mentally there, but I had no quality of life because I was so ill. I was so sick. He said, I would have rather have had good quality of life and then have it end rather quickly than have a year of just misery. He says, boy, you really start looking forward to that end when you put yourself through misery. He says it's one thing to be dying. It's another thing to knowingly make yourself sick while you die.
Yeah.
Sicker than you need to be. Because and that stuck with me because he said, it don't matter right from the day they diagnosed it and started the treatments right up until the end. He said, guess what? Whether I did the treatments or not, the end was inevitable. This was going to end my life, period. What they were doing was giving him the option and ability to kind of pick the timeline, but the end result's still inevitable. You don't get out of it. There's no getting out of it, but you can pick how long. They didn't impress upon him, though, that he's also got to pick how good your quality of life will be during each of those periods. So one thing I can assure anybody, if I do get or ever get that kind of terminal type diagnosis, now we're dealing with that in the family. Running Water's mother, my ex-wife, she's been diagnosed with terminal cancer. Without treatments, she's got 6 to 10 months. With treatments, up to 21 months. She had her first treatment, and it wasn't too hard on her, but her white blood cell count crashed, her red blood cell count crashed. So her body didn't react well to it. So they skipped the second treatment, delayed it. Now she's going to be going in for her next one. Actually, she's going in for her treatment day before I go to see my doctor.
Right.
And she's already, and now a couple of members of the family are like, oh, no, don't talk like that. She's already saying, I'm starting to wonder if I should even do these treatments or not. And I try to tell everybody, let her decide. Don't guilt her into doing something that she won't be able to, she won't even have the pleasure of regretting it because she'll still be in that bad state when it ends. Maybe you just want to let her make her own decision, and then she can accept and live and die with her own decision, not regretting that she listened to others.
You want to hear something funny?
My oldest sister, okay, her ex-husband
which is my ex brother-in-law. They
Yeah.
4 kids together, 5 kids, I don't know. So he's up there in age where he could barely walk almost and just depend on himself. Guess where he ended up? At my sister's house. Yes. He's in the back room area of this house she lives in. And he kind of takes care of himself. And boy, she's like, why in the hell is he here? Why in the hell this? And that SOB, and now I'm taking care of him. He asked me to, for something or whatever, and I told him no, he can do it himself. And
Oh my Lord.
so that reminded me. You ever think about moving in with your ex?
Oh, hell no. That's suicide. I told you how I feel about suicide. I'm not doing that. That's suicide. You ask Running Water. That is, I mean,
it would be the same situation. I'm telling you.
Show up to the front door with your birth certificate or your death certificate in hand. All it needs to be is signed because, yeah, that's a death wish. And that's it. Now this is something I haven't really talked much with Running Water about it, but like he knows, I'm an open book. I talk about everything. I don't care. But a few acquaintances of mine, we got into this conversation and shit about me moving from here into Running Waters because this apartment I'm in on my fixed income and that it's non-consequential. Nothing I got to do. Everything I've got on auto pay, everything. I could be sick as a dog sitting in this apartment and everything's still paid. Everything goes on and blah, blah, blah. And I could get right to the end of my life and say, I think I need a hospice. Yeah, they'll show up and what are they going to do? They're going to sit in the apartment with me while I'm laying in bed dying. Okay. That's real nice and comfortable because I don't like this place, actually.
Yeah.
I don't like living here. Well, let's say I don't enjoy living here. It meets all my needs. I am grateful for that, but I don't care for this place. The opportunity, Running Water gives me the opportunity. Replace his younger brother moving out. I could slide in there, and there's a lot of things. And I did tell Running Water about the risks of what may or may not come. And I told him, I said, my time there at his place is going to be a joy. No matter how miserable I might feel or get eventually, it's going to be a joy. Everything that needs to be done and I want to do, I'm going to work on it. And if I die before it's done, oh, well, I got too close. But if I live beyond completion, I get the enjoyment of it, man. I'm going to love it there. I know I am. I'm going to feel at home for the first time for a long time. And that, I'd rather expire in my bed there than expire with a bunch of people around me here.
Yes.
So, again, it all goes back to my argument about the quality of life, and Running Water totally understands, and that really makes life bearable for me. It makes things work. And I just wish I've watched so many people fight the end, and they just give up and they spend months or years just scared to death of the end. They're scared. And I hated seeing that with some people where you could see the fear in their eyes and they're shaking and trembling. And I just don't want to go. I don't want to go. Well, that's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to be in the right state of mind and be able to say, hey, I'm going to miss y'all. Bye-bye, you know.
Yeah, I've got a bad feeling you're going to be like that old Indian at the end of Little Big Man.
Yeah, it's a good day to die.
Yeah, maybe not today.
Yeah, I guess today wasn't a good day. Yeah. old Chief Dan George. Now, I met him. I met Chief Dan George. I met him down in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. He came to a Native American conference that I was doing a lecture at, and I got to sit in the table next to his at dinner that night. I was sitting with some big names at the table I was at, but Chief Dan George was just, I could reach over, tap him on the shoulder, and I got to talk to him a little bit, cross table. And he was an amazing man, I tell you. And he gave me what keeps me going, people. Now, I disclose that I got health issues and I don't have answers. Don't tell me, well, what's this symptom? What's that symptom? Well, that doesn't sound good. I don't need to hear any armchair advice or anything of that sort, but my doctors will know, and they're going to start working on it full-heartedly December 2nd. In the meantime, cool it. Drop the thought, drop the thought. And what gets me through life and has gotten me through life ever since I heard it, and thank God that was quite a few years ago, and it was before I left for Montana. Old Chief Dan George in the Outlaw Josie Wales, when he says, endeavor to persevere. I latched onto that. If you do anything on any given day, no matter how bad it is, how bad that day is, endeavor to persevere. All you can do is give your best to come out the other end and persevere. I went on. That's all you can do in life, is endeavor to persevere. Because the minute you quit endeavoring to persevere, yeah, that's when they start digging that hole out in the back and getting ready to plant you away for the rest of existence. So between here and there, endeavor to persevere. Don't be afraid to look the devil in the face and laugh at his ass. You don't want to get too close to me, because I'll pull his tail and kick him in the nuts.
Grab him by his horns.
And it's like I told Running Water the day, I told a bunch of people, someday he might come home from on the road and he'll go, Dad? And I'll be sitting at the studio and I'll go, what? And he'll go, what are you doing here? Well, what the hell you mean? I live here. No. Dad, I read the obituary and I heard all about the funeral 3 weeks ago. What are you doing here? Whose obituary? Who's it? Yours, Dad. I died? Fine. Sorry about that, Running Water. I guess the studio's yours. I'll be out of here by morning. That's how stubborn I am. Mm-hmm. I'll miss my own funeral. I won't notice that I'm gone, and somebody's going to go, what the hell are you still? You're supposed to be on that bus. What are you doing here? We all know you got on that bus last week. Why are you still here? Yeah, I'm too stubborn to go. So, hey, that's why we end up doing live streams that run 6 hours and 45 minutes. Are you people nuts? You guys got to be crazy.
Hey, I said I wanted to go an hour ago, and look what you did to me.
I'm sorry. I am.
No, don't say sorry.
He's too stubborn to go.
Stuff that I now that I know about you. So
do you know what's in
5 days, Sty?
What's it, 5 days?
The second, and you'll be on my heart. You'll be on my heart there, brother.
Is it only 5 days away?
Yeah, it's 5 days away. I hate to break your heart.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to try to force myself to eat over the next 4 days because I have to fast for a minimum of 12 hours before I get there. So if I calorie up for the next 4 days, it'll be tough. But if I do, I can walk in there on the 5th day after a night of fasting, and maybe my blood work will come out a little better than I'm hoping, you know.
Yeah.
But
hey, when are you gonna move?
The week of December 27th.
Oh, so you got about another month.
Yeah.
Roughly.
The week after Christmas. The week after Christmas. My youngest boy will be out, if all goes well, by the end of this coming week. He'll be completely out. And what I'll do is I'm packing up small stuff. Anything that I don't need for daily life, you know, is all getting slowly packed up. I got these totes, these zip up totes with handles. They handle 50 pounds worth of shit. I'm loading all those up. And I'll haul a tote or two every day or two between now and the last week of December. And I'll set up a corner at the house once his stuff's out to stack that stuff and get it all the small stuff over there. And then I'll just have probably 1 tote's worth of small stuff, a couple of boxes, and everything else gets moved in one day during that week. And then I'll be out of here. And it gives me, I got to pay the rent for the place for the whole month of January. Because I don't trust, because it's the very last week of December, we're going to do that transition. I don't trust that everything will go without a hitch. Something could happen. And if I give them my notice now, they will literally want me the hell out of here by the 1st of January because they will have everything all lined up to get in here, turn the apartment, and have someone in here within the first week. They got a huge waiting list in this building. That right now their waiting list is at 97 tenants waiting to get into this place. So it's not bad compared to when I wanted to get in here. It was 180 some. And it took 3 years on that waiting list to finally get an apartment. But so the last week of December, I'll be out of here. I'm going to do my first live stream from the new studio. At this point, I'm projecting December 30th. That's a Thursday night around the campfire, and it'll be in the new studio.
Nice.
So that'll be fun. That'll be party night, man. We're going to party hardy because I'm in the new studio and
out of the apartment.
The only reason I'll be coming back here, I'll come back the first week of January, being I'm paying the rent for the whole month. I will come in and I'm going to scrub this place top to bottom, do any minor repairs I can find, and patchwork, and I'll probably come in even with the rug doctor and pre-do the rug for them. And then I videotape my exit. There's the apartment, every square inch of it. Go downstairs to the management and hand the manager my keys and say, I'm out 3 weeks early. Have fun. Get somebody in that puppy. And they will. They'll get somebody in. And she knows me very well. And I would be damn surprised if she doesn't come up and say, because on my exit letter, my notice to them that I'm vacating, I'm going to tell them this place needs new curtains. They're the original curtains when they built the building in 1975. Don't dry clean them suckers. They're going to fall apart. They work fine if you leave them just the way they are, but no, they need to be replaced. So I'm warning them that you need to replace the curtains. They can repaint if they want, but I don't think that they're going to need to. There's no paint damage or nothing in here. So they should be happy, and I'll be very happy because as of once Running Water and Travis from Tales of a Campground Host and I get together on that one day, we're going to haul all this shit out of here and all over to his place. And I don't have a choice but to sleep in my bed there and to sit in his living room there because I got nowhere else to go. I could come back to the apartment and lay on the damn floor, but there won't be anything here. There won't be anything but my old ass if I do that. So it'll be nice as of literally as of the last week of December, the middle of the last week. I'll never be coming back here except to clean and leave permanently. So I am so excited, and I hope to see you all during that transition, guys.
Oh yeah,
hey, so
I definitely will.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Sir,
yes,
you guys
sir.
have a good night. I'm
You
gonna
too.
go down and spend 5 minutes with my wife before I go to bed.
There you go. You got to spend a little bit of time,
Yeah.
you know. You can,
That
just
crazy.
can't.
Hey, she keeps me in line. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Well, that's good. That's good.
So,
We all need
Running
a
Water. You take care of your dad there, man. He is a good guy, man. You know,
He does. He does.
You know, and I know how he kind of really is. You know, believe it or not. I've been delivering to places and talking to people for 30-something years.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
long time.
You out of necessity have become a people person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I never was. When I was young, boy, I could tell you what. I couldn't give a book report or talk to anybody in a crowd. Nothing. Oh no.
Oh,
all right. Good night. I'm gonna take off and go.
You bet.
Ready for bed. Sty, you have a good night, sir.
You too, and I thank you very much for being here.
Yes.
It was great. It was great.
Yeah.
Running Water, you want to stick around for just a minute?
Yeah. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Hey, chat. Everybody in the chat, you guys have a good night. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah. Yeah. Stick around for a minute there, Running Water. We'll head on out of here. If I can find my exit. There it is. I'm going to do like I used to do. And I still do a lot of times around the campfire, is I'm going to dance my ass out of here with this pretty little girl on the porch. And we'll catch you all, guys. Hey, tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Sty Story Sunday. See you there. Love you guys. Bye-bye.